Yeah. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move. Spent 10K on a video. 10K on a motorboat. 50K on a wrist coat. Why these hoes on a motorboat? I don't take no risk. I just stand my chest. Hold my cards to my chest. Move like I'm playing chess. I break all the rules. Take it all, don't choose. Making play after play, and I don't ever lose. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, let's about the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move. Take. Was mine. Pay up if you buy. Play. All that play. Ain't got time. Say. What you want, you owe me. That's fine. We talking money. This is not a race. We talking lanes, then stay in your place. We talking whips, I got a wraith. Ain't no my lover, out of my face. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, let's spot the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the coming for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move.
You can't stop me, my time is now. You can't stop me cause I'm running this. Yeah. You can't stop me, my time is now. You can't stop me cause I'm running this. You can't stop me, my time is now. You can't stop me cause I'm running this. Yeah. You can't stop me, my time is now. You can't stop me cause I'm running this. Dip it high, dip it low. I'ma stay fly, but they already know, huh? You know how it go. Who run the game? We run the game. Y'all men don't even know, huh? Flying high in the sky. I'ma ride till I die. Switch it left, switch it right. Put your game face on. Keep it tight, girls. You know how it go. Who run the game? We run the game. Y'all men don't even know. It's your turn, it's my turn. Ladies stand up. It's your turn, it's my turn. Put your hands up. It's your turn, it's my turn. Ladies stand up. Now clap your hands. Now clap your hands. Huh? Yeah. You can't stop me. My time is now. You can't stop me cause I'm running this. You can't stop me. My time is now. You can't stop me cause I'm running this. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. Who run the game? We run the game. It's your turn, it's my turn. Ladies stand up. It's your turn, it's my turn. Put your hands up. It's your turn, it's my turn. Ladies stand up. Now clap your hands. Now clap your hands. Flying high in the sky. I'ma ride till I die. Stop and stare. Up here. Stop and stare. Up here. Look at me, I'm up here. Look at me right now. You can't stop me, my time is now. You can't stop me cause I'm running this. You can't stop me, my time is now. You can't stop me cause
How hard can you go? 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 How hard can you? How hard can you? How hard can you? How hard can you go? How hard can you go when the beat drop? How hard can you go when the beat drop? How hard can you go when the beat drop? Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Got your money on, coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts. Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a meal just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Work it out. Put 'em up. Work it out. Put 'em up. Work
He gets both kills.
Oh, right click. Oh, no way, Hiko. He's the. Oh,
That's early on. Gonna go for the big. It's over. Oh my God, Vandy. Brent's on a 2 versus 1 for the first goal.
oh, what a flick. And we'll get plays coming through. Tens. Oh my God, Tens.
Energy dominating this first map.
Oh!
B-Dog lines them up.
They swing and the heads are being popped. No! Banned!
Count. And the takedown point.
No way.
For more.
No way.
Picks up 4.
Poison Shanks, and speaking of... Oh my goodness!
Absolutely impossible not to get hyped up watching that introduction video as we kick off day 2 of the NA VCT playoffs. My name is Bach. Joining me on the desk, we've got Dust. We've got the Eggman himself, Sideshow. We watched some of the matches yesterday. We saw how action broke down. A little bit surprising as we saw both series go 3 maps. It was a long day for the first day of playoffs, but definitely the most surprising one had to be that early series as the Pittsburgh Knights actually stepped up their game big time, forcing it to a 3rd map against Cloud9, only to fall a little bit short.
Yeah, you've also forced yourself to show up in the Arctic, I see here, Bach. I think you're a little underdressed a little bit. Also surprising the signal you're able to get out there. Technology
kind of crazy,
really has
isn't
advanced. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at that game that happened yesterday, and I think it was Vanity tweeted afterwards saying, I told you guys we were bad, just none of you believed us. You keep calling us the best team in North America. So we'll see how the bracket progresses, whether that was a dip in form or whether that will end up being true.
We can go ahead and take a look at the replays from yesterday as well, just to see how things ended up shaking down. You know, when I look at yesterday's action, I got to give credit to the Pittsburgh Knights. They really did hang in there and hold their own against an opponent that was potentially much stronger than the team they were themselves. We looked at Cloud9. We were actually talking about it on the desk side show. We were saying, hey, this team is potentially the best in North America with potentially the current best player in North America in Leaf. We thought this would be a quick 2-0.
Yep, I certainly did. But Ban turned up. I mean, the rest of the Knights have been improving over the course of the whole event, but Ban also just went crazy and kept his team in it. At the end of the day, though, they did bow out, but I think it showcases that once it gets to playoffs, nobody's safe. Even the teams that went undefeated in the groups in Cloud9, version 1, they're playing again today, and they're in another match where they're expected to be favored, but it really feels like there is a chance that any of these teams could get upset if they don't bring it on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is another matchup that we saw yesterday, Optic versus XSET, which to me was going to be an interesting one always, just because I think these two teams are fairly close as far as performance goes when you think about how they rank in North America. And so to see that one go all 3 maps and to see the Challenger League get brought there was definitely a nice move. And I think that certainly, you know, bodes well for both teams actually in the lower bracket now. If Knights are going to look like that against Cloud9 and XSET drops down, that's even going to be a spicy lower bracket match coming up later on in the playoff. But I do think we got the teams we expected to progress in the upper bracket semis there at Cloud9 and Optic.
Just not where we maybe expected them to be. Like, we probably thought Cloud9 would be the 1 seed coming in from their group, but we didn't anticipate seeing XSET in this position where they now have to face off against Cloud9. That said, regardless of what side of the bracket they were on, look at the opposition they could be facing. You've got V1 versus LG. That's coming up today. We've got the Guard and Sentinels also coming up later today. As I look at those 2 matchups, version 1 is a heavy favorite against LG. And then the Guard and Sentinels, that could go either direction. Sideshow, as I look at that one, I do feel kind of like I'm leaning in the direction of Guard just based on consistency. But if I was, like, it's tough, you know? I don't know.
Here we go. See, that later game is going to be so fun to see where people lead, right? Like, what expectations are there? Because if you'd said that at the beginning of the year, everyone would have gone for Sentinels. Everybody would have gone for Sentinels. And now it really is a question. Like, that quarterfinals game is amazing. But I'm just thinking back to the bracket, Bok, and LG have got a brutal bracket. To avoid getting eliminated, just straight up, first round elimination, they need to beat one of version 1, Sentinels, or Guard. You have to beat one of those teams. If you don't beat version 1 today, you drop down and you play the loser of Sentinels Guard. So that's not a match you want to be considering at all. So it is so tough for Luminosity. They've done great to get themselves into this position in the quarterfinals, but it doesn't get any easier.
LG too, though, to be fair, as we look at this team, going back to last year, one of the things that LG was really strong with was their ability to upset. Now, I know, much different roster. We look at the roster today, and it's not the roster it was previously, the ones that came into 2021 beating Sentinels and surprising a lot of people with an impressive performance with the NSG Winter Championships victory that kicked off the year in a best-of-5 finals. But still, I do feel like LG has that level of upset potential here, Dust. There's certainly something to be said, especially when we look back at their results. They had that close game against Cloud9. Sure, it shows as a 2-0, but map 2 went to overtime. There was a possibility of a third map in that series, potentially one that even LG wins.
Yeah, I mean, they're the team that, to me, is, like, kind of right on the cusp between, like, Tier 1 and Tier 2. Like, they've been able to take care of some of the other teams that have been a little bit weaker, like EG and then 100 Thieves, who have been in complete disarray. But when they've had to play up against some of the more elite teams, that's where they've struggled. But like you said, they've had a couple of close maps. And look, they have a couple of very strong players. I think Mata, when he gets to play on Duelist, is very impactful. Definitely a guy that can do big things. I think Moose has taken to his new role pretty well. And Tig has that pop-off potential, but just kind of lacks a little bit of consistency, I feel like, sometimes. So they definitely have some tools to definitely pose some threats.
Well, the main threat on this team, I think, is B-Dog. And this guy has been grinding. His Tier 2 adventures have finally culminated in this role here now on LG. He was playing for Noble, TSM Academy, and now in 2022, he's been given an opportunity on a slightly larger team, a team with more aspirations, and in his first attempt playing with the real big dogs, he's taken LG all the way to the playoffs, and he has a serious chance to make his mark on the competition. The team has just been scraping by. They got the wins over 100 Thieves after they collapsed, and EG right at the bottom who went winless, but B-Dog's been doing the best on his team. He often is like the only player that ends up going positive if they have a rough match, and he doesn't get punished too much. It's not like that style of Jet play where he goes crazy but he gets shut down all over the place and ends up feeding a bit. He's also flexible onto Chamber, like you can see in this clip, but it's so important he doesn't go missing today because he's such a pivotal player. I keep thinking back to how Ban was playing for Knights. You need that level of performance from B-Dog if they have a chance of winning this.
I agree.
Yeah, I was drawing a lot of comparisons in my head between the two players, saying B-Dog and Ban, the two B-letter players coming in after making runs with other teams. Ironically, one of them playing with LG in the past. So, there's possibilities there that there's some alignment. But when we look at B-Dog and what he's got to do here, Dust, you look at his opposition, the team that they're coming in to face off against. As we get prepared to start talking about version 1, you got to look at the fact that their group stage was incredibly strong. Dust, maybe one of the best teams in the group stages.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of an interesting situation, version 1, because, they were in this, like, brief turbulent period after Vanity departed for Cloud9. It looked a little bit lost, and they were able to, bring Xander on board and kind of just get the ship righted. I mean, they were on a 23-map win streak coming into Stage 1 of VCT, where they were just dominating everyone in the qualification process and just looking really good to start off the year. And, yeah, they've been fantastic in the group stage. They haven't dropped a series. They've only dropped 2 maps, one to Energy, one to Optic. They 2-0'd Sentinels. They 2-0'd Rise, who was looking like a top 5 team at the end of last year. And they have Penny back in fine form. I think that's, like, one of the biggest things that you have to point to is I know Penny had some struggles kind of towards the end of last year, but Penny is in fine form right now. He's looking like one of the best Jets in North America again. Zelsis has made a fantastic transition into playing that flex, particularly on KO, looking like that perfect combination of support and entry power alongside Penny. And even Effie's has stepped up. He looks more like the guy that I saw in Iceland last year than the guy that we saw struggle online. Like, he's finding his rhythm. So they just have such a complete team, and I think, obviously, Xander's been the key addition, hasn't it, Sideshow?
Yeah, I mean, that's 100% the case. Hazed had a tweet, actually. I think this might have been after they lost to version 1. I can't exactly remember when the tweet was, but I've got to agree with it. Hayes tweeted, most impactful NA signing last offseason was Xander, and you can't change my mind. This guy's the best fragging IGL in North America right now. He has insane stats across all metrics, but the rifling ability is phenomenal. And they're at an 89% win rate with him on the team. Now, if you compare that to previous iterations of version 1, when they were playing at like LCQ with Odorous, they were at about like 70%, so massive increase from that. And when they had Vanity and Whippy on the team, that team that made Reykjavik was only set at 50%, because they actually went on a bit of a poor run towards the end in Stage 3. So this team's got experience, they've got high highs, but they're currently playing the best they've ever played. And a lot of it is due to both the coach and Xander working together for the IGLing component, and then what this guy has just added in terms of firepower. It's beastly. He's got a 1v5 ace, another ace that you could show, a 1v4, a 1v3. Like, you are just never lacking finding highlight clips of this guy.
Yeah, I think he has the perfect ratio of contributing to his team, not only in the fragging department, but from an IGL perspective. Like, we've already seen the highlights. We see how good his fragging is, but look at what he's done with the help of Amy for the leadership of this team, as you are kind of alluding to. Their map pool is insane right now. They are super strong on Ascent. They are showing super good strength on Fracture. Their Haven and Icebox have also been fantastic, and while their split hasn't been tested too much, they've won it both times that they've played it since Xander's been at the helm. So you're looking at a team that has a fantastic map pool, that has a skilled fragging IGL, the best. I mean, I think the only people that you might even draw some comparison to would be like Shazam, I suppose, is definitely a guy who can do some fragging from the IGL department. There's a couple of more that you would certainly throw into the mix, but Xander does seem to like step to a level above if you're combining both facets of being an IGL together, and that's tactically driving the team and also having impact on the fragging. He's done both of that in spades.
Yeah, if you look at the IGLs in North America, 6 of them are in the bottom 10 players when it was the group stage. So half of your IGLs in North America are really struggling to put up those kills because it's a super intensive role to play. It's really difficult to stay mechanically on top when you have to direct your team, and some of these teams have only been together for a short period of time. So half of your IGLs are in the bottom 10 players when it comes to ACS. And then you've got Xander just fragging out from the IGL role. You can't overstate how much of a difference it makes when your IGL's able to put up star-level performances too.
Yeah, I think like Xander, Whippy, and Zelsis are all within like 2 ACS of each other overall for this tournament so far. And we didn't really mention Whippy a whole lot, but he's also done his work in that Sentinel Viper type role as well. He's also thrown in some chamber and looked pretty fantastic. And I remember there was like one map that you were actually commentating with Brent's Sideshow on Haven, where he was showing you how to get the most out of the rendezvous by playing multiple off angles at a time, as opposed to just using it for one off angle and then an escape route. Like, he was setting up like 2-for-1 type plays with it. And so he's shown some proficiency as well. And I think that's really the whole thing about version 1, why they're so strong. Where's the wink leak on this team? Everyone's fragging out, as I've described, when it comes to ACS. Penny's let back into being one of the top jets in North America. They just don't really show very many cracks. I mean, we already talked about how good their map pool is. Like, it's hard to pin this team down and find something you can exploit.
Well, Dust, you talk about their map pool. I think it's time we take a look at the map pool for the series. As you do mention it, their map pool has been very deep. They're much stronger than that of their opposition. So as we look at this series Sideshow, we're going to bind first, then kicking things over to Ascent, and then we're going to close things out on Fracture. Okay. I love a good Fracture pick.
This is mad.
This is mad, though, because both teams have decided to ban different things first round. So normally version 1, they mix it up with their bans a little bit, but they've been predominantly getting bind out of the pool. They haven't played bind at all this year. And for whatever reason, they let bind through, and LG are going to pick it. But the same happens the other way around. Luminosity have been getting rid of Ascent pretty much every single time, and they let it through. So we've got both teams playing on their perma bans for the first 2 maps, and then the third one is Fracture, where version 1 have just looked amazing. So this is going to be a really weird series.
It is, yeah, because like you said, bind being the permaban of version 1, letting it through, I'm curious to see what they have cooked up, because Luminosity has been pretty good on this map. Like, while they don't have that many huge wins, I mean, most of their wins have been against weaker opposition like EG or Pioneers and things of that nature. Their losses have been super competitive. Like, they lost to Cloud9 at double overtime. They lost to Guard in double overtime as well. So they've definitely shown some proficiency on this map and being able to handle it. And when you're in the playoffs and facing the lower brackets on the line, allowing a permaban to come through from the version 1 side of things is certainly an interesting way to approach it. Yeah, you have the shroud of mystery over you on what you're going to bring to the table, but it's also one of those things where you haven't tested that map in an official capacity, and it kind of makes me scratch my head on why you would want to do that in the playoffs. Like, maybe test it in the regular season, the group stage or something like that. Not at this moment, but maybe they have something special cooked up. I mean, certainly Xander and Emmy have shown a good proficiency for coming up with ways to play the game, and so I'll be interested to see if they can bring some of that explosive play style on the bind, because we know that map kind of suits that type of style of play that they like to bring.
Well, we'll have to see what's going to happen as we throw things to a very quick break. When we come back, it'll be the Agent Select for our very first match of the day here for Day 2 of NAVCT Playoffs. Stay tuned.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Average. I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, hey, give me respect, hey, hey, I'm on your neck, give me respect, hey, hey, hey.
Title, no time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on a Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out and flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios.
What is that?
Tiki's forming for three.
It's the battle of their lives right now for LG as they face off against the incredibly hot-handed version 1. We've been singing their praises all throughout the group stage, and rightfully so. They come into this point undefeated, 5-0 in their group, in a group that was stacked. Sideshow, when we look at Group B, at the start, we weren't sure who was going to be the top seed. We thought, oh, it's probably going to be Optic or it's going to be Sentinels. I don't think any of us flagged version 1 as that team.
Well, they did go undefeated through that open qualifier system, right? And so I had my eye on them, certainly with Xander being this big pickup from the offseason, but it's one of those pickups kind of like Exec getting Cryo, where you know that they're going to probably be improved, but you never really know how much. You don't know what the ceiling is. And frankly, I'm still not sure we know what the ceiling is for version 1. They've gone undefeated in their group stage against two of the titans of the 2021 season. So I've still got my thought process as to what even is the ceiling here. Can they make the grand finals? Can they make Reykjavik? How much damage can they do in an international format?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I think it's a similar situation to the Guard, where you've seen like something really big happen for them in VCT, but you're not sure what's going to happen going forward.
Well, let's go ahead and jump into Agent Select here, as I think we're having some technical difficulties on our end, but hopefully we'll have those resolved as quickly as possible. Hopefully you guys can hear us too. It's
I'm back.
Definitely proving to be a little bit of an interesting experience. But, you know, when I look at this first map between these two teams, I see version 1 and I see LG. I feel like LG, if they want to win this, they have to win map 1. They cannot lose map 1.
No, definitely not. And this is cool to see. Double Duelist coming out from version 1 instead of Zelsis playing the flex. And again, Zelsis is a guy who kind of sacked being a duelist to make room to be that flex and to be a part of, you know, that support core to help Penny facilitate out. But we have seen some teams like Sentinels, for example, make this double duelist composition work out. And so that's what they're going to bring to the table here. We're also seeing, again, that controller shift with Brimstone coming to the forefront. This is a map where Brim was very popular in the past before the Astra meta arose, and so now he's come back into the fold. And yeah, I'm just curious to see what V1 do with this composition, because it's the first time that we've seen them play this map with Xander at the helm, and they are going the double controller against LG, who just go on the single.
Yeah, this is really interesting, this composition from LG. They haven't gone with a Viper. And I know that Viper's been nerfed recently, and specifically her impact on Bind should be lessened. But every other team is still sticking with that. And instead, they've gone for something that looks extremely defensive-sided, where you've got the Sova, you've still got the Chamber and the Sage there. On the other side, too, we didn't really know what to expect from V1. The last time they were running Xelsis on KO on this map, and it actually looked pretty decent. But I want to double down here, Bok. This is going to be a weird series. It's going to be strange because both teams have changed their comps. One of them's playing a permaban. Then they're going into Ascent, which is LG's perma, too. I don't know what your expectations should be here, other than version 1 are quite clearly the better team overall, and so they're expected to still come out of the other end relatively unscathed. But this has certainly gone into bizarre territory quickly.
Both went flashless as well. I mean, that's also something to point out. Like, especially when you like to be that explosive, fast-paced style like V1 that really helps facilitate you gathering space. They don't have that now, but they do have the double duelist, so you can definitely get it's a really feisty with that combination, which I like because you don't get to see Xelsis play duelist too often anymore, but he's definitely very good at it.
Well, we do have our casters standing by. There's a lot of questions that we're hoping to find answers for as we look at the first map in this series. We've got DDK and Shift ready to jump into things. It's all yours.
Tons of questions, and I don't know about you, Dan, but I'm not going to wander in to try to provide the first answer because, as the desk had mentioned, we've got a really interesting map set, let alone the agent compositions that both teams are bringing into this opening map on Bind.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see the Viperless comp here.
Yeah.
As Sideshow mentioned, you know, there was that nerf, but, you know, we're actually straight into the thick of it with the pistol, so not enough time to talk about that. So we can see that there is possibly a battle here for some short control on B, and the peek and the prods, and at the same time, Showers control for Luminosity. But as far as version 1 are concerned, you know, what is the motivation here? You know, you've given up Showers, they've shown presence on short B, and version 1 are looking to actually push for guarding control. I think this is a really smart maneuver as well, get some information and to hold on to that position in case there's a burst through Hookah at the same time.
Well, Mata is going to take the first steps to trying to clear out Hookah, but Xelsis so far forward. That is a brilliant amount of information, knowing that, okay, if there's going to be a hit, there's only a couple of members over through long, so make sure we keep Xander's focus on Hookah in particular. The Sky Smoke has at least possessed this entryway as Mata holds on to the opening, which looks to be by way of paint shells. The defense, though, for version 1 have not moved yet from the A side. They're starting to get a little bit curious, so Effies will start to rotate over just as LG looks to hit the go call.
Yeah, nice little pause there before going in. The seeds of doubt. And as we have the push coming through here, it's getting a little bit dicey around these smokes. Xelsis able to take down one, but Luminosity looking very good on this site take. That spike's going to go down. And with that, it's only Penny and Whippy here stuck in spawn. They're going to have to push this smoke. It's not going to look good. The dash comes through, and it is labored and uneventful for version 1.
I'll say this much. Apparently, when it starts to get foggy on the site, trust the frenzies. They really did light things up there for the side of LG, kind of persisting not just through Sky Smokes, but also just using a limited amount of utility to kind of open up the back of the site. So it was interesting for a touch, just knowing that V1 wanted to try to challenge the front side of that execute initially, with the late rotate from Effies not quite being able to hold on and bunker up onto the site itself. So a good opening pistol, which, hey, that's to be expected. LG, flawless on pistols when it comes to Bind so far through this group stage. So continuing on to that mantra and looking to follow up with a nice little anti-eco round here as a very similar setup comes through as far as the defense is concerned, outside of the only thing being that Penny is going to try to help Xelsis peek early through B long. Not going to see much, and it's going to lead to a full rotation back defensively to A.
Yeah, it's interesting here too as well. We can see this toxic screen for version 1 that's going to, again, create a lot of doubt as to whether there has been a take in this position, whether they've set anything up, but just going for the challenge and just collecting the orb, farming this orb so far. And the U-Haul setup for version 1 is what they're going to rely on, but they're starting to wonder because there's been so much delay after that initial pressure that they want to get the information to get the bodies in the right places, and it may fall off. Oh, they're actually going to burst straight through the TP here, Holdy. Oh no, it's looking disastrous.
The stim beacon on Tig's feet, allowing him to make that Spectre look like almost LMG rate of fire right there for a moment. A good double coming through. The spike gets planted over at A. And the defensive gamble, quite literally, to make a play through the teleporter has not really paid out. Only the single elimination onto Tig for the initial trade. Penny does at least find an SMG to try to work with, but This will be a position that likely will be covered by a multitude of different now post-plant defenders for Luminosity. First point of contact coming forward should be Moose, unless Penny just wants to hold the corner and play for exits, which it looks like he very well may. There's the check. The run and gun for Mata will clean things up in a really solid anti-eco coming out of LG.
It's so funny because that's such a gamble. That's like, man, I'm gonna make the poker analogy
Do it.
for
Go,
those
go,
poker players
go,
out there. That's like being, I don't know, 2-7 off under the gun and you just shove all in. It's
Yeah,
like
exactly.
you have no information, you have no idea what's going on. You're just gonna try to get lucky there, and that's I mean, it was entertaining, but it does get us quickly into the third round here. The full Spectres are on board for Luminosity, of course. The bonus, we'll see how they decide to try to close the distance here. Got a lot of emphasis on this B setup from version 1 as well, so they're looking prepared to prevent the take here, but Gonzalez stay alive here.
Oh, great paint shell trying to push out Celsius, but holding the ground with a little crossfire setup with Xander is brilliantly done. You thought for a moment that Mata was going to do enough with the boombot coming through initially, getting the initial fire out of Xander, knowing that he's going to be playing close towards the boxes, but the paint shells do not do the job as guided towards Celsius playing in that back corner. So a great hold from V1 early, now putting a ton of pressure on the Luminosity for this 3v5. It would take some massive heroics to even find a plant, let alone the round win.
Yeah, we need to see that Headhunter connecting. Oh, good precision though from Whippy at the backside. Too many players on the defense in version 1 are going to collect themselves a Prime Gaming Flawless. And against the bonus, of course, but yeah, looking quite good for version 1 as we see them up against the full rifle buy. And I'm curious now that we kind of get into what should look like more normal territory in terms of the defaulting, how the game plan is going to unfold from the side of Luminosity.
I think you guys be most curious about this continual LG look towards Hookah, and then defensively, we really haven't seen version 1 go through this toxic screen that they continue to place at A. So, at least to my attention, that's kind of the two main focus points that I'm curious to see how both teams want to kind of feel each other out and adjust towards. And we're getting already kind of an answer, at least for V1, over at least to the A side of things, as they will use Whippy to push in towards this toxic screen, but LG, other minds in play here as they're looking to get aggressive right down the middle, and there's no one here defensively to deal with this. This will separate V1 pretty considerably.
I love this though for the retake setup. You've got just that showers control that turns into a position that version 1 can use for retaking. And U-Hauls was under control. Of course, it's actually now being walled, and it's just a full setup on the spike itself and short. So we'll see if that's going to be a problem. Luminosity looking good on this defense so far. Mata is stuck here by himself. There's no assistance. There's players from 3 different angles. There's nothing that Mata can do about that. And now they're all stuck in short behind all this util. And there's a lot left to go with on this retake. Right now, Luminosity in a lot of trouble. Is trying to hold on to this one. Orbital strike to further delay things, but it's still looking quite sketchy here. 3 versus 3. The time's still ticking. The pressure coming in, and Whippy's found an opening. Found his way around the back, but has to get the first. But there's no bullets, and Penny's nowhere to be seen. Oh wow, Luminosity will hold.
That was so good from LG for so many different reasons initially, because version 1 pushing over towards the A side and showers means that you have to be somewhat cautious if there's going to be a flank, maybe pulling around to the backside of that post plant, but it never truly comes through. Version 1 trying to overwhelm just by the default setup where the poison cloud had been placed from Whippy. They try to push back through main. The biggest problem was Xander didn't just have the orbital strike, he also had the molly itself, try to block off potentially a sneak diffuse coming through. So even though version 1 gave it one heck of a go, really for LG, the win condition was always there. There was never any significant progress being put together on the defuse of the spike itself. And that delay of time, as you called for the orbital strike, was obviously a huge cause for that factor, but also just holding on to good positions backside towards the market with things like a molly coming through, with the pre-fire double setup with the high-low on the boxes. It just became too difficult for version 1 with all of the chaos that came through by sky smokes, poison clouds. There was never really good clearance that could come out just because of that little literal smoke screen that was kind of covering the post plan of LG. Good stuff for them as they go up 3-1.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what version 1 do with some of these defensive setups. I liked the 2-player showers setup there that allows them to play for control early, but also allow them to retake should they lose short control and U-Haul control like they opted to do. But it's up to Luminosity to keep mixing things up here, win that battle of the mines in terms of the calling, the pacing, the emphasis behind the early pressure on the default. And we're going to get, once again, actually, that showers pressure from version 1, but also they're going to get some information towards B long. So being proactive. Oh, I love this. You know, this Brim Smoke here is really problematic in terms of it's very cheap, but it's given a lot of control here for version 1 on Showers.
It also allows the Toxic Screen to be used in a very different way defensively for V1, who will also reinforce the B site by way of the Snake Pit or the Viper's Pit as well. So this actually kind of provides some interesting dynamics as far as what LG want to do to get their first bit of, okay, now we have to be the ones to clear off space. Because really the play through Hookah is by no means safe. I mean, the wall will block off both sides where you're going to be feeling like you're coming into that with a 50-50 guess. And then even if you do get Hookah control, how do you deal with the Viper's Pit lurking in front of Hookah in the first place? So this is going to be difficult, I think, from LG as far as how exactly do you want to break up this defensive setup from V1.
Oh, and I love the back and forth there on Showers. This is programming around that goes to the last seconds here, because you can see Luminosity are really struggling to gain space across the map. You know, you highlighted quite well just the utility usage of version 1 and how that's making life difficult. But yeah, there's 30 seconds left. Version 1 still with 3 players towards the safe site. They've lost that Showers control. The drone is coming through Showers as well from Luminosity, looking to clear the site. Now the intention should be somewhat clear. There comes the Hunter's Fury. Again, not much time here. They really need to make this work. B-Dog creeping forward there. Knows there's one pocket. Penny around the corner. He's going to lose that battle. B-Dog doing excellent amounts of work here, clearing out the site. Very little time still. This is going to be very difficult for B-Dog, all on the lonesome, and there's no one to cover this plant. How does he get this one down? All sides seem covered right now. Going for the fake. Has to clear one side. There's no time. Version 1 outlasts Luminosity in this round.
You used the word that I actually had in the top of my mind as well. It's outlasting, because how LG break apart that site is actually very well done. You sky smoke out what you get information off of the Aldrin, which is a player lurking over towards those mid boxes on the A site itself. Then you throw the Hunter's Fury to try to clear out and put some pressure on towards U-Haul. The one thing that LG never really got good clearance of was the player holding close on towards Cubby, and that I believe was Penny, who was able to turn that into not just one elimination, but also I believe the assist that's tallied. So it just comes down to the simple fact that V1 still had a lot of tools remaining, and you mentioned it was this very cheap utility being used at the beginning of the round to get them free space defensively. So it was a lot to ask for LG to clear. I thought they set themselves up in a good spot to try to break down that setup, but it just came down to the simple fact that V1 had already killed off so much time, and they still had so much counter utility of their own to stop that execute. Brilliant stuff, and now LG put themselves on an eco, which, to be fair, they've been good on eco rounds in this map, but version 1 is one of the best teams in North America when it comes to playing from an eco advantage. So a difficult task to try to find a thrifty here from the offensive side.
Version 1 playing very passive this time around. The drone looking to confirm some information. It's going to spot the tour de force. Xander certainly expectant of a burst here as soon as that smoke goes away. So the reposition comes in, and the Viper's toxic screen goes up as well to cover the retreat. So nice reaction slowly here by version 1 so far. Knowing, I think, at this point, what's going on, they're also pulling across Zelsis to help the defense on B. And it's going to be forced in. Again, it's just frenzies.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see if they can get anything. Oh, it's a beautiful show of marksmanship from Xander there on the cubby position.
It's unfortunate. I mean, it's as soon as LG want to hit the go call, there was already a recon bolt going right on into Hookah. So it's just, they get essentially almost full-on information, does version 1 defensively, that this hit is not only coming, but how many players are on the way. And then Xander playing in this cubby just holds tight, knowing that he's in a clutch-up position with so much utility blanketing his spot. Yeah, that plus of obviously the paint shells softening up this play through Hookah was just pretty much it was almost too unfair. I mean, granted, the weapons themselves were obviously very favorable for version 1, but the setup as well for version 1, just getting the information before the hit comes out, that was a very easy read from version 1 overall defensively.
Oh, a short aggression coming through here from version 1, mixing up things quite a lot. They haven't done this really all that often, but of course Penny on the operator has that dash as well to really make these plays safe. And that's a lot of information too. We've got the default, coming through right now from Luminosity, but this short push from version 1 really is the wild card, because Celsius is making his way forward, and this is at a timing that is going to likely be a big problem here for Luminosity. Moves into the angle. Goodbye to the Sage. And Celsius, oh my god, he's got a freebie as well.
Yeah, and Whippy is going to be on the backside of this. They absolutely know that this is going to be not just one, but likely a second player inside. That was why the paint shells come out. B-Dog will be chipped at, but not much coming through, so it's eventually the combination of the Boombot and the Showstopper. It might feel like an overinvestment, I think, to some, but these are rounds that version 1 would love to really put the punish onto LG. So now it's desperation time. Last 2 players from LG do successfully trade their way into B, so hold on a second. Tig finds himself in a 1v3 where he will get the spike down successfully.
Need to push the smoke. Pretty smart. Needs to win some of these 1v1s. Oh, actually taking position. They may not expect this. I think they feel like it's clear, but never mind. Penny's over the top with the updraft, and it's all okay for version 1. And yeah, great. So this was just a great read as well as to how Luminosity have been setting up their default, because they have been quite dry on that short A position, and because of the jet dash, you can make those plays for free essentially. And now Luminosity might have to reconsider how they approach their defaults in some of the following rounds.
These, I gotta go back to this moment here from Zelsis. The reason that I said that these rounds are so crucially important, LG's success on this map in the past, granted of course it was on a different patch, have largely come by way of winning the full versus full rounds. They're 12-6 on bind when they're in a full buy themselves, playing up against the full buy of their opponents. It's one of the best statistics that they carry on bind overall. So version 1 putting a lot of punish on the economy now of LG turns it into a 4v3. B-Dog with the rendezvous set up in an early peak, also taken down. It's a clean first blood, and version 1 said that's enough for us. Let's just try to make sure we get back and hold this site, because the hit is still coming through, but it's not all that clean from LG. They tried to catch version 1 off guard, and they're just unsuccessfully able to find the kills they need.
So the 4 versus 2 now, and some extra damage would be lovely for Luminosity to find. Keep the economy as honest as they can. Charge up the ultimate orbs and so on. Drone coming through to see whether there was a rotation. And looking for the swings here, and there's another chance there for Moose, but at least we'll be finding 1 extra kill. Dazzle actually with the spike it's gonna get a spike planted by the looks of things. Oh wow, Penny's pulled off of A completely, and they are giving this BA site.
This is fine for LG. And Dazzle actually thinks maybe there's an opportunity for me to catch off 1 more elimination before I go for the plant, just due to the timing of this, but second guess is the choice. He would have been correct, but the discipline from Penny off the operator was never going to be a blind peek in without help. So 1v3 setup, Dazzle working alongside some utility, but the shorty around the corner will get the final shot in. Penny's so dangerous in a multitude of ways, but so far in the last 2, he's really showcased that, hey, the shorty's still pretty good, by the way.
Yeah, and I think, it's a smart choice to go and take the Spectre into U-Haul. You want to play those close ranges, but ultimately wasn't meant to be. 5-3 is the score in favor of version 1 at the moment, and it feels like they've gotten a good beat in terms of how Luminosity are approaching the pace, and also how where the pressure is coming, where the openings are in their attacking default. So looking really impressive from version 1, especially considering the starts looked a little difficult, but stabilizing effectively right now. And looks like Luminosity are going to take a timeout.
The question here for LG, I think Dust had brought this up very, very nicely onto the desk, is that, obviously we've gotten a pretty big agent meta swap when it comes to a number of maps, but especially bind with the recent adjustments to the characters at large. But both teams running flashless comps, and it was also Sideshow that brought up, like, LG's setup defensively with this comp you think is going to be very strong, but what do you do offensively here to get you on what has historically been your better half on the attacking side? And I'm kind of looking at the guy at the bottom of the list. I know it's easy to do because he's just 1-6, but we really haven't seen a lot of clearance out of Dazzle in particular with this Sova yet. A lot of it has just been kind of this battle between the Sky Smokes and Mata kind of trying to run on in. So I'm curious, I think, to see if there's going to be something in the works here for LG to try to get this Sova a little bit more safety, because even in that last round, Dazzle still had an Aldrin and both shock darts available. Now, granted, it's not a round you expect him to win, but we're really not getting the utility information that you come to expect from Dazzle so far in this matchup.
Yeah, and we can talk more also about the arguments for a flashless comp on a map like this. But
sure,
we've got the short B pressure coming in as per the usual here from LG, but there's more behind it. It looks actually like a setup for the speed split, but it looks like a fight as well. It's ready to be taken. Penny on the angle. Oh, great shot, and finds the dash up draft out. Celsius not quite as lucky, but managing to weather the orbital strike there.
It's the single kill makes that play for Hookah not just super expensive, but it makes it completely unsuccessful. LG have no clearance, and now all of a sudden you've got Effies who's just blindly guessing on this Hunter's Fury to connect onto Tig. So it's great news here for V1 when it comes to the efficiency margins. It's the first really solid look for LG aggressively over towards this B site, and they're going to continue with that. Orbital Strike being queued up for version 1 now defensively, as they know that there's going to be players hunted down over towards Garden. That will once again delay and largely just completely kill any hope of LG getting onto this B site.
Yeah, that Orbital Strike just blew the timing up completely. No way past it. Just stuck. Very difficult for Moose. Will get taken down. Nice triple kill there from Effie's, and a lot of cool stuff there. You know, I also like the small detailing, thanks to the observers for catching it, of the swap of the operator between Penny and Zelsis due to reasons of health.
This is such a big pick, dude. I mean, look at the trust from Penny in the first place, saying, yeah, I'm just going to sit here and soak up this boom bot real quick, and then to be able to hit the shot on the knee through the wall. It's just great news all the way through. It's just unbelievable stuff from version 1. This is why they've been so good, Dan. It's just anytime they get a read, okay, this is where the hit's coming from. Their counter utility defensively is among the best in Valorant right now, let alone North America itself. Unreal.
Oh, nice shot. The Guardian, no less, from Moose. Yeah, Penny mixing up the positions, trying to really put that presence on the map with that operator, make you fear all of these peaks, make you have to invest in every peak more than you'd like to. But hey, the Guardian does the trick for Moose, and that's a 5v4 advantage here for the attackers in Luminosity. Will be a great round for them to pick up. But the question is, how do they decide to play this advantage? They have a couple players on pistol, 3 players on pistols. So that's not the most ideal scenario. It looks like they want to group up here and go into the A site, and it's definitely going to be harder for version 1 to play off of each other on this A site. So that is 1+.
Zelsis is still guarding this operator for all intents and purposes. He knows that he's got these guys in a low eco round for LG, so you don't want to give them anything too much. The reveal comes out, Hunter's Fury to flush, and Moose will now not just collect the second elimination, he's also able to find the operator. Effie's quickly trying to get into contest, but there's really not a lot of space to do this in what is a 2v4 situation. Still with 2 members with pistols, mind you, so when it comes to the ability to still rock this, you can go for it. It just comes down to you also have a judge of your own. So it's difficult, I think, in certain margins to get full clearance, knowing that it's largely going to be on the shoulders of Effie's, but here comes the commit nonetheless.
Very difficult situation. The Molly will actually keep some of those short players at bay from peeking, but they need to actually get the kills towards Showers. There's a trade at least, but Effie's versus 3 at least wants to make this one hurt. Takes down 1 more at the very least. Great round from Luminosity.
Great round.
Given what they started the round with, and that could really turn this thing on its head.
It really, I mean, you hit it on the head when it comes down to Penny's trying to make sure Luminosity never feel comfortable. I'm peeking over towards A main a couple of rounds ago. I'm going to take the scope now over towards Showers itself. And it's just on to Moose. You could argue single-handedly wins that round by not just taking down the operator, but it kind of forces Zelsis to have to hold that corner, knowing that Luminosity is on a light eco. You don't want to just give away that operator for free. Even uses the boom bot to really give us the example of that. And Luminosity just do a nice job of following up, using their numbers correctly, and getting on into a site where V1 was kind of still in a 2-2 split largely throughout the entirety of that defensive round. So now we're into a key round number 10. Both teams on full buys. Penny still able to afford the operator, but B-Dog's got one of his own. That's a brilliant first blood from LG again, 5v4 early.
Yeah, and this time they will have rifles to try to convert this one. They actually might change how they would want to approach it. Previously, they stacked up together and just burst through short, looking to try to trade the bodies when they had pistols. But now they have full rifles. They're actually looking to do the same off of that early 5v4. The reaction is the same. And you know what? Version 1, it seems like they have guessed that. They've lent one more player towards this A site, leaving just 1 towards B. Zelsis. Here comes the drone to clear some of these positions. The full utility used to get into the site. And with a good early entry, but Whippy even better with Xander's help as well. And they have cut the push off. The wall going to just create some space, but it's not really panning out whatsoever here for version 1. Oh, sorry, rather, I should say for Luminosity, who are stuck in this position.
Dazzle's quite literally stuck. He's stuck behind this barrier, or Zelsis on the corner, though, does get dealt with 1v1. Xander looking for the wide peak, was able to convert his 3rd elimination. And goodness, how things almost turned around for LG just in that final 1v2 because of the individual ability. But it's again, I just go back to version 1. Think about how this setup comes through. LG, they dissect the front side of this A zone. and the Sky Smokes with the Owl Drone, and you think, okay, no one's playing on top of the spike, let's get in. And version 1 say, not so fast. The Owl Drone gets deleted, and then as soon as they hear the paint shells come over the top, version 1 commit through both instances of that defensive utility, or pardon me, the offensive utility, and they just flat out outslay LG, who were not expecting version 1 to still be on site. That is brilliant from version 1.
And we'll see if this round opens the same way as the previous one did. A lot of pressure towards the B side of the map. As Luminosity look for the opening pick, the drone making its way forward. It's actually, one of the reasons you don't necessarily need flashes, if the drone can clear some of those angles for you. Penny, speaking of which, on that deep angle. Good timing though. The Sky Smoke's coming down a lot quicker since the update. The presence is felt here by version 1 towards this B site.
And there's really, I mean, Zelsis does have the ability to gut check call into a showstopper defensively, but he's trying to play forward. Looking for another little sneaky bit of timing for 3-1's defense. That's a huge tool off the table. And with Mata being able to earn a showstopper of their own, they throw that throw and what in the heavens is that? B-Dog through the Sky Smoke takes down Penny, who I won't call it a lost duel, but it's another moment where the operator coming out of V1 finds nothing.
Yeah, version 1 now in a lot of trouble. Not very much to defend here with Xander. He's just going to have to win the raw gun battles. He's been spotted. Nice shot isolating B-Dog. And he's got the orbital strike now. And looking for the perfect moment to maybe delay things. Oh, that could punish the rest of the orbital strike. Is going to come through. And that's the timing to swing out of spawn. It's not quite working out though. Oh my goodness. Xander making it look nice through the wall. But unfortunately, that's all that there is for this round and this half. 7-1 at the end. We'll see if LG have anything in the second half right after this break.
A 7-5 half. Luminosity able to keep it tight after version 1. Put together a handful of rounds in a row. It's Shift and Dan with you. And, well, we had a lot of mystery coming into this setup, not just off the maps, but also the compositions both teams are choosing to play here, Dan. And we're starting to at least feel out some sort of reasoning on why both teams are preferring what they prefer.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see exactly what Luminosity have on this defense now. Version 1, pretty savage. Definitely a scary team, but I mean, we're going to go straight into it here. Short push comes through from Luminosity. They want that information quite quickly. And this toxic screen is all a lie. It's just some pressure to suggest that they may be pushing you. Or this is very common, but it's been completely circumvented. They're walking up. Xander's going to spot it. And this should surely trigger a fast response for version 1, who now realize that a huge amount of information has been conceded.
The only player who's not a part of this defensively is B-Dog, and I was about to say, if you can find one good kill, that may foil all of the plans here for V1, and boy has it. Even rendezvousing away to make yourself the most difficult kill on the map has succeeded for LG, but the late lurk out of Whippy, who was, again, like you mentioned, is using the toxic screen to show force, actually will amount to the full play as version 1 just walk on into the A site.
Yeah, B-Dog actually did too good of a job in slowing that down and actually convinced them to go back to A. So yeah, it's kind of backfired in a sense, but we'll see what Luminosity have here. They are coordinating themselves together through onto this retake. Through Heaven and Spawn. Version 1 looking to slow this down as much as they can. They're doing a great job with that utility, but that will be drained now, and the Brim Stim comes through to speed up the push. And actually the wall goes in as well. This is going to be hard here to prevent this from getting defused. The Sticks coming in, it's completely covered. There's nothing to stop this, and Luminosity pick up the pistol.
Oh boy, Moose's presence as a defending Sage has just immediately become a concern for version 1, because it looked like initially off of the post plant setup, if you're V1, you're feeling pretty confident. I mean, it's never a bad problem to have when you think, oh, someone did too good of a job defensively here. But as version 1 get over to A, you have to be feeling like, oh, we've got everything we want. We've got some shower control to stop this post plant. We've got U-Haul. But no, it's one barrier orb with the help of Tig and Dazzle that lock things down. Great showcase for Luminosity on why this Sage could be so impactful.
Yeah, I definitely like I love the chamber as well. Is that the showers control will be taken for Luminosity. They're going to collect the orb there, I believe. That went to Matter to really charge that showstopper up. And at the same time, version 1 working on that long control.
The same lurk from Whippy, but this time trying to make a play over through mid with this wall up. Meanwhile, the rest of V1 still be able to get a little bit of movement over towards Garden, but that's a very punishing elimination. Version 1 now essentially don't have the ability to rewrap all the way back over towards A. You don't know if anyone's pushed through, so they're kind of forced into a difficult spot here where you have to try to play for B control.
Yeah, it's surely, I think, starting to feel like for Luminosity that version 1 are looking to make their way into this B site, but they don't really have the ability to push past these smokes. These 20-second Brim smokes are very annoying, and yeah, great if Penny can get onto an engagement here, but Luminosity, they would have to give that, and they know better than that, and they are holding that hookah control. That's a key part of the defense as version 1 starts to walk in.
30 seconds
It's
left.
creeping on in, and this could be beneficial for Tig, who I never thought actually got fully looked at by Penny. There was a moment in there where I think all of us were looking at the blue outline, and it was like, oh, Tig just showed himself. But I believe version 1 had already moved their eyes over towards the left because no one held that angle, and then Tig just kind of pokes his head through the container, gets the free double, and it's just a solid hold from LG. You deny the lurk, you put some good pressure on the entry points towards B, and it never really feels like version 1 ever has much ground to work with.
And so with that, we're all tied up 7-7.
Wouldn't you know it?
And it's like we'll get a heavy focus around B short as well as B long for version 1. They know they're playing against the bonus, but that is fantastic. What a start. 5 versus 4 on the bonus. Luminosity certainly feeling good, and Dazzle in response looking to see if he can get more information. There's some jiggling there, so they surely will start to react here. And there's that utility forced out.
Oh, great play coming out. Rendezvous trying to be channeled. B-Dog taking so much damage, but still gets out of dodge while the rest of the SMGs flat on forward defensively. Whippy, last one left. In a pretty solid spot to at least find a couple of trades, but the ammunition count was just a bit too low. And what a bonus that is from LG. And it's B-Dog again, who is able to find another opening pick, keeping LG's numbers good. And defensively, once you've got numbers, if it's going to feel very difficult to break apart how defensively minded this LG comp is going to be. Version 1 never really had a chance to get back into it after that first pick came through.
Yeah, one cool feature now for Luminosity is that Tig actually has the orbital strike, so that's really awesome for retakes to even deny plants. You know, it's an extremely powerful ultimate in general, and so that's a pretty big advantage. But we'll have the Sheriffs out now for version 1 as they're on a save. So I think Luminosity would certainly want to save the orbital strike if they can, and we'll get version 1 starting to gather themselves towards short A for the push behind that toxic screen.
This is a great start from LG's point of view, not just because obviously you win the pistol and your bonus, but this is a team that loves to play from an economical advantage, and B-Dog once again so annoying with his rendezvous. Gets a full read, by the way, on version 1 setup. That calls through the orbital strike. Doesn't really find too much, though. So version 1 with these Sky Smokes may have an opportunity to try to plant, but what a shock dart that is, right over to the top. Doesn't just chunk down the planter, it also finds significant damage on the Zelsis, and version 1 have to back through, and as they do, Moose is here trying to wait for it, but a big pickup from Effie's actually allows version 1 on.
Yeah, but actually the trademark slowing things down just a little bit can make a difference. Spike's going to go down. Nice ping. That's going to give a decent chunk of information. At the same time, we do have Tig making his way on a pretty deep flank, but it's all about the timings on that flank. We'll see what Tig's able to find, because he might be able to get around the back of Penny, which would be a critical pickup. And at the same time, Zelsis is not with the push. Was looking for one of those flankers, so it indeed is going to be a free one for Tig, and that's going to be at the same time Luminosity pushing the site, and everything's collapsing here for version 1. Great shot from Effie's as he spins around. Just Zelsis now from Hookah. With all to do, it's a good plant for Zelsis. Oh, the trade just in the nick of time from Tig.
But if Zelsis backs up long enough, the paint shells very well could have won the round, and probably do win the round. Getting that second elimination recharges it back up. Tig was just too quick on the trade, right through the back box. But boy, did version 1 ever give themselves a look to try to make an eco round come through. And now LG up 2 with a couple of ults close to being charged. It makes you kind of wonder if LG are going to maybe try to set up a little bit more aggressively this time through, because so far, a lot of this has just been getting waiting for V1 to make the first move. It's been a lot of what this defense has been from LG so far. And now that you've got B-Dog on an operator, you kind of wonder, do you try to take an aggressive angle, look for something for free with a rendezvous peak? And that seems to be the case towards B-Long.
Yeah, so version 1 looking for the exec onto the A site, charging up short. They have the Hunter's Fury as well. The Shower's control is there for Luminosity. Will can Tig survive, having to back out of that U-Haul position. The Hunter's Fury not connecting with any of the defenders. The Spike will go down, but they don't have any post-plant positions except U-Haul. And with the slow warp there, actually, they are not able to get the Spike planted. They're going to actually go through the TP. They've left a couple players. They're going back to A with that Spike. Luminosity, will they read this? They're starting to rotate, to edge towards the spawn. They're not sure. Penny's still in position. The trade comes through. And it seems like Luminosity are reading this.
Oh, absolutely they are. That first point of contact is everything. You're going to tell me Penny's still on the site? That means the 100% that V1's still coming this direction. Snakebite down for a Whippy with the Poison Cloud behind it as the Spike gets planted. The only defensive member not here is B-Dog. So for version 1, you've got numbers for now, and Xander takes great use of that. 3 kills lining up outside of the truck, and that just very well will be the round. B-Dog, no chance you try to chest this with an operator.
I have to say, though, I do really love the utility, the power of the utility of Chamber on a map like this. I think is so potent, especially the trademarks. Of course, like making it kind of pretty guaranteed that they understood, okay, well, they've hit the TP, but they haven't gone through Hookah. And unfortunately, it doesn't really work out for them. And version 1, you know, it's pretty scary. They got so much value off of just charging down shorts after defaulting early on. And now hold that thought for a moment, because B-Dog, okay, they're going to give up the ghost on that one. I thought they were going to try to commit more to get rid of the operator, but B-Dog also has the tour de force, so either way.
Yeah.
It's been a good read so far, I feel like, from version 1 as to where some of the holes are. The short A position seems to be a problem. When that was the case on the other side of things, Luminosity actually started playing a little bit heavier there and actually started pushing that at the early timings.
The interesting thing, though, as we continue to move forward here, is this to see how version 1 are going to generally adjust I would say their first 30 seconds in each round. Because LG, as rooted and statuesque as this defense can be, if you can force out things like a barrier orb early, or even kind of take down some of the Sky Smokes, or maybe force Mata to have to use some of his utility on the defensive raise, it kind of gives you a natural advantage as far as how you want to execute, which is something that version 1 has always been notoriously great at. The thing about it is, we just haven't ever seen version 1 in this group stage play bind, so we're kind of seeing how they adjust in real time. And this time, seeing the barrier orb down, they actually also forced the Owl Drone out just by way of breaking through one of those pieces of the barrier orb.
And we actually had the push down short A, like I was mentioning, which now you can see the lean here from LG. They've got 3 players on the B side. They're ready to do this. And is there going to be a call? And it would be desperate. Going through the TP, there's nothing set up towards A here. So version 1, if they go through the TP, which they may decide to do, it's going to be a super big gamble. They're not going to do it. They're going straight into the B side. Will it work out, though? The clearance from that showstopper is going to be halted by Dazzle. And now suddenly... It will be a spike plant, but it's looking a little bit scary here for version 1.
Yeah, they had to commit. Everything was used for this execution, so now you're a little bit thin utility-wise on what you're going to do to hold this. Advantage to LG on this retake. Just comes down to, can they use this position with the triple stack through elbow with this long pinch from B-Dog to actually make anything happen on version 1's post-plant defense?
Oh, B-Dog. Great timing on that flank, and there's just not enough bodies to throw this one for version 1. Penny doing all that he can. And it will be another round for Luminosity. Excellent stuff again. You know, I was mentioning this on the first half. You know, the read of the pacing and where the pressure is at what points within an attacking default. If you can read that as the defenders, you can know where you can kind of gamble. Like if I push this key area, let's say short A, knowing that this is a timing when I would see them starting to rotate into this position, or not, or you know that they don't pressure it heavily early on, and so that there is some space for you to get there. That information can tip the round completely, and we saw that just now because as that short push came in, as they read the movement of version 1, they get a full stack on the B side essentially. So it kind of, we saw how difficult that was for V1 at that point.
There was no exit. There was no exit strategy for version 1. As you had mentioned also in that exchange, with Whippy not really playing a lurking role deep in towards A at all, it was just to kind of guard against the potential teleport through the middle of the map, which even that ultimately wasn't successful. There was no second door for version 1 to take. And the biggest part of that whole defense is simply Dazzle getting the kill onto Zelsis while the showstopper's in hand. If Zelsis is able to clear out elbow, that post plan for version 1 is totally different. In fact, it's super advantageous because, yeah, you've got, you know, one player in Whippy holding through hookah, but you could position yourself in elbow or garden the entire way through, no problem. But Dazzle staying alive, shutting down the showstopper, gives you the ability to use that Sova utility late to retake. And then, as we saw, the B-Dog long flank also finding the kill on the Whippy. It's never bad. So LG, a huge advantage now, 10-8 up, and a difficult economical decision here for version 1.
We might get some short pressure coming through, or I'm curious actually for Luminosity how they're going to decide to open this one. They're going for showers, actually. B-Dog there. Oh, that looks pretty good, but Penny somehow unscathed, but they don't manage to take control of showers. They will be forced away from that. In fact, they're going really fast all together through caverns. This might not be red here. This pacing from Luminosity, rather from version 1 by Luminosity, who now have lost Moose. That's a big problem.
It's a massive problem. You cannot expect that Dazzle is going to be able to do much than play a 1-for-1 spot here at B, but he's trying to take an aggressive angle, and that's going to be the barrel of one, but oh boy. Okay, well, the Aldron's going to see this. Dazzle, good luck! Oh! Apparently luck he has! Finds the double! Mata quickly coming back over, is able to assist, and Dazzle turns his life into 3! How in the world has he done that?
That is insane. Oh my goodness, that was not how that was supposed to go at all. What a heroic move from him. Whippy is in a horrendous position here. Nothing you can do about that. And just, oh, excellent stuff. Again, we had such a big advantage for V1. So when they got spotted around showers, that initial play, they immediately, all of them ran towards B. And that may not look significant, but that was a timing that LG were not reading. They only had Dazzle here in time to defend that, and if not for that double kill and the orbital strike being burned,
yeah,
you know, they are at a timing disadvantage. So really awesome to see that LG managed to turn that one around.
And that's an impressive moment, not just from Dazzle, but think about how much help came through. The orbital strike actually provides a certain wall in between Dazzle and any other follow-up. And then you also had Mata quickly off the backside with a showstopper. So the help from LG, unbelievable, but it all just gets completely overshadowed by Dazzle getting 3 eliminations. Now quickly come version 1, Mata stuck in a corner. That'll be good for at least first blood. A read on the Tig as he gets isolated. Penny wants it, and Penny's going to be able to find timing here as Tig pulls the molly out. So V1 answering back with an aggressive round of their own. Unfortunately, they do lose Penny to a team nade, but the spike should be planted here.
Yeah, Viper's Pit burned as well, so really looking to convert this one. Version 1, only 1 round in this half so far, not finding much success. The spray so close. Zelsis down, critically low. 4 versus 3 for version 1 on this post plant. And they've got good information on the flanks as well. They had Xander covering that so that they feel, I think, fairly confident in the information. There's a drone here to play against this Viper's pit. Certainly going to be used surely towards this pit. In fact, Dazzle's pushing short, but he's going to find...
Unreal.
Oh my goodness. What is going on here? B-Dog now trying to do what he can on the other end of it, but it's just Luminosity. It looks so strong with all they had to work with, but somehow, Holdy, it's just not panned out.
No, it has not. It works out for V1 in the weirdest of ways. I mean, it looked like it was all about just Xander's going to be safe back here, because I thought the same thing you did. Dazzle, surely you use this Aldrone to try to clear out this position of the Viper's pit inside of U-Haul, but no, LG just kind of run into it, find the kills they need from the front, and they take down Xander in the back. But the trade game just a little bit too significant for version 1 on the initial engagement in the first place to get into the numbers. Mark my words, if V1 come away with this map, that round right there could very well mean the difference maker. Not only does it keep you off of 12 for LG, but it also puts you in a great spot financially to get right back into this game.
The chamber set up here on A. Do love what B-Dog's been doing here. So dealing with the drone straight away, of course, gets tagged, forced to rendezvous out of there. Hello! In comes Celsius flying through the air, and that is an entry into this A site, holding onto U-Haul for dear life. Luminosity Incendiary will slow things down a little bit, and that will buy time for the rotation, but Spike is planted. LG, they're hard on the retake here of U-Haul. There's a swing as well from version 1. They're not giving it here. B-Dog forced the TP out. Moose hasn't had enough, though, and still goes in, but it's going to come out aces for version 1 so far.
That is so good from version 1. We'll break it down here in a moment as B-Dog considers and then reconsiders if he wanted to go for that. But for version 1, I mean, the molly at the feet for Tig is just to keep his own life and obviously make sure that you don't completely lose U-Haul immediately. But as you had called it, version 1 do not want to go quietly into the night. They say, this is an important position for us. We'll spend the numbers to get there. I mean, you saw it come through with the shock dart immediately afterwards, keeping the pressure on to Tig. And then reading that they get B-Dog completely out of that position, you know there's only one other defender that could possibly challenge you there. So throw all 3 members offensively into that U-Haul. Keep that position in your favor, and that in itself just essentially guarantees the round, especially knowing that there's really no way B-Dog can use this operator to do much else. So great stuff from version 1. And now LG really do need to think about what's going to happen here in round 22 because their economy has started to get hit pretty hard in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I love that sequence where we see both teams swinging for that position. It's thinking about post-plant positioning is always crucial when you're thinking about your chances to hold on and to delay the retakers or vice versa to make sure that you can effectively make more use of your utility, because if they're all stuck on the short position and one smoke can actually block off a bunch of line of sight from the players defending the spike plants. So
absolutely,
you got to hold on to those forward positions if you can, and we're in a really close game here. Luminosity are doing a fantastic job so far in this half, but a late resurgence from version 1 is quite apparent. I love that we're seeing Xander at the top of the scoreboard with Brim.
Oh, you heard the devs talk about it. They even reading out the shout-outs from Hayes talking about Xander has been one of the biggest pickups in the 2022 year for North American Valorant. He has been unbelievable. And now flexing over to a Brim, he's still finding the value that you came to know on other agents. 13 assists, Dan? Come on. I mean, he's getting so much value out of not just the sky smokes, but the placement of the stim beacons have been good. We haven't really talked a lot about that. And of course, you expect the incendiaries to do what they do best. So great stuff from Xander. And we get into a very crucial round here because LG are really kind of stacking their coins on double sniper setups here. Obviously, you see the 2 are in hand, but Moose also carries the operator. So this is a double scope setup defensively for LG.
I was looking to go for the burst here, but they may not expect to see a chamber really close. It's going to be, here comes Marta from the back, just a frenzy, but how much can he get done? Takes out Viper, more damage, and can just delay. The paint shells are all stacked up in this corner. They're going to push him, and he'll get taken down here, but there's a lot of chaos. Version 1 in the chaos. We'll be able to make it a 3v3, trying to change the plan on the fly. Penny beyond the angle, and it looks like that spike will be planted towards that B side. They can't stop it.
But they do collect weapons, Dan. That's the biggest thing here for LG. It's not perfect, but it's good enough to stay competitive in a round where you didn't have much outside of the double scopes in the first place. So now it's 3 rifles. And the big first question is, can you take down Xander and do it cleanly? Oh no, they might not be able to take Xander down at all. Spamming through, has to go to the classic, and he's able to turn that 1 kill into also more damage. Moose gonna self-heal, leaving it to Zelsis at a 1v2.
Very scary stuff. Celsius, no utility remaining. Oh, the wall goes up here. How does Celsius want to play this? Oh no, he's gonna have to take some serious risks here. He's creeping up. He's hoping that they're not going to stick this, and it's just been stuck all the way. Celsius, wasn't a lot that he was able to do there. Didn't want to give his position up, and there we go. Match point for Luminosity, 12-10 for them.
And this is, you want to talk about just what we've learned versus what we're going to get here. LG, as mentioned, one of the best teams in North America on Bind, playing at an economical advantage, and they carry that coming into round 23. It wasn't a perfect setup in the last round, but as mentioned, they did more than enough. So you've got a orbital strike to use with weapon superiority. A lot to ask on version 1 here off of just an orbital strike of their own. Dazzle can even push forward to get himself that much closer to a defensive Hunter's Fury. This could be key.
And it goes straight in here. Very fast pace into the B site. No messing around. We'll be droning the close angles there to begin with. And orbital strike coming through there straight to elbow.
Dazzle!
Oh my goodness. Dazzle's been caught inside the drone. What a punish. What a punish. That is monumental as they try to make their way forward, but they're actually stuck. This is a very difficult take. Holding it down. Brimstone. Massive value on Brimstone.
Xander around the back has to take down 2 here. There's no way that Effie does too much from his position. What a response from Mata! Just as the sky smoke dissipates, Effie's for a 1v4. Double stack in the corner. Not going to get the best of Mata. And LG, 13-10, Dan. We weren't sure what to expect with the flawless version 1 coming out, but as the desk mentioned, we have not seen version 1 play Bind, and in the new agent meta, LG looked pretty damn good.
I love it, yeah, and I also love, you know, going away from Viper as well. I think that's a smart thing, you know, especially with, I think Viper doesn't have as much value when they made the changes to the gas, especially because there's a lot of value on the attacking side in terms of denying vision and so on. So I like that Luminosity, you know, trying to move with the times here, move with the meta, and finding a lot of success. I felt like, you know, for me, you know, B-Dog was also particularly impressive on a chamber that able to do a lot on this. I mean, honestly, you know, that's not our job. I'm trying to do the analyst desk job here, Holly. I think it's time to throw it to break and let them do it instead of me. So if you want to hear some smart people talk about the match, we'll throw it right to them right after this break.
Then I go train, gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no
Work it out. Put 'em up. 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 What is that?
Tiki's farming for 3.
LG looked strong in map 1, but version 1 still had a lot of fight left in them. They almost forced things to overtime before LG's able to find the win over the very hot-handed V1. Welcome back to NAVCT. As we look at that first map, this was what we said the key to victory was. Dust, LG had to win map 1.
Yeah, they did, and version 1 didn't make it easy for them, though, to kick off with. We didn't know what to expect at all from version 1 because they had not played Bond yet since Sander came to the team as the new shot caller, but they impressed me in the first half with their aggressive defense. There was back-to-back rounds where they pushed multiple different angles and disrupted LG and kind of made it tough on them at the beginning of the first half, but we certainly did see a little bit of a pivot after that with momentum.
Yeah, and I think it was important that version 1 put that pressure on because as soon as LG got into post-plant situations, that's where their composition thrived. And it's a weird thing to say because normally you're relying somewhat on that Viper to give you post-plant capabilities, but if you take a look at some of these options, version 1 are coming into the retake here and there's a Brim ult that they have to deal with, Moose is throwing down slow orbs to try and stop people from getting in, there's shock darts being sent over like some kind of English artillery in the 100-Year War, and then there's a Brim molly on the floor. How do you deal with this? The fast retakes just weren't working for version 1. Here's another example again where the retake comes through. You've got shock darts, Brim molly. They're so far away. They're back short. It feels like we've rewound the clock months and months, and teams usually have some decent ways of dealing with this. I mean, here's LG as well, just countering the post-plant setups that version 1 tried by just plopping down a Sage wall too. It really did feel like LG had come into this map with a decent idea, a thought process of how they wanted to use their composition, and whenever they got into post-plant scenarios, they looked really good at it.
Yeah, they did, and you saw the Sage Barrier actually take place up here as well in one of the final rounds, but also B-Dog was big. We talked about how good version 1 were aggressively on their defense. B-Dog, I think, had like 4 back-to-back opening kills to start the half. Like, he was an absolute nuisance with this headhunter and only got stronger as the sniper got in his hands. And this is something that we were talking about pre-game. You know, B-Dog isn't just some type of Jet 1 trick to get impact. He can play a plethora of different agents, Chamber being one of them, and he utilized Chamber to a very good effect. And I mean, when you counter that to someone like Penny, who we praised how strong he's been throughout this stage, he was awfully quiet in this opening map.
And I think part of that is because version 1 have been permabanning Bind. And that might sound like the simplest analysis you could possibly give, but so much of Penny's success, I feel, is how good version 1 are at setting him up for advantageous duels. He's been great at delivering results, don't get me wrong there. But I think the largest difference right now with Jet performance in North America is how good their team is at being able to create these explosive executes where there's a recon dart and a flash and whatever to set up their Jet player. And it just didn't look like it was there to the same degree on Bind. Version 1, you can expect that because they don't play Bind. They're going into Ascent. They're going into, what is the final map here? The
Fracture.
Fracture, yeah, which they're also incredible at. I forgot what the map pool was there for a moment. But the next 2 maps are where they need to win. That's why we said it was a weird series, because both teams are going to be playing on their permaban right now. And honestly, I think version 1 did a fairly decent job of making this a close game, making this a game that they had chances to win, despite the fact they haven't played on it once in 2022.
It is really interesting, and we'll take a look at the map picks and bans again just so you can be reminded, and as we know you did forget there. It's okay. You got a lot of knowledge in that brain sometimes. It just a little bit leaks out. I think the most interesting thing of the map pick ban is the fact that they come out and we see the split and Haven bans. That's what allows us to get to that bind pick first, and then we end up on Ascent. Again, you mentioned it. They're basically playing each other's permabans. How that happens doesn't really make too much sense, but when you actually look at the group stages, V1 hasn't played a lot of Split. They actually stopped playing Split after the qualifier stage, where they struggled. 2 overtime games against teams that don't necessarily have that same pedigree as the teams that you're seeing face off in VCT during the group stage and now here in the playoffs. So, Dust, as we look at this, it's understandable why they would want to steer clear of Split, but it makes it even more confusing because they didn't play bind at all, so that's even weirder.
Yeah, maybe it's just kind of like more the devil you know or something like that. I don't really know. But now we come into Ascent, right? And this is where I think things are going to get a little bit tougher on Luminosity. We know Luminosity don't really play much Ascent. Meanwhile, Version 1 coming to Ascent with a 10-2 record since they have seen this Xander IGL era begin, and one of their losses was still really close to Cloud9 as well. So super dominant, near 60% win rate on the attack, near 70% on defense. I think one of the big things that makes Version 1 so strong on Ascent is while a lot of teams on the attacking side kind of just don't really put a lot of emphasis on mid control, V1 test it relentlessly. They are so good at dictating the pace at market. They're so good with that KO Jet combination with Zelsis and Penny to just get aggressive. And I think what's so great about Version 1 is because they're so aggressive, they condition opponents to have to rotate hard until they can hit you fast early, but then they can throw feints kind of more in the middle of the half and just immediately pivot to the other side of the map while you're caught scrambling your rotations. And so they are just so potent on Ascent.
Yeah, what I'm looking forward to here, though, is what the compositions look like. We actually haven't seen Version 1 play in the new meta where they, might be implementing an Omen or something like that. And the last time we saw LG, well, they were coming out with the Knights composition, with the Jet and the Sage. So Version 1 have already showcased they can destroy that comp. That would be a very weird option. And in fact, they are pivoting away from it. They've got Mada here on the KO, which I think makes way more sense. And Xander is going to stick with that Astra. He's been great on the Astra, but certainly not the meta direction that I thought he would go into. We've seen him play the Omen. We've seen him play the Brim. I thought he might tend towards the Omen here.
Yeah, I think that there's certain people who are still keeping up with Astra on certain maps. Like we've seen Def kind of do the same thing, same with Valen, where there's just certain maps where you still want to implement Astra despite the nerf. And I think this is one of those maps where, based on how Version 1 likes to play the attacking side in particular, the way that Xander sets up the utility is how they're able to just cause such a ruckus all across the map all at once. Like, it really sets up how they can attack into areas quickly. It sets up how they take their mid control. And so I think that it can still have some value here to help fuel that KO Jet combination of Zelsis and Penny to just create those openings and take map control. So I think it's fine in this particular situation.
Yeah. I mean, I actually did forget there that he did play against Sentinels and they destroyed them. So I guess, yeah, it all works. All works, evidence-based. Go for it.
Well, map 1 did go the way of LG, but it's looking likely that Version 1 could clap back here, as Ascent is definitely one that plays to their strengths. However, LG is rolling into this one with a little bit of momentum. We'll see if that's going to help them or not. We've got our casters standing by. Shift, DDK, what do you think?
I think confidence has got to be absolutely 100% high here for Luminosity. I mean, it's a tight affair on your map pick for Bind. We didn't really know what to expect for Version 1, and now the shoe's kind of on the opposite foot here, Dan, because we haven't seen LG really play any Ascent at all throughout the group stage. And as mentioned, the difference here is just what do you get out of the Astra versus what do you get out of the Omen, really?
Yeah, I'm super curious to be informed by the teams and players on the server as we now are kicking this one off. The Luminosity on that defensive side, and for Version 1, looking to send it towards that B site. Harder though, the 0 point in reaction is going to spot basically everybody. They're going to move into the site. They are suppressed, but they've gained all this space. They've already popped the nebulas, so they're looking to be on this plant very quickly indeed.
Yeah, you feel bad right there, I think, just for Mata, who was just like, I gotta get out of here, but it revealed and then eventually dealt with. But oh my goodness, Hail Mary, full of grace from Dazzle over the top, able to take down Whippy, opens the door a touch. Big 1v1 on the outside of B main, but B-Dog runs out of ammunition first. Moose looking to chase down Zelsis for the trade, but he's done well to cover himself by way of a corner, putting extra pressure on this 3v4 retake from LG.
Yeah, we get the dark cover right to the back of the side there. That's the one way from Penny, making life difficult. In goes Dazzle, though. Great stuff from Tig. Tick's been playing so well so far in this series. Here comes the timing though from Effie's. Can he find it? The stick's coming through now from Tig. The stick's coming through. Effie's, oh, finds the knees. But that's not going to really do it for version 1. Luminosity, they pick up the pistol, and I'm pretty hyped, man, that, you know, Luminosity are really showing some great stuff here so far.
That's going to be one of those situations for Luminosity that you're just sitting there kind of smirking and giggling a little bit. It's like, he's not actually shooting at beyond the defuse. And this retake, largely speaking, the paranoia is only a small part of the instance of them getting forward. Tig doesn't actually find anybody nearsighted. It's just the fact that he clears off a couple of the key corner positions to allow a chance for the odd man situation to know where to look. And that's the biggest thing when you look at the Omen versus the Astra at large, is the paranoia doesn't necessarily have to connect. It services as a way to clear out key space. So a big pistol coming through. By the way, just going to casually mention it, LG have been perfect so far in every pistol. They're 3 for 3.
Right now for Luminosity, you know, on that Spectre buy, they've cleared out B main, so they pretty much have a good sense as to what's happening on the map at the moment. They'll re-smoke the A main position, and you know, Luminosity don't have to do anything special here. As soon as B-Dog spots this, obviously has the option to dash away. They can slow things down. They don't get a frag grenade in there. Nice shot. It's going to be very difficult for version 1 to run this gauntlet. Marder has that frag grenade. Here it comes. 0 point first, actually. Still saving that frag grenade.
I like that too, because the slow orb is on the way forward here. Or the fragment is on the way forward to kind of allow B-Dog to repeat. And now even the nano swarm here. Goodness, this LG defense is layering and layering and layering. Everything coming forward at the end. A Prime Gaming flawless at that for LG. I'm telling you, Dan, if LG win this series, it's because they're so darn good in the pistol and the immediate follow through. That has been essentially what now 6 guaranteed rounds that they've been able to pull so far versus version 1 in these opening rounds after halves or at the start of maps. It's good news for them.
Yeah, certainly. And the Prime Gaming flawless is certainly the reward for how disciplined and how clean they are playing in those scenarios. We can talk more about that in a moment as we go into the A main battle. Likely we'll get a one-way here, and we've got Penny, of course, who's going to try to make his way on top of that. It's going to deny him. It's a good shot from Xander, taking some trouble.
Mata now moving forward as the Shrouded Step gets Tig out of dodge, and Mata nearly turns that into an opportunity to collect 2. But Tig is only suppressed. His location is only marginally known. It does allow V1 with numbers to get on. The door will close in the face of Tig, and you'll do some significant damage to at least keep this as a point of ingress on the retake. But a lot of this you have to feel like you're looking at Dazzle first and foremost. Can he find information as LG look to try to retake?
Is their bonus. Looking to definitely at least get a couple kills on the board if they possibly can. You want to be losing these guns, so try to play for exits is certainly one way you can do it. And looking for that gelato control here to be able to do that. And for version 1, they're thinking, okay, well, what's safe? How do we get out of this situation without losing any bodies? They're going to make their way together now through gelato. So how many kills can Luminosity find? Well, one's down. Dazzle with the swing, also down, and looks pretty good here for version 1. They've only lost this extra player after all said and done. So that works out.
Makes you wonder if Tig has more health if they really do commit to try to retake there, but only on 8 HP. Not much you could really ask Tig to do besides, I guess, play for a kill. So now another important round coming through early, and this is where, again, like we had seen from map number 1, we're going to get a really good feel to see what LG really wants to do defensively here. Looks like another aggressive play, even pinging out the top corner for LG with these full rifles to once again just dominate control outside of A immediately. See if they can find success on how they want to hit this.
Again, the emphasis around this aim control. Really like to see that. Oh, the exchange. Oh, no, suppression, no dash. And that's a great punish. They may just roll on through with this.
Well, here comes the null command. Still contested. Mata finding a lot of damage as spamming through. The initial Omen smokes is looking pretty solid, but version 1 still worked their way forward. The null command crucial to make sure that LG was never able to get any extra utility to deny. Now Whippy's got a beat onto where Tig is positioned thanks to the rifle barrel poking through. Now to be version 1 just flooding on forward, even though there was some significant hold from LG. It's just not significant enough.
Yeah, Moose is in a horrible predicament here. Oh dear. there's definitely a point to be made as to what version 1 is doing right now. As the kill comes in onto Moose, we'll go 2-2 as version 1 are looking quite solid. So we'll get the half bite from Luminosity in this next round, I would expect. However, again, it's worth noting that version 1 so far, what are they showing to Luminosity? That they're showing massive amounts of presence towards A main, big A main takes. So either you decide as Luminosity to invest more and make a play for that, or you have to give it up. So there's an interesting dynamic there because you know that the attacking side is using a lot of players to do that. So do you try to push B main or make a play in mid? Or, again, do you double up on that or play more passively? These are the options. I'm very curious in the next buy round what Luminosity decide to do. But for this round, they're making a play here around Catwalk, or at least trying to. They spot anything, though. So, B1, they're expecting shenanigans here.
They absolutely are. And a lot of it you have to feel like could just be the consideration of version 1, knowing that in the past, LG on these, either their opening pistol or on their anti-eco, look to stay aggressive on the front doorstep of B. So you've got the sentry turret who's there initially to see if there's going to be a push through, kind of using that as a bit of a bait, but version 1 are not going to get anything off of this. And you want to talk about that continual play of how much of a decision does LG want to put on the aggressiveness towards A. They actually re-peek late into the round to see if there's anybody there, and they missed timing as version 1 was not in possession of A long, but now we'll start to center their focus on it.
And it's been a great situation here for version 1. They heard the pop flash info grab on A main, and then they move in after knowing that Luminosity didn't spot anything. And so that, I mean, it means that they just get the site for free. So they've outpositioned version 1, or rather Luminosity here on this defense. Spike should go down 30 seconds, and they have full site control.
This is a difficult ask for LG to retake here. You have to get super amounts of value from TIG. You have to feel like just on this recovery, Moose playing over towards the doorway and tree very well could be the first one forward here. Sentry turret will at least allow some information. B-Dog on the way in. Here comes the take. Again, with not a lot of weapons to play with, but LG able to still find one. Mata collects the second on the way through, but version 1's post plant is just littering this zone. And there's really nothing to do except for maybe an opportunity for B-Dog to come around the back, but a snap out of Effie's to take down 4, giving V1 a very narrow hold on their post plant towards A.
Beautiful rounds. Beautiful stuff coming through from version 1. Good amount of damage, though, all things considered. Wow, I can't believe it, honestly. Great effort from version 1 to actually make sure they don't actually concede that round, but I felt like the way that they positioned onto the site was really effective. They played a really slow round. They tried to really draw out Luminosity. They heard sound cues on the map and then understood sort of how, like, what Luminosity were doing, and then played around it. And by that I mean specifically the pop flash, clear info play from Luminosity on the A main position. So we talked about these A main dynamics.
Yep.
And so, we have a timeout for Luminosity. They know about this dynamic as well. What is their response to that? Do they challenge it, or do they try to do something elsewhere on the map where they expect there to be less resistance?
The other thing to keep in mind, though, Dan, too, is the later and later we go into this half, those decisions will come with a higher level of risk and reward for LG as they continue to lose that battle for now. So you have to feel like the conversation is centered around, all right, if version 1 are going to continue, not just, by the way, to throw a lot of utility towards A, but the biggest key of what you mentioned when we were breaking this down was it's a lot of members. It's at least 3 players large that for version 1 are starting to hit through that A main location. And this is the call that LG are going to make up. This time, instead of necessarily trying to counter it with numbers of our own, let's just send our Killjoy over to really stack up that A point of ingress. And how about it? The double peek over through mid also allows them a chance not just to find 1, but take down 2 kills. This is a great start for LG.
Yeah, this early mid control worked out really well. Nice read from them. And the Whippy here moving with his teammates, trying to make their way up catwalk. Gets caught, though. Again, that mid control, that early setup for Luminosity, paying dividends right now. It's desperation for version 1, trying to just gain some amount of space towards the site, but there's just way too many players. Everything is covered, so you can't really get away with this without having to frag. And there is a frag from Whippy. This next one's absolutely key, and it's not going to go the way of Whippy.
Oh, Sander.
Yeah.
And his feet shoot off by nanostorms right there. That's tough, but I mean, hey, that is a brilliant read from Luminosity. You're going to essentially toss your hat in the ring and say, no, we're done playing for A long. We're just going to let the sentry turret defend that play through A. Nano Swarms and alarm bots will be there to weaken up any push through. That means we have extra numbers to work on mid-map. And the first 3 kills all come through the middle. It really is a nice little heads-up play, and the chess game now starts to tilt in favor of LG, where version 1 are going to have to deal with some sort of a response, because LG can continue to change up their look as far as where they place this Killjoy setup at A until it gets tested.
Yeah, now we have the dominance in mid with B-Dog. Operator on the jet. How do you defeat this? You can't just allow this to be free information. You can see B-Dog's presence still in mid, and at the same time, Whippy realizes, okay, maybe there's an opportunity to go forward here. Paranoia goes through. Whippy actually makes it onto site. Penny with the dash through as well, trying to shut the door, but it looks good here for version 1. They've got the B site control. It is the retake game now for LG, but they have all the util for it.
Yeah, and they've got the weapons. You also see the long teleport here from Tig to get on the backside of B main, so you're going to send extra numbers to make sure you can clear out this very cavernous area. Not going to be needed, though. B-Dog is able to connect on the operator shot, and the attacking lockdown has already faded away. So now it's up to LG just to hit this with numbers. And Penny's going to have to make a play here. The observers are absolutely on it. These knives have to lock things up.
Penny so far a few whiffs. Oh, can't find it. The opportunity come and gone. Effies can't do any better, and Luminosity will be able to easily secure this on the retake, investing the lockdown, and they still have a Hunter's Fury on Dazzle available too, so feels like Luminosity, this is a great point now for them to start stringing more rounds together, gain that momentum. They've got the economy and ultimate advantage, I believe, so it's a good look for them. And again, now the story is the mid dominance with B-Dog, so it's going to be a question for version 1 how to handle that, because what Luminosity have said, like you highlighted, Shift, is that with the emphasis that's now coming from Luminosity into the mid setups, they don't have much to challenge on A main, so they've opted to go for retake setups to slow things down. You've got Moose, who's been planting a lot of the Killjoy utility around the A site to slow it down or to retake it, but they're not trying to defend it proper. So version 1 either decide to go into that, or they have to now prove that they have setups that deal with mid.
And they don't know, do version 1, of what this Killjoy setup around A even looks like, because they haven't even gone there since round 5. All 3 of those rounds you see for version 1 in the middle were all successful full floods in towards A. So really for LG, not only are you currently winning the chess game because you have built a response for version 1 towards A, but you are now dominating one key area of the map that Dust was touching on, which is largely the middle of the map. So version 1 being empty through mid, not finding success, granted, it was an eco around half by around the last over towards B. You almost feel like they're kind of forced to have to try to re-hit what was working for them before, which is this setup over towards the A site. And if they were to commit to that, Moose, not seeing any value out of his setup towards A yet, actually has repositioned the Nanoswarms back to B again.
So what we're going to get here, likely from version 1, is trying to drone over to try to catch and counter B-Dog here. From that task position, but they're trying to wait to make sure that they don't just get busted up immediately. And you can see Luminosity, they're committing heavily themselves, so they're getting ahead of whatever version 1 wanted to do. And that dark cover, this is going to be a really big problem. Look at the deep position there that we have from Marta, all the way down catwalk, and at the same time, Tig's in mid. Well, they expect this drone comes through. Okay, there it's been spotted. Tig's in trouble, but Hunter's Fury comes through, and there's the Paranoia. They can still make good of this here, Luminosity, with this push, and they have contained them. What on earth is this round?
You say contain, I'll say suffocate. So this is version 1 completely boxed in. B-Dog finding 1 elimination is actually good enough, but Dazzle, caught with his bow out, is going to be punished as Penny's able to take down another, even gets the weapon out for maybe a chance to out-trade Tig. But all in all, LG's defense is just stifling version 1 at every instance that we're starting to see these openings at. And for Xander, it's literally just a good look, have fun moment. The only bit of benefit is he has collected the spike, and there is still enough time to maybe try to set up for some sort of a post-plant 1v3.
Yeah, it's just brilliant stuff here from LG. There's so much to talk about in terms of the mid dynamics here. As Xander tries to find a clutch, has the spike, so should be able to get this 1v3. They're going to give it to him so that they can guarantee that they know where Xander is. They don't care about losing the spike plant hit. They just want to make sure the round is won. And now Xander's stuck in the back of the site. They even pop the null command to make it absolutely impossible here for Xander to pop any of that utility. Isolates one player, Xander. Good for the first one, but that is all it's going to be.
Wow. That is so good from Luminosity. And if you're version 1, you have to be sitting there scratching your head right now. It's a different look from LG through mid, like you mentioned. I mean, we talked about the early dynamic, looking to try to isolate B-Dog maybe by using that early owl drone, but it never even comes out due to the fact that Tig's able to get forward, and then the assistance once again from Dazzle at range. As soon as he gets scouted out by the owl drone, it's an instant call to hit the Hunter's Fury. And then Mata's long play eventually through Catwalk gets him into the back. It's just, LG's defense is so good.
I'll just jump in and add an extra point there because the whole dominance of B-Dog in mid early with the operator has set it up that right now you don't have version 1 in a spot where they're comfortable actually peeking top mid. So it means that you can walk out on Cat. All you have to do is smoke tiles like we saw. But we're moving into an alteration here. We're going back into the A main setups from version 1 early on, and it's largely been spotted here by Luminosity, who actually it seems like they're quite ready for any burst onto this A site. It feels like they are reading the switch up here for version 1.
And the shock dart early actually makes us feel super uncomfortable for V1. Aldrone is going to come through. This is going to be a commit from version 1, but they've got to get through B-Dog first and foremost. Even backs up to give himself a second look. Help is around the site by form of Mata, who's still playing on top. And with that also, you've got help from Tree in the form of Dazzle, who collects a double. Xander's making it interesting with be able to follow up, but LG still have the weapons to try to work this back through to try to stop this plan in the first place.
Not a bad shot from Xander, and suddenly it's just Tig. Tig has been really good so far. Has the paranoia, the shadow steps, all the goodies. The Omen goodies here for Tig as he looks to see what he can do, but the angle is very difficult. Jiggling, and Xander's going to pick up the quad kill. Great stuff there from him, and that's a pivotal round to pick up, especially given the recent difficulties.
Xander does. I was going to say, Xander's low the entire way through. He was initially one of the players that was hit by the opening shock dart. So the fact that he gets around the backside of LG's defense just by walking up to the double box is arguably inexcusable from LG in the first place. But just because that V1 continues to send so many numbers through, the limited amount of defensive members that are nearby, even with the weapons, just cannot watch everything at once. So it's a miraculous play in the first place from Xander, not just to find the 4, but to get the opening 2. And now LG looking to do something different. It's aggression as they are able to paranoia and then recon bolt with knives to take control of B. And that leaves Mata and the rest of LG's defense on A pretty limited as V1 have flooded on it.
Yeah, not much in the way of ults to retake this site with for Luminosity, but they do have the man advantage, of course. And just Fury ready for FEs. You've got the Cosmic Divide coming through as well. Xander, this is a very critical fight to win. Tig looking to move through. The angle definitely better for Xander here, and as the push comes through, the flank is activated. Oh, the timing is you just can't write this up. You can't make it up. That is so unfortunate there for Xander. And now there's huge problems for version 1. They're gonna have players charging in from every single side, bursting through the door, and with such great success that they're gonna survive with 3 players. Another pickup there for Luminosity.
I'm not sure where the second guess comes from in the first place. You get a good spam through the woodwork at Heaven to get a free kill for V1, but that apparently was not convincing enough for version 1 to sit there and say, we're good on the site itself. So Xander retrains his attention back over towards A, thinking he's going to be needed to help stop this play from Heaven, and as you mentioned, he really can't write it up. No fiction writer anywhere in the world could put together a better script than that when it comes to executing off of the long flank. So we get into round 11. Version 1 once again caught with a limited economy and a huge advantage for LG in a map that we've never seen them on, Dan. That's the biggest thing. They're up by 2, and we don't know what to expect from LG, and they're really showcasing massive improvement.
And they're being fed into B-Dog once again. Notice the timing. Great stuff. And this is the problem. Once you just tell Luminosity that you're not interested in challenging mid because you don't have the setups for it, now Penny can just easily, B-Dog, sorry, I can just easily play the extremities with the operator. And so there's that dominance from the Jet continues in the early portions of the round, which really slows and stifles a lot of your timings. So Luminosity in this half show so far, Shift, have shown, I think, just way better answers for a lot of the problems. They've won mids, they've won a lot of the battles around the sites. And now the desperation move comes in from version 1, looking to get in, but there's 3 players ready to go.
Yep. Biggest thing is, can B-Dog actually do anything from this position? Kind of stuck in the defensive side of this B zone. Dazzle called upon, but does not answer that call. And with that, version 1 actually find Tig, who tries to teleport late into the site as well. So good news here for version 1 on what could be a thrifty. They're only down a member, and they've got a pretty solid post plant still holding on to Xander with the only rifle into B main.
Ooh. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, and Xander is going to take one for the team there as he gets drilled by FE's Hunter's Furies, but it was for a good cause as the rest of the defenders go down. We get a Thrifty, a very, very important round for version 1 to pick up. And again, just as I was mentioning, oh beautiful, we're going to get that pop flash set up. Yeah, beautiful there. Great catch there from the observing team from production. Thank you very much for that. As the question is now, Holdy, okay, they picked up a round, but it was a Thrifty. They haven't found value on their defaults. Can they somehow convert this one?
And the biggest thing too, just to talk about the statistics, the reason that version 1 win this map is because they showcase dominance when they have an economical advantage. So LG have done their job to mitigate version 1 from snowballing this half in the first place. So it's not just that question of where do you go here for version 1, but can you actually turn this into what has been statistically your best setup, where you've got a full buy. Good first blood comes through. Penny on the way in, opens the door, and the spike will follow.
Yeah, so getting onto these B sides. Yeah, the question is, can they weather Moose and that lockdown? Good catch from Tig. And now it's a 4 versus 4. And it's all about where this lockdown gets set up. So you can see that Whippy is wanting to try to take the fight there because they want to make sure that they can clear out and prevent the lockdown from going in B main. They can't prevent it. So now Penny has to go forward. He has to do it for the team with that Blade Storm. And that's a good opening pick, but he has no dash. No updrafts, no cloudburst. Oh no, they go straight and feed into Marta in spawn, but Penny gets out of the radius, and the spray is good for Penny. The Red Bull clutch in, and that is a key clutch. That's going to tie things up 6-6 at the end of the first half. And version 1, it's been a struggle. We'll see if they can recover in the second half.
Well, the chess game started to come to life for LG in the midst of their defensive half, but version 1, largely off of heroics from both Penny and Xander, just flipped the board out, clear it of any pieces, and still put together a 6-6 half as we swap the sides, Dan.
Yeah, you're totally right. I feel like Luminosity played a way better half, and now it's going to be the question as to whether the individual, the balance that, where the individuals have been a bit better there for version 1, if that's going to tip the scale here. As if we see the A main take from the get-go coming through from Luminosity, collecting the orb, you can see that it's going to go into the hands of Mr. Madder, charging up that null commands. And just some baiting here, seeing if they can get some utility out of their opponents. There is a star right there. They want to make sure that star gets used before they commit, and they can't quite seem to do it, but they have forced out another 0 point.
That 0 point is just so much free information for version 1. They feel really confident in what they already had planned together defensively. And with the 4 players being revealed, there was a moment in there where Whippy was actually thinking about maybe putting himself into the middle of the map to try to help on any assistance needed, but they think that's enough to force LG to rotate, and they're kind of right. A couple of the players have now put their attention into mid, forcing what will be a robot-on-robot action here between Zelsis and Mata potentially, as that's going to be likely first contact, but Zelsis feeling very weary about this position, has backed up, and LG are actually pulling together the setup that they wanted initially.
Yeah, and suppression on an Omen definitely tells you a lot about what's happening. And there it is. Contacts made. Nice from Luminosity on the entries. And there's that Astra utility. They didn't manage to burn that earlier, but it might not matter. Dan has been sent to the back of the site.
What?
Oh, gets 2 kills somehow, though. Back against the wall. And it's Whippy and Effie's to try to recover this 2 versus 3 as the spike's down. And they have that heaven position.
Shock darts are going to miss. Tig actually shrouded steps away, so now it's going to have to be done the hard way, and Whippy finds one. Effie's the second 1v1 with Tig. Effie's a pretty good idea, finds the damage, but not the elimination. Resets, gets the reload off. Dark cover coming through, Tig guessing one direction, and he's actually going to find Effie's on the other. Just kind of jumps into his lap and gets the classic to work for him. LG still flawless on the pistols.
Yeah, that was great work. And again, I love the small details. You can see that, Luminosity at the start, they're trying to bait out the Astra stars, knowing that they wanted to finish on the A site. And then for version 1, they can't really know that that's the intention. But it would be a big win, knowing that it would be a big win regardless, though, for their opponents to force that star out. So just trying to hold on to that. And it actually allows Xander to slow it down to be able to get a couple of kills and make it doable. But didn't work out. We have the full save from version 1 and Luminosity on the Spectres. And they've opted in this anti-eco to play fairly passively, as you can see. They're setting up in Gelato, setting up in B lobby. It's waiting to see that, if there's any pushes. And B1, they're stacking towards B right now.
Well, if everything goes the way that it's currently positioned to, this is the correct stack from version 1. And defensively, this is their better half. I mean, they've, so far, throughout the entirety of the group stage, they've found 71% win rate defensively. And a lot of it has been off of Effie's getting so much value on this Sova from any B push coming through. That shock dart is chunky, but it actually only connects onto 2 players, kind of. A bit surprising considering it landed right in the middle of them. That's actually going to mean that LG are going to move forward. Trade starting to come through as version 1's defense is tested. Pinstripe goes the kill feed, but LG working on and towards the sidewalk.
And that shock dart, I want my money back. We've got the B main position shut down by Effie's. At least the 2 versus 2 ensues as Mata will get the spike planted. A Spectre in hand. These players are so softened up here for Mata. Certainly very doable. Looking to find the 1 versus 1. Just trying to... Oh, it's so high up in the sky as it flies over the roof. And Mata is on the receiving end of a lot of utility right now. And he will be finished off by Zelsis, who crept ever closer. And version 1, wow.
Yeah, wow, indeed.
Really good job, definitely making this, converting this one. Getting the Thrifty on board. I'm always a big fan of the shock dart play off of the contact from the sentry.
And that's something that we should go to expect from Effie's from here on out if there's going to be play over towards B. I feel like every time we swap to his POV when there's something stacking up towards B main, he's already got his shock dart charged up and ready to go. It's just the reads that they get V1 towards B have been so good over the course of their run. Really outside of the match versus Optic. That's the only one that really was kind of like a, wait a second, what's going on here? Because version 1 have dominated this map from start to finish in 2022, saved that one series. So LG trying to channel whatever Optic had cooking that day. But I think Effie's is going to be a major problem, just largely speaking, from this offensive half for LG's consideration.
And the new Nebula is so thick. Oh, Xander doing a really good job there, managing to at least take somebody down for the cost of that ultimate orb that will be conceded. And the creep here up into the tree position is not going to work out for Tig. Trying to make his way into the dark cover. And there's not too much left here for Luminosity to do.
A little greedy, I think, on the play, but I mean, what could you ask LG to do there, right? I mean, you have to try to find some opening, maybe by just blessed timing. And I think that play through tree was kind of evident of that. So now it's just down to this very difficult 3v5 where B-Dog is going to be essentially 1 bullet the rest of the way through.
I think they just want the orb here. I think
Agreed.
they're just gonna orb collection duty. Easy.
Very.
All
Not
lucky
clean,
all.
but
There we go. Mission complete. Now they can just die. That's fine.
and everyone's happy. E1 get their round, LG get their orbs, Prime Gaming flawless, so we know Prime Twitch is very happy with that, Amazon's very happy with that. Everyone's happy.
Yeah, and you've always got to try to figure out as players, you know, what is the most value I can get out of any given situation, and there we go. You know, they got the 2 orbs, and I'll be curious to see as to, you know, once they have more ultimate economy, how they opt to set up some of these rounds. But a lot of the story on the first half is as it is in every Valorant match, is the back and forth between how the attacking team is defaulting and how the defensive team is responding. They're going to get a heavy pressure towards the same main position, and Hero Point could be making his way across. Very fast moving from B-Dog, trying to just break the timing, but it just did not work out.
No. And the thing about this, too, for version 1 is you're really not giving away a defensive look yet, because even with this, Zelsus and Nephews don't have their full rifles. So, I mean, this is, again, a little bit of a cheeky setup from both sides' point of views, and LG trying to, like you mentioned, do essentially what version 1 had done to them over towards A-Long. Doesn't quite work out as planned. But still a winnable round here, and that's the thing. If you're LG, you don't just want to be careless at this moment, because you could still find a way to punish both Zelsus and Nephews who find themselves on SMGs.
Yeah, just trying to sell that they are rotating off by just cutting the noise like this, and you know, really we'll see the re-exec come in. It could be quite successful here if they get a good timing in. See Penny and Zelsus playing conservatively. There goes the 0 point though, and they have to push now. They are fully known. All 4 players discovered by that. In fact, they are not committing through. Okay, so there's 40 seconds, and they can cut noise again, but they're gonna have to probably go in with 10 seconds left if they want to do the same thing again.
Effys is so far forward at B main. The only play that they're missing right now, version 1, technically would be a hit through mid, and that's not happening. So this is a perfect setup as far as version 1 is concerned. All the numbers that you need are here. A couple of the trades will keep things at least marginally interesting, but Tig is literally stuck on site. 15 seconds until the round just comes to an anticlimactic conclusion in the first place. Moose, good prediction on the spam, but it's not going to make a difference. Version 1 just completely read it from start to finish, really.
Yeah, and this could be concerning. We'll see how it develops, but Luminosity, I would hope to see them, especially given how well they were doing in their mid default on the defense. I'm looking to see from Luminosity that we'll have more mid defaults coming in now. Where we'll see probably, you know, the clearance of mid. You'll get your B-Dog to perhaps even follow the drone up mid to get the clearance there and try to just dominate that area of the map in some of the early rounds. And if that's something that gets given here by version 1, because version 1 either keep doing what they've been doing, which would, I think, allow for an easy mid take for LG, or they predict that LG after this timeout is going to switch things up and go for, on their buy rounds, some more, you know, mid openings on their default. Yeah. So I would expect to see that. So I would expect to see a battle in mid on the next gun rounds early on, and I think B-Dog and Dazzle are going to be super key for Luminosity to facilitate that.
And the thing, too, is with version 1, not even having to go into a full purchase yet, they're going to be able to go to the operator as they see fit whenever they need to. That's the other kind of key that we really saw from the opposite side, where B-Dog was able to dominate mid just by having scope. So if version 1 can replicate, that puts an extra bit of consideration and another thorn into the side of Luminosity, and we are going to get Penny onto an operator this round. So expect to see some pressure through mid, as not only is Penny going to go that direction, but it looks like Effys wants to try to assist with some utility to make sure that this is a safe peak for V1.
Yeah, and there's a, you know, it's just a save run, a half buy, so we're not seeing really the full plan from Luminosity just yet, but these setups around A main are pretty scary, and V1 just have to slow things down enough. Zelsus has a lot of delay, the flashes, the 0 point as well. There's just so much there's so many issues. KO is so good. KO really is so good. And the Luminosity are wondering, what are their objectives here? Obviously, you know, outside of winning the round, you need to try to take some space initially and draw out some utility. They managed to do that. They showed some presence towards A. They can see already that V1 is playing pretty passively though, so Luminosity should be able to gain some space and more control of the map. It looks like they might end up going for a B split here,
nice
possibly.
Shot.
Oh dear.
That is so big from Penny. It's literally a late check. You only have one instance to try to connect, and it's a heck of a flick shot. Even the Aldrone being used defensively here, just to make sure, as you see those members cross, that there's not immediate pressure onto these two defenders that are honestly kind of bunkered up in towards B here. Effie's looking for a late recon as soon as the sentry turret connects with the opening point of contact will lead to shock darts afterwards. And with the time funneling down, Effie says, let me just go ahead and throw one in anyways. And as they see B-Dog come on through, the recon bolt will happen. But the initial cloud burst coming through for B-Dog almost gets him a chance, but still the defenders that are locked down in the back of the site come through clutch. Whippy with a double, leaves it all on to Moose. Not much to do there.
Yeah, the Prime Gaming flawless. And you can see that, Luminosity, of course, they didn't have much to work with, but they didn't have enough to dominate mid. So you've got one agent there from the defense here, Penny, who can essentially dominate this position. They don't want to challenge for it, so they're forced to go either into the KO setups on A, or they go into Sova kill those setups on B. They actually don't have an option that looks good or advantageous.
Yeah.
They really need to be able to win some mid control, and taking A main and taking B main is good for clearing out initial utility. So that is a must too. But look at this. We've got a change up from version 1. They're anticipating their opponents altering their default and taking away B main.
But the thing about this is, and obviously LGs are not going to know this, the one flash from Mata stops any extra further pressure coming out. So it's expensive on both sides for a number of reasons. Obviously, for the first point is version 1 uses a lot of the Sova utility initially to create that presence in towards B main, but there's really not a lot of answers for LG to clear this with just the two members that are here. So the spike is still lingering over towards A. If they want to feel rigided into going over towards A lockdown would allow them a chance to do that. So that will be used, but it's not really initially going to result maybe into what a commitment's going to look like, because you still have a lot of your entry agents still have to be set.
Yeah, this is so interesting. There's so much stuff to talk about in terms of the sellers, but Luminosity are going to try to sell it towards this B site here. They're going to go for a double fake. Unbelievable. B-Dog able to get an opening kill, really selling it. Out goes Mata, down on the ground. B-Dog, big kill in mid, and the spikes being planted for 3 on the A site. And the mind games here are just incredible. Zelsis, Effie's, and Xander. It's all that remains for the retake. It's definitely doable, but there is a Hunter's Fury in play for Dazzle.
You need this null command for Zelsis to find value, or potentially just combine some sort of utility with either the Cosmic Divide or Hunter's Fury. Cosmic Divide will come through first. Trying to counter this is the offensive Hunter's Fury out of Dazzle, leaving Moose to kind of have to play off of their own setup to try to stop the spike from being diffused, but it's not going to happen. Zelsis able to provide cover that's needed, and Effie's will be able to stick, sneaking away the diffuse. Unbelievable retake from V1.
There's honestly so many things to talk about in that round. I just pick one thing though. So the fact that version 1 knew that there was a lockdown in play, they were heavily gambling with no information, but just that piece of information that their opponents, LG, would actually go for a lockdown play in B main. So that's why they just had almost no mid presence and stuck hard stuck 3 on B and had a really weak A setup. And it's so funny that it ends up being a double fake from Luminosity. Again, no time to go into the full details there, but a really cool round from both sides. V1 looking good though, and they're trying to play more for mid right now. You can see there's some support here from Effie's. Trying to see what is actually going on here. Can the Jet make a play? Uh-oh. I guess the answer is no.
That is an unbelievable benefit for LG's attempts here. Not only does that create a significant amount of pressure over towards the defense of V1, who was looking to largely play with a stack mid and then aggression towards A. They're not really allowed to do that, losing complete control of mid here. Xander, a very apt response, is able to at least keep the numbers even, but as far as clearance is concerned, LG have a lot of room to work with here, Dan.
They really do. This is a really important round to win. Make this thrifty count. Again, Effie's has the Hunter's Fury, so that will be effective in playing the retake. Xander back against the wall here. No stars down at all. I don't believe they're all gone.
How much
it's going to be very difficult.
Have? Moose has got to be on like half a health point. You can't even see his health bar on the overlay.
Zelsis actually has a frag grenade. He might has to throw this on the choke point to delay the push. He's got to buy time for the rotation to come in here. So that's going to delay it slightly. The pop flash comes through. The plays has to count here. That's going to set up the Hunter's Fury as well. They have prevented them from getting beyond the choke point. Fantastic work. Oh, really fantastic stuff on the defense here. And Tig, I don't know that he can do anything here. Effie's charging through. Not actually looking like it's going to go down here. Oh, might be a chance for Tig. He's able to reset.
This is such a difficult position. He would have to just be Hercules reborn to find a 1v3 like that. So a good solid hold from V1. It just, you know, you don't expect too much from LG in a round where you're coming in essentially limping with just pistol upgrades and one Marshall, but the fact that they get that kill off the rip in the middle does kind of create a sense of hope for LG to really do a lot with the round. And to tally a second kill and get a plant, you're okay with that, but the problem about it is you've got to win 6 rounds in a row now still. So did you do enough to really kind of impede version 1's ability to close out this game? I think a lot of people in chat will probably say no, because look at the stack of money that V1 is still working with, not just for this round, but for likely the next 3 or 4 in a row too, even if they lose this next round.
Yeah, it's looking suddenly very scary indeed. Backs against the wall for Luminosity, but they're going for the pressure towards A main. At the same time, version 1 have actually got a push on B main. So the question is how much that tells them. I think they probably would hear the turret in mid. And after that pressure again, trying to draw out utility, Luminosity, they're going to fall back into mid. Penny's often been in that position, though.
I was going to say, the thing about this is there has been very limited moments where Penny has revealed himself early, so the concealment of this operator's position is actually kind of huge for version 1's defensive hopes. Because, I mean, if you look at it right now, it's just obviously first point of contact over towards B is going to give the information they need. But the owl drone clearing out mid and then the heavy stack of utility towards A will make V1 feel very confident and comfortable in their setup at the moment. It would have to be just an unbelievable pick here for LG, finding a kill into Penny to really open up the doors to them have a chance. And that will actually be fine enough. Using the paranoia to get him out of that position will allow LG forward, and this is a scramble for version 1 defensively.
Yeah, that paranoia was so key, and I think he really... Oh my goodness. B-Dog, that was definitely an accident. That's a kill, not taken, but it's still a 5 versus 4, but they're playing almost entirely from the site. Moose might be set up here on logs if his teammates can create distraction for him as they might make their way through market. Indeed, they're starting to clear Pizza and market. There's that shadow step across into B main. So that's good. More post-plant positioning, more angles for V1 to have to contend with.
In version 1, a 3-man stacker on the back would almost lead you to believe they're just playing for exit kills here. The alarm bot will reveal this play. Effys himself actually narrowly avoids a reveal of his own. And this isn't just one member, by the way, for LG playing B main. It's a double stack through the mix. So this pinch would have to be super successful if they were to find a way to at least get eliminations. Mata in the corner has been revealed by way of 0 points. So the kills do come through. It doesn't really come at too much of a cost for either side, honestly speaking. Oof. For LG, you still get through the defensive spawn to save 3 weapons, which is key. And for version 1, that's mentioned at the top of the round, they still have so much economy to disperse between themselves. They'll be fine.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because in not giving kills to your opponents, you're also preventing them from getting, like, charging up their ultimates.
Exactly.
Which may also have been one of the prerogatives there for V1. LG 4 rounds away from overtime, and you know, that operator is still on Penny, and that's not being reflected over on the other side with B-Dog, who's still working with the Phantom. And again, we're going to see that again, the typical draw of utility on A main from LG as they put the pressure on. Frag grenade goes out early, and that definitely suggests that, you know, V1 are certainly playing for this position. So actually in the utility exchange, if LG opt to retake A main, it'll probably be cheaper than the cost for V1 that we just saw.
Well, the Hug of War game has allowed kind of the same situation to occur on the other side of the map, though, where LG don't just get the orb. They've also kind of established some sort of presence towards B main. So version 1 are also a bit blank on where exactly a hit from B could occur. The only thing really kind of that's tilted in favor of version 1 is the fact that still Penny has not seen anything through mid-map. So that control is still pretty solid, although I believe he does just tailwind out of the way through mid. So he's lost his ability to maneuver back. I'm not sure if that was just an opening shot that was missed or what caused that tailwind in the first place. And it's actually causing out an owl drone to come through. So a bit of jitters for version 1 over the middle of the map at the moment.
Yeah, the drone has already been used by LG, so they can't deal with Penny utilizing a drone. And they don't have the ability to really take him off of this angle. The smoke comes in to suggest that they could be creeping closer, that they could be setting something up elsewhere, but we have a push in A at the same time. B-Dog making his way across, but Penny knocks him straight down with the daggers and the updraft across, and they are just getting annihilated on the way in. There's not too much left now. The Luminosity is flying around Penny. Is going to find some extra damage there, and Smoose That's a lockdown, but there's 4 players to play against, and there's no time. And that's going to be a wrap here. Version 1, 13-8. As we go 1-1, we are tied in this series. We're going to a third, and we always love a third map.
That's true, and I'll tell you this much. Initially, after that first half, I didn't have LG almost finding a 2-0 on my bingo card today. So for LG finding the significance they did on Bind, and even to put together a solid first half, we'll at least build some consideration. But we've seen hero moments come through for V1 to bail them out of tight situations in the first half, and then Penny at the end to really get them over the finish line. Great stuff. We'll set things into a break. The desk will break down more than we were able to in the live moment, because there were a lot of key moments in there, Dan. So we'll see what they have to say, and we'll come back for map number 3 after the break.
What is that?
Tiki's farming for 3.
A little scary there in map number 2 as VCT continues here for NA. It looked like V1 for a moment was actually going to lose 2-0. LG looked so good on Ascent at first, but V1 did end up coming alive just in the time to end up closing out that second map, picking up the win, and now forcing us to a third map. Dust, Sideshow, we'll start with you. Looking at that third map, you know, I gotta give credit to LG. They actually looked pretty good.
They did. Is anyone getting flashbacks to the Cloud9 Knights game? That's what's happening in my head right now. They've won all 4 of the pistol rounds so far too. So LG have put themselves in a great position to get these early advantages in the half. I know that Dustin I know that DDK was talking about that with Shift in the broadcast too, and it was a kind of a lucky round 14, but we'll talk about that in a bit. I want to give credit to LG though. I think, Dust, they've done such great things strategically here on a map that's normally their perma.
Yeah, I feel like they came in really well prepared. We know how good version 1 are on this map at taking mid control and using it to launch their attacks through market, to set up catwalk crosses, and to just really set up their fast-paced attacking side. But what we really saw, as we'll take a look here, is that LG kind of flipped the script on some of that. And it started with mid pushes. This happened 3 or 4 different rounds throughout the half, but this is just one example where they were doing so good at pushing mid, abusing B-Link, pushing up catwalk and flanking, and, either just outright winning rounds or setting up retakes like this one where they came in with man advantage, came in with a little bit more time because of that flank and being able to just get into position quickly and just really disrupt version 1's attack. I mean, version 1's used to winning like around 60% or so of their attacking rounds, but they really limped across the line in the first half.
Yeah, and it wasn't just this round. That was round 10 where they pushed mid. They'd already done it on round 6. They did it on round 8. They pushed B main on round 11 with a flash. They pushed A gelato in round 12 with a flash. They had so many set plays to gain advantage in the early rounds, and I don't think that version 1 were expecting that at all. In fact, if you take a look at how version 1 actually won this match, or this map, sorry, it is via chaos. It's absolute chaos. Every round was just madness. Here's Xander with a 4K to win a thrifty round. Sure, that happens. Next big round that version 1 ended up winning, it's another thrifty round, round 11, where they come in, and honestly, they only have classics and frenzies really here, and they end up winning this one too. Then the final round of the half, Penny wakes up, just hits a 4K here, starts with the knives, spraying people down. These are rounds that version 1 should not be winning, and yet their individual skill is on a massive showcase. How does Penny win this situation? In a 1v3? How does he do that? How does he get that spray down? It's just bonkers. Round 14, after they lose the pistol, another thrifty win for version 1. They should have lost this map. Should is a really difficult word to use in Valorant because okay, you have an advantage, but you can't close it out. Maybe that's the fault of LG. But there have just been so many rounds that LG have been set up to win, and version 1 have stolen away from them, either via crazy individual skill, a little bit of luck, a mixture of all of the above.
Yeah.
It feels like version 1 are holding on to this by the skin of their teeth and drawing us into a map 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think that really the comeback for version 1 is kind of a combination of one, while version 1's attack was disrupted and they didn't really get off to the start they usually do, their defense was still very much up to snuff. I mean, they still boast like a near 70% win rate defensively on this map, and so you definitely saw that come to fruition in the second half to really allow them to climb back into it defensively. But I think the other big thing is that LG, despite how prepared they looked defensively on that map, their attacking side looked a little bit uninspired. Like, they just seemed to kind of get disjointed a bit. Like, they just didn't really seem to have that attacking fluency that you would want. And there were even situations where they got like kind of behind enemy lines, so to speak, and got some dangerous deep positions on the map, but they could never really take advantage of those moments. Like, they would get caught up, and there was just a couple times where B-Dog just kind of held W through like nanos and just got completely destroyed. Yeah, it just seemed like they didn't really transfer that impressive play into their attacking side, and V1's defense still stood strong.
I think that's a very fair point to make. B-Dog's at the top of the scoreboard, but he did get caught out trying to do a bit too much for his team, I think.
Yep.
But the story for version 1, okay, Xander is always amazing, and this year, so Penny's been amazing too, but Penny had a bit of a rough map 1, and it felt like a slow start to Ascent as well. But once you got towards the halfway point, and then certainly for the second half, Penny has woken up again. And heading into Fracture, where he's going to be playing on the Chamber, I think that only bodes well for version 1. He has put up some of the most ridiculous Chamber performances on Fracture we've ever seen. And so if you've got this guy heating up in the moments where it matters, they might have just done enough.
Mm-hmm. Right now in the head-to-head between Penny and B-Dog as well, Penny's got 218 ACS and 30 kills. B-Dog has 212 and 34. It's 11-9 First Bloods in favor of B-Dog. The ADR is 133 to 140 in favor of Penny. It's definitely a very close 1-to-1 battle. But again, we mentioned it. We're moving to Fracture now. This is where things could get really interesting. One, V1 has looked really strong on this map in general, Sideshow, but also LG did not look like they were terrible on the map. Sure, they did suffer a loss that maybe a lot of people will put a little bit too much weight on. But when we look at their capability here, Sideshow, they could potentially take things here in this third map, especially with how close they've kept it on maps that they aren't necessarily as proficient at.
Yeah, and I think part of that comes down to what their preparation looks like. Did they know that this was going to be the map pool? I think they fully anticipated that Ascent was going to be in there. They left that open. They knew that version 1 was going to pick it, and I'm convinced by what they showcased on their defensive half that they did some heavy prep against what version 1 were going to be doing, and they had some great ideas. Did they do the same level of preparation heading into Fracture? And is it going to actually matter if Penny is just destroying everybody? Again, the Penny B-Dog matchup is going to be so important.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is just like version 1 has looked so powerful on Fraction. They've won it every time they've played it. They have a 70% attacking win rate. Their defense is also up to snuff. They found the combination of agents that's worked for them. You know, this is where obviously Breach comes to prevalence. They're one of the teams that like to play the double controller on Fracture, whereas some teams kind of stray away from that. They've made good use of it. And like you said, the Chamber has been pretty big for them on this map as well. It also allows Raze to come out for Zelsis perhaps and give them something to go with as well. So we'll see what happens here. As, yeah, kind of the picks we expected to see, though. Xander is now going to go onto the Brimstone and no double controller, no Viper. They're going to have Whippy on Sage instead. So that's a pretty big pivot. Yeah, this is a big pivot for them because, again, they're 6-0 on this map, and they've used the same composition all 6 of those wins, and this is not it. This is completely different.
Both teams actually are moving away from the double controller, in fact, because Moose has gone back to Cypher. He was trying Cypher on this map previously, and then they went to more of a meta direction. But I'm not actually sure whether the double controller is going to remain meta with the Viper nerfs. I think that question is very much up in the air. Now, I haven't been huge on Sage on this map. I think when you're a pro team, it's too easy to realize, okay, we just have to find out whether Sage is playing and destroy the wall early so they get no value out of it. It can be extremely good against unprepared teams that just allow that Sage wall to go up and lock off an area of the map for the entirety of the round. But I would anticipate that LG will be cognizant enough to shut down some of Whippy's value there by just running a default at the beginning, find out where the Sage wall is, break it quickly.
Yeah, my concern for LG, though, comes to this is their defensive side. They've only been averaging about 4 rounds defensively, whereas we know how strong V1's defense has been, and their attack has been quite strong. So this is where, unfortunately, the underdog nature of Luminosity might really get exposed.
It's a map 3 that many of us didn't expect to see, as LG has really proved to have some fight left in them. We have not yet seen a 2-map series, so we've actually gone 3 maps in every series in the quarterfinals this far. Why not stop now? Let's go ahead and throw it over to our casters. We've got DDK and Shift ready to jump into the action. Take it away.
Expectations be damned. I think that's kind of the biggest thing whenever we get into a playoff format, not just for agent compositions, but also as far as trying to pick a winner. Dan, you could never get one prediction out of me when it comes to this time of year. It's just, both these teams have showcased not just vast improvements, but with a meta swap too. There really is a pretty thin margin between the two of them so far.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement, which is super exciting given how good V1 have looked. I'm impressed by what Luminosity have been able to do. We'll see if they can continue their pistol stats. We are moving into pistol here now. Luminosity on the defensive side of Fracture. And I'm also really happy to see B-Dog on that chamber still. And some resistance only showing the classic. One classic, despite all 5 players being hit. A burst comes through off the back of the fault line.
Oh, what a stall.
Yes. And is that going to be an issue? Arda trying to fall back here. The util is doing its work, but Dazzle looking for a timing. It's a little bit too quick.
Wow. The follow-up flash from Dazzle you thought was going to guarantee at least one elimination, if not his sneaky position around the back, but Effie's actually gets denied the initial plant, so Tig from the jump actually has an opportunity to continue to spam this. The long lurk from Moose is also starting to come into play, but the problem here is how do you get B-Dog into play? He's already been zoned out so long, the satchel charge will continue to delay that, and as they do get a read that Moose is coming quickly over towards the A-side halls, this version 1 post plant is going to be very difficult to break apart.
Yeah, Luminosity in a lot of trouble here. Penny, though. Oh, hello. Well, that's that. That is that. So Tig will go down as well. Pretty good trading there. And version 1, they pick up the pistol. So on the attacking side, too, that's going to be really fun for them on Fracture. We'll see what they decide to do with it.
It's so unfortunate. Dazzle thinks he's got a perfect setup where I'm going to be able to flash, get my teammate at least one guaranteed kill. Then as soon as all the focus goes to one side of the vents, or the ropes rather, I'll be able to jump down and take at least another one with me, but they don't find a single elimination in the initial kind of defensive hold through door. So good focus for version 1, better gun skill as we saw. I mean, Sideshow was saying there's a lot of rounds that version 1 was able to take away in Ascent just by their raw individual ability. I'm not going to say that necessarily is 100% one right there, but I feel like a lot of people would probably agree that that could be a pistol that is won just off of winning the opening gunfights.
So the anti-eco is all from Dish, which makes a lot of sense. You don't have to worry about too many angles. You can play it together, and got dropped together as well. Though the problem here obviously is this initial choke point. You see they have a lot to deal with that. However, players inside certainly creating some damage here. Version 1 though have control of this site, so looking like they will be able to stabilize, and now it's just Moose. And again, just feels like a pretty great anti-eco to run, and if there's an eco in the future, Luminosity will now have it in their minds that, hey, version 1 opted to go with, most players towards Dish. So that's something we can kind of pick up. We can pick up that point if we entered that scenario later on as well.
And really, the opening exchange is not bad whatsoever from the side of LG. It's just, as you had mentioned, there's just not a lot of an ability to stop that full flood, especially when you've got slow orbs littering off one side of the site, you've got flashes and aftershocks coming through another. It's just that ability for version 1 to rule the gunfights, not just by way of firepower superiority, but also just off of the utility alone, is something to kind of keep an eye on as far as how exactly do they use Whippy on the offensive side to create extra space that largely you kind of attributed to Viper play in the past, where you got walls, snake bites, things like that. Now you're looking at barrier orbs and slow orbs. So we'll see. Version 1 once again stacking for a Dish play, but this time it will be met and likely try to be countered by LG.
Yeah. Here we go, Marder on one side. We'll have a 1v1.
Unreal.
Nice peek, though. Sander here to take him down, and they can't hold this one. There's another player they surely were not expecting. I don't think they did. Dazzle, how much can he get? Just the one. So 2 players left here now for Luminosity, and it's a retake with Cypher on Moose and E-Dog on that chamber. They're going to have to win raw gun battles, and they're separated.
And really, for V1, the bonus part of this round has already been taken off because you've got 3 ARs to play with. B-Dog, no utility to spend to try to make any space or at least cover his own back. So it's just down to, once again, as you mentioned, raw vanilla gunfights. Can you find the isolation? And based on his position, you feel like it's only a matter of time for V1 just peek this based off the sound cues for any potential defuse. Don't give away any free angles. And B-Dog will likely give up the defuse in favor of playing kills. Let's take down 1. Penny's nearby and low health, so it's an opportunity for B-Dog to put some punish into V1's bonus here, and he will find the second kill, and that will be it. So version 1 will step up to a 3-0 count, and really for a bonus round, you're going to be really happy with that if you're a V1 fan.
For sure, and I did like how V1 were playing that. I think B-Dog did a great job to get a couple of kills out of it. Zander had a lineup for the molly from Dish, so that was never getting diffused, and so B-Dog just kind of read that and just went for the kills instead. And it's a 3-0 start, though, for version 1 as we go into some more buys here for Luminosity. Several Spectres, though. And looks like they're going to go for a heavy Dish play again. 4 players towards A. I actually thought it was almost going to be all 4 pushing Dish, but it looks like just the 2. So this Dish control is definitely a point of contention early on here.
Xander, once again, same situation, but the counter flash is really well done by Dazzle. Even exchange again comes through, but it does allow an opportunity for Mata to get out of dodge. That's actually more crucial than it may seem. You get the 1-for-1 pick. You've got good information on which agents for version 1 were still over towards the Dish side, which means there's going to be an isolated pick for Moose on the opposite side of the map, and all of a sudden, this turns into a numbers advantage for LG that really could, depending on what other information Moose gets through this play at B, you could maybe push forward and get some of these rifles if you want to, if you're Luminosity.
The difficulty here for V1 is that a typical advantage on the attacking side is you have that you have a faster rotation.
Right.
But the defenders have better rotation timings here, so it's a difficult spot for V1. They really want to split up these players, but also with the Cypher util, there's a lot that you can rely on, although actually it is mostly gone in terms of that info, but opting to go back towards Dish and the incendiary to delay things. So 35 seconds.
You will not kill my
and the res comes through.
Yep.
There's Rolling Thunder as well.
Oh, but even still, B-Dog able to find 1 and then turn it into a second, gets the reload off. Does he get more than this? Oh my goodness. Maybe missed a single pellet out of that last shot of the shorty where it could have been a 1-for-3 off of the shorty shotgun, but it makes things very doable here for Moose. Cyber Cage to allow the neural theft, and a 1v1 with Xander. The defuse is still required, though.
This is really great. He actually has time to play with here, this clutch. Okay, the wall is up. That's a problem. That's a really, really important wall, actually, that Whippy left. Moose is just going to go for it. That's actually really smart. He's predicting the repositioning from Zander. I think he's actually read this one pretty well. Maybe have to tap this one, but is he on the left or the right? That's the problem for Moose. Gets it halfway, comes. Oh, Moose has nailed it! What a play! No hesitation at any point.
so many little moments lead to LG being able to even stay in the round. And then the big, massive exclamation point of Moose. That is a huge clutch up. And I'm so glad we got that on replay, by the way, because if Moose doesn't find that first 1v1 isolated lurk, this round's just over. V1 have so much time to play with, but you clear out the B site, and as you'd mentioned, LG have the luxury of using the middle to have to get over towards A quickly, and Moose puts together an unbelievable 3 kills to get LG on the board. Good stuff from them.
Yeah, a lot of spend there as well for V1. They use that Rolling Thunder too. So Dazzle's one off the Rolling Thunder, not actually opting to go for a play to capture that. And we've got, again, V1 setting up these dish defaults. This time, they're expecting their opponents to play a couple players dish and not see anyone. And because the timing is usually that they would be fighting by now, and then they would want to catch a push. But not catching a push means the setup has changed. We can see there's a trademark here. So that trademark is going to confirm that there are players coming from dish.
You have to remember that for B-Dog, this is a tour setup for him as he holds through A halls. Really good defensive clearance already. Trademark gets dealt with. Smokes will come down and Version 1 burst on into the site, but this is fine for Luminosity. They're thinking the whole way A is going to be retake city for them the whole start up of this setup. So it's just down to can you actually convert off of this coming through, and they lose take immediately. That is bad news. B-Dog's still a part of it as he avoids the boom bot, but how do you clear this with a tour?
Yeah, go into that orbital strike in a moment. That's not really given the value that I think you were expecting on this one. And now suddenly, yeah, Luminosity in some trouble. Boombot is going to allow them to enter through the door position. There's a crossfire here. There's Penny tries to swing.
Unbelievable.
Oh, the Boombot, but Effie's is going to do the damage on the front end of things. And now just Moose is remaining. And this, I mean, it was a pretty great clutch before, but it's not happening this time.
No, if you were to go for this and clutch this, throw this into the NA Valorant Hall of Fame, because there is really no world in which he finds too much, especially with how cleanly Version 1 can make safe that A-Halls play right as soon as the doors had opened. I mean, Penny's trust, a couple of different times we've seen it, and I know it's a marginal thing, but he trusts that his teammates are going to be able to deny the Boombot play so he can get that initial peak.
I just want to make a quick point. I'm sorry to cut you off.
You're fine.
The shift. So one thing we've got to note here is just think about how much presence Version 1 have, how much play Version 1 have set around dish at the start of the round. They've mixed up the timings a little bit, and they just showed here that even if you decide to not actually have players there, we can just burst onto the site. Even if you have a trademark, you actually they're trying to make an argument that LG actually have to play players dish. If they don't want to do that, then Luminosity have to actually make plays elsewhere on the map. So they are currently in this dilemma. So we have a timeout for Luminosity now to have to essentially decipher how do we actually play against this? Do we try to challenge for dish and leave ourselves weaker elsewhere on the map at earlier timings? Or do we try to push something and take that risk elsewhere on the map and just risk that they can do that? And they might do a contact play like that again where they just get a free site.
The other interesting thing too is, do you maybe use some of that decision making in repositioning Moose, who has yet to be tested on an initial setup towards B? So there's been options, I think, because we saw that when LG was on Ascent, where they just moved the Killjoy setup a little bit when they were starting to get beat up on that initial hit towards A. And that actually looks like it's going to be the case, where Moose is going to actually put maybe a little bit more influence over towards the A side initially. That seems to be the idea as he continues to lurk in the middle of the map. And this is going to be just a restructure of what agents go to which site for LG defensively, at least for now.
And LG actually have some players in position here. So if they get a couple kills, maybe that will convince LG to use the Rolling Thunder, and they're going to walk straight into this one. Oh, the angle's good for Dazzle. And out comes the paint shells, trying to escape. Can't backpedal out of that, though. However, 3 versus 3. And, the Orbital Strike comes in to force take out. They're going to burn an Orbital Strike against the Eco. That's how desperate it is.
You think for a second that Dazzle's opening double will be enough, but Version 1, they know exactly what their setup is supposed to look like, and Moose just gets caught with molasses and cement on his shoes. Couldn't go anywhere in the middle of the slow orb, and with that, the plant comes out, leaving B-Dog for a 1v3 and not going to get through Whippy. It's just the trust that V1 has in what their execute is supposed to be never gets dissuaded by the fact that even Dazzle finding 2 is not enough for V1 to push away from what their initial look at that B site was going to be. There's so much trust in that play call.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see just the quick decision making on the fly from these teams. You can't really hesitate. You have to be on the same page altogether. And okay, so look, we're seeing the adjustment here in the buy round on dish from LG. They've got 3 players towards dish, but look what's happened. Version 1 are not emphasizing any control there.
Yeah,
they've actually mixed it up.
It's so slippery. And that's the thing is, even when we were watching the second half of version 1 defensively on Ascent, it's like, I'm sure they feel like they're not giving away anything in these initial plays. So if it's kind of a situation where it's like if it's not broke, don't fix it. And also at the same point is we know we're kind of running the mind games around LG's defense. So they continue to change up the looks, and Penny's going to be trusted to try to open something up here with the tour as they look for an early peek through halls.
And they also know that LG kind of need to peek this, but a lot of time with Burn, they don't go for it. They're actually going to just execute Dazzle with a preemptive Rolling Thunder. Has he broken it? Out comes the rocket, and it will take down Dazzle, but I think Dazzle's done enough here. He's prevented them from getting beyond the Sky Smoke and into the site. They've got to go back.
The thing is, LG are kind of shaking in their shoes a little bit. They're over-rotating through the middle of the map to make sure there is no full follow-up, because as we continue to mention, even though version 1 don't get what they came for initially, they have committed to still playing for those executes in the past. This is the first time that they're going to adjust, and V-Dog does have a scope available, makes good on it, as Effie's will drop. The spike still makes its way over, as Whippy collects it and will commit for a plant.
And with that incendiary, I don't really think that he has any. I don't know if he has any lineups from Arcade. We'll have to see if there's something that's going to go towards slowing down the approach from Gen. That does allow a reposition as well. They're both playing in tower. It's going to be very hard without forward kills to make this one work.
You guys nothing to isolate this.
Oh no, out comes the rocket. It's a double from Marta for the triple, and I don't believe it. That was necessary. It was a 4 versus 2, and it required the double from the rocket. Marta will close it out for Luminosity though.
I don't know if there was any other option, because even though the numbers were good, V1 make the right read by double stacking up top at B Heaven, because there was no more utility from TIG. No Sky Smokes, no Incendiary. The only bit of thing, any clearance they could have gotten was by way of a showstopper, and how necessary was it? We'll get the cinematic look at it. Oh yeah, threads the needle perfectly, because the kills from V1 were absolutely perfect. The first 3 eliminations are great. Mostly because there's nothing that LG could use to break up that post plant. So an important round coming through for LG, even though it's expensive, it puts them into the mix when it comes to the economy going into round 8.
And we have the default from LG towards Arcade. They're going for Arcade control. And the dish shenanigans have kind of stopped at this point. And instead, version 1 are looking to make that move towards this B site. And they have a very slow timing. So, you know, they could come upon a late clearance of Arcade. But we can see that this has been dominated by Luminosity. They had that early push there. They're set up.
So quick to make the execute call, knowing that there's no pressure over through tree. Celsius is going to run right into Dazzle and actually does get B Heaven control. That is so massive when it comes to V1 trying to set up a post plant, and then they overstack it with a double stet to make sure Dazzle still falls. So the spike gets planted, we go 4v4.
This is pretty tough. Not really all that much util. There's no, showstoppers left, no paint shells to kind of create some of this space. Actually, there's some paint shells sent to the back of the site. Effie's going to be able to defend, though. And there's just 2 left here. That's that pressure. There's the Incendiary. That's going to slow things down. Penny with a very nice kill coming through from Arcade. Now Mardo with it all to do against 3 players. The time ticking away. Oh dear, getting tagged down to 36. Smoke will dissipate, but Xander has the read. And there we go. Version 1 convert yet again. 6-2 in favor of them.
Unbelievable stuff from version 1. They really do have this map set up into a way where they're not showing the same thing twice. Not even in a row. Just they haven't shown the same thing twice. And it's forcing LG to have to make responses. As you had mentioned, kind of the play through Dish initially. But even on that peak through Arcade for LG on the defense, they'd set it up differently, where Dazzle was actually the last one forward. And the whole time, version 1's looking to lurk over through Tree. That's the first round they don't catch Moose in that position. And they say, okay, if there's no Cypher utility here, let's just run. Let's just go. And they get on. And it's not just they get on. They also take that B tower position. So now another different look. A 3-2 setup here for version 1 as they're going to really try to suffocate this B side early.
I'm looking for the pinch there, and be going under so that you can have 2 angles as well. Well, there's also already beyond. During these early positions. Oh, he's a headshot from a Sheriff.
Yeah. This B tower control from the side of LG has to result in something. They're pushing through it, and Tig does find 1 elimination on the backside, but it'll only be the 1. Moose continues to connect by way of Sheriff, but Whippy's barrier orb is now a huge problem. Resurrection has been earned once again, so why not use it? Over the top of the orb, B-Dog not quite able to lock down the initial kill. Maybe if he gets the first one and turns it into the second, there's a chance at a Thrifty, but version 1 too powerful in the round with the res.
Yeah, this map is really hard on the defense because you really have to fight for something. There's so many choke points, or rather, so many areas of control on this map. It really is the case you have to fight for something. And we might see a big fight at the start of this round. We've got the dish control battle going on once more, as we can see both teams setting up for that. A lot of pings from V1 around that back dish area. So there's a fault line going through for that.
There's going to be a lot of stress on LG if they do commit for this, which it looks like they want to. Good overhead view, sees that, yep, the fault line connects, but Dazzle throwing out a flash will tell V1 that there will be some defensive consideration, and even though there's a lot of members in this direction, they're really not committed to try to take this position, so it's an exchange of utility that is okay for the side of V1. The problem is, on the other side of the map, the long lurking play out of Penny is shut down once again by Moose, giving a 5v4 defensive advantage.
Yeah, and there's some cool stuff happening here. Vito tries to hold down this angle. We'll go into that in a moment as Effie's will be powering through. And the thing is, though, is that LG have quite a few players here ready to defend this site. Normally, there's not quite as many. The Rolling Thunder is available. There's 2 players stuck on the site.
B-Dog. Oh, gosh, yeah. Spray it down, why don't you? The setup was already ready for it. I want to say that in the moment of it, Tig is still in a position to where he could also assist by way of smokes and incendiaries if needed, but LG's defensive setup read that like a book. Never a chance for V1 to get on the site.
And with that kind of early dish battle again, the mind games, one of the reasons why you have the fault line going in there and V1 are threatening it, they're actually trying to bait the push from Arcade, because that's one of the ways you can handle dish pushes is by taking Arcade. That didn't happen. So LG kind of had the right setup. They're very, I mean, this is certainly a good look for them, looking to force their opponents to eco if they win this round, and they can really make a go of this.
Aggressive push on both sides of the north side of the map from LG. That's tons of information, but version 1 are also very aware that, hey, if there's nobody through this position, let's just go ahead and make sure we get our way forward. If there's no forward defenders, we can get the orbital strike out, but it's the aftershock that gets credited for first blood, shutting down B-Dog's attempt to defend through the link, and that's a quick plant for Effies as LG now have to decide what in the heavens do we do here for a 4v5 retake.
I think that they need to. I think they really want to. They have to win this round again. It's worth essentially 2.
Yeah.
They have the orbital strike and they have the rocket as well, the showstopper. They're going to go for it there. They're going to try to split these players up, feed them into the rocket. Good stuff. The paint shells coming through with the right click. What is Mata able to get off the follow-up? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They fully invested and they are coming up short here. Time is being burnt on the spike as well, and they still haven't gained enough ground. Moose spraying for dear life, but unable to find what he needs. And Fatigue, he's going to have to get a good timing. He's coming through, but it's not enough against Celsius. Oh, it was a good effort, though.
It was a great effort. I mean, I don't know how you set up a retake any better than what LG had done. I mean, you called it in the middle of the play-by-play action. It's the orbital strike down to flush out the bottom side of ropes, allowing the showstopper to be sent immediately over towards door. Both of them find value. It's just V1 stuck in no man's land between the ropes and between the front door, still out-trade LG. The individual gun skill coming through for version 1 has bailed them out in so many instances. I hate even saying the term bailout. So now you're in a position, like you mentioned, kind of a must-win round for LG, putting them into a tough financial spot, relying a lot on this tour. Zelsis will actually fancy the P. Does force the rendezvous, but Zelsis actually gets more than just that information. He reads that there are a couple more members dealing with this play through the B arcade.
Oh, and Moose was kind of baited into a deep angle because of all the pressure towards the B site, and that has really backfired Tig. Oh, that's an excellent kill to find. The wall actually might help Tig, lurking on this position, trying to find more value, trying to stay alive. Can't do it, though. Rolling Thunder comes through, and B-Dog strikes back. And actually, there might be a chance here. B-Dog. Oh, he gets it point blank! And with that, there's not much left here for V1. 2 players, they have that set up in A main.
And they have to force the incendiary early. So they know that there's some time to be spent. The barrier orb will mean that LG have to cross right into the middle of this. But Mata, with the blast pack play, comes across, leaving Effies, and it's B-Dog to put it through what looked to be an unwinnable round, Dan. B-Dog says, hold on real quick. Let me just put this tour to force into action. Finds 3 kills with it, including an unbelievable up close and quarter, either quick scope or no scope in the chest of V1. couple of had-to-have-it moments for Luminosity were missed, and with that, version 1 capitalize on an 8-4 half as we swap the sides. Dan, the mind games, the chess game, largely favoring version 1 so far through the first half of the match.
Yeah, that all of the shenanigans around those early dish control plays, I think, really definitely helps tip things in their favor, and it was constantly the case that LG had to respond. But now they're on the attack. Now they can take the initiative, and they can force the same onto V1, and they're pretty spread out here, looking like they're interested in that B split. But the arcade control, I mean, it's contested here. The wall goes up on reaction. That's being baited out. All the trademark goes down towards the defender side spawn outside of dish as well. The attacker side spawn, that is.
Well, this barrier orb is actually forcing LG to re-wrap back over into tunnels, to maybe even link up with the other 3 that are kind of waiting for a clearance towards tree. The good news here for version 1, this is fine in their book. They know they've got good clearance over arcade, so you can see both arrows are looking over towards a potential tree push. While you also still have V1 members that are completely concealed, they could be anywhere in A right now. LG have no idea.
Yeah, and the key thing as well is, waiting out the wall might force. Then V1 can no longer rely on that wall.
Yeah.
So they have to be worried about the fact that they could all be out there, and they've completely switched the amount of players on which side of the map. But now everybody is towards the A main side of the map, and they're going to contact their way in. I think this is a really good call. Penny, what can he get off of this? One player, he's going to dodge the fault line. And he could get massive value here. There's players all over the place. And there's the rendezvous. Is it going to be safe?
Yeah.
Looking like he's pretty safe.
He gets out. He actually links back up with the rest of the defense here. And all the meanwhile, outside of the fault line being thrown by Effie's, there's really not even a lot of information on how far forward is he playing over towards drop. So version 1 are going to have to largely set up this post-plant retake from mid, and then eventually you have to hope that Effie can come back through B-Dog response with elimination of his zone. Flashes will allow version 1 to keep the trade alive, and here comes the take.
Yeah, it's not working out there from that push from Sanson. And the defuse is getting stolen.
Whoa!
My goodness, what is that from B-Dog? And Ace, I don't know what's going on. Shift, please explain.
Okay, you want it? They lined up, he clicked, and killed them all. That is everything. I mean, this opening first pick is massive for B-Dog. He's able to rendezvous back in towards Halls, and then, yeah, you point, you click, and apparently you just hit everybody. That is disgusting.
That doesn't make any sense
None.
at all. Okay. All right. Okay.
Dan, hold me.
Here
I'm
we
scared.
Go. 5-8. They're in. They're in it to win it. And I'm still. Okay, this is on you, man. I'm just. It's all you.
On me.
I don't know what to say, man.
Me neither.
I don't know what to say.
Unreal stuff. So LG will go 5 out of 6 for the pistols, by the way. And they've been flawless in following up those pistol rounds wins in these anti-ecos. So if they could find a way to continue that stat, they'll be right back in this game, no problem. And it's going to be a play largely right in towards B. It's just overall just a wide peek from B-Dog. He keeps the hot hand, almost a heat check there. And the rest of LG are stacked up in arcade. The only defender really to deal with this would be the one up top in the form of Xander.
Making their way through. Luminosity looking kind of good here with the trades. And that's acceptable losses. Whippy, though. Oh, might have a timing with the smoke. Got to connect the shots. There we go. Trade, though. Very quick from Tig. And, oh, man, that insane ace. That unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that in Valorant. It's really crazy. And with that maybe highlight of B-Dog's career, honestly. That is ridiculous. I mean, a super fast ace with a classic with like no time left on the spike as it's being diffused through smokes.
Yeah.
I just don't know. But with that, look at how they're rallying behind it. But now we get the full buy from V1 in response, and it's like LG are kind of bonusing through. Tour de Force can come out for B-Dog, though.
That's the thing, is Tour de Force can come out in round 3. And it's going to. So, I mean, you got a free sniper rifle in the mix. Barrier Orb quickly will deny any play through the initial areas of Dish, but as you had mentioned at the framing up this matchup, you have to feel like the Orb is just going to be destroyed immediately as it gets put up, and that's indeed the case. So, no real blanket of security for version 1 off of that.
When the Creeper, the meeting of the minds for version 1, and LG. That said, LG are sort of course, just waiting for pushes around the map here, despite the fact that they are the ones with the worst weaponry. V1 actually pulling off of that A main push. So it feels like LG have a pretty good timing here towards this drop position. V-Dog might be able to possibly catch somebody. V1, they're moving around a lot right now, resetting their positions.
You just can't give away a first blood from a tour, I feel like, if you're looking at this from V1's point of view. Force them to have to commit to a site before you defensively try to hold this. And as Sky Smokes get dropped, here comes Luminosity from both sides of the A site. But V1 are fine with them having this ground. Wait for these to dissipate and then see maybe if there's an opportunity to deny this tour from finding any value, as Dazzle's going to commit for the plant.
Aftershock will force away one player, and it's for the force again, as you mentioned. It's absolutely critical. It will slow everybody down. That's going to be so backbreaking if he gets the connection. There we go. Now they're just trying to move through like snails. Oh, they're getting close. There it is. The quick right click, that quick scope, doing the damage, delivering the power here for B-Dog as he holds the position with the headhunter. Can't connect the shots, but he has Moose and Tiggs to fall back on him.
Oh, and the incendiary is primed up at the exact right moment. Whippy will try to heal through this, take the 1v1 and win it versus Boost. No more utility for Tig, and he's got a Spectre at extreme range. Headshot connects. Whippy forced to have to hold, and Effie's plays the appropriate bodyguard for just long enough. Version 1 able to find the full retake to put him on 9.
And that's so unfortunate for Luminosity. It's such a pivotal round, it's such an important one to pick up. And, you know, that's a round where, you know, B-Dog had a couple opportunities to just get that one more. And that one more that makes it a crushing advantage. But with that said, into a full buy, neither team is, you know, both teams are spending everything here. So this round is kind of worth 2. If we check the alt economy, V1 are in a great spot to play retake on the A site in particular, if that's what they want to do. Or the B site, the Rolling Thunder is just money on Fracture.
You have to feel like for version 1, you're relying on getting an opening read and then turning that into a position to maybe even just default to playing retake. Not the case, though. Rolling Thunder to be used aggressively. Here comes Elsis through it. The slowing field, though, holds him in his tracks, and Dazzle collects the double.
And he with the tour de force now, trying to get his piece of the action, and the smokes here. This is going to be scary. Got to use it basically like a shotgun at this point as he makes his way close. Oh, gets one almost quick enough for the second. Xander doesn't like the look of this, but the judge will backpedal into spawn.
Wow. Right here. You know, I was on the same boat as you, I think, Dan. I think we're both thinking that version 1, maybe you just default to using this fault line as a retake tool, but they decide to continue to keep the tempo up, trying to play through A halls, and maybe some of that is trying to get Xander in a position to feel a little bit more comfortable with judge angles, but it really is just a really good holding setup. Dazzling with the benefit with the double, shutting down the entire attempt of V1's defense, and from there on out, it was just LG running forward. Not a lot you could do if you're V1.
Yeah. Xander will at least get himself the weapon he wants. Get that juicy RGX Vandal.
Little window shopping going on.
And I mean, again, it really feels like V1 are definitely the stronger team of Fracture so far. They you know, their game plan and just how you know, confident they are. It feels like they have more answers. They will take the time out. That round from B-Dog where he gets the ace on the classic, obviously extremely upsetting rounds, and that is, you know, something that is certainly given them an in.
And it's
so good.
Trademark counters the Rolling Thunder. Think about that for just 1 second.
Okay, so for Luminosity, what is the way forward here? I feel like they're in a really great spot to try to take over the map, and you know, that's part of the reason why version 1 are taking the time out here, looking to see what they can decide to do going forward in these gun rounds.
Yeah.
Because
oh, go on. I was just agreeing with you.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just actually about to mention, it's kind of like you said, that first blood is absolutely critical, and there's so much map control to think about on this map. You've got 4 like massive quadrants to think about, and it's going to be quite a challenge on the defense here for version 1. And Luminosity looks like they might be going for the pressure towards Dish. They've got that trademark set up in case there's a push from Arcade as well. So it kind of indicates to me that they might want to be playing a pretty slow round here, and And indeed, they are set up for these pushes. Here comes V1 on Dish.
This is a bait. It's all bait, man. They're just waiting to see if V1's going to try to do something cheeky with the full stack through Dish, maybe. See if they can catch off just an over-aggressive play from version 1.
Oh.
So they're not going to get what they ideally would have wanted, but the trademarks are still in position to allow them to continue to play from the north side of the map, and that seems to be the call.
So interestingly here, the Cypher camera able to kind of trigger the door there with by shooting it. That is the thing is that that's an awesome fake, that sound. However, Penny heard them go in the camera, so they know that that's likely going to be a fake. The question is how they react off of it. And Luminosity are walking through the underpass now, looking to likely wrap up into arcade.
You've got the right people here, though, for version 1 to respond to this defensively. A barrier orb could be a huge hindrance if LG commit to B. And no, they're just going to re-wrap back, not even use the ropes to go back over towards A halls, right where that camera was positioned. So, like you mentioned, trying to bait the door does force version 1 to consider it, but this kind of gone quiet play style actually will allow LG to play off of this position through door.
V1 read it, but the pacing of LG was so slow that then V1 are like, okay, well, nothing's happened, so we have to go towards B. So that slow pace for Luminosity has got them that side control, but can they hold it? There's no ults really here for V1 to work with in the retake, and that's a great start from Moose, and it gets even better.
It's absolutely perfect. Flawless, in fact, you would say. No reason for version 1 to not try to go for this. Maybe outside of Xander, who's still holding on to this Vandal from the previous round. Moose and this post plant is responsible for door and this fall in towards dirt. Oh, Dazzle! My goodness, Whippy, what a shot that is. That makes things interesting all of a sudden. Version 1, they are going to back Xander off, but the other two members can still try to make this punishing.
Yeah, try to make as many players go down the ship as possible. Doesn't look likely, indeed. So, LG, again, in a commanding position now, 4 players looking to survive. As you mentioned, Sander for V1 will keep his rifle in hands. And that was a really cool round because, you know, what did Luminosity show us? They showed us like a really slow pace and that cam setup as well. Also, as well as the trademark setup towards the top side of the map. So on both sides, Luminosity have the ability to react off of the opponents, but also to throw essentially some distractions. And again, sow seeds of doubt as to what they're actually doing. And it's that either commits V1 to play passive and guess, or they have to go aggressive somewhere and take the risk, the information.
And that tempo is something that I think LG is going to love to continue to have. Against a version 1 team who, in the past when they've played this map, they've kind of misstepped in locations where they will often look to play aggressive, and then all of a sudden they find themselves on the wrong side of the map. Although this time, okay, hold on a second. This little double play between the Rays and the Breach will allow 2 kills to go in favor of Zelsis. Huge numbers advantage here for version 1, leaving LG with a 3v5.
Yeah, that's certainly a huge issue now. They're going to just go and commit. I mean, they don't have much choice, honestly. Dazzle has the Rolling Thunder, and I'm sure they wanted to get a setup going into that B site with that Rolling Thunder from drop, but obviously everyone's dead. So have to postpone the plans. And I mean, that's likely what V1 were reading as well. You know that this ult is on the board. And what do you feel like? And again, they could have done the research as well. That may have also given them even more accurate reads as to what Luminosity do in these positions. And Dazzle, not long for this world, of course, will go down. And V1 10-8, and it feels like they're stabilizing now.
Absolutely, and I think it's just off the fact that they are starting to get some aggression set up. Again, this kind of talking over the previous point, this version 1 team on defense has done kind of the same things that we saw offensively from them, where they like to get a little bit more aggressive in some key locations, not just Dish. We also see them very regularly try to take some arcade control. But LG's kind of passive and pensive setups on this attack have kind of made version 1 have to pay respect to that. So it's going to cost them utility to try to put some influence on the map. And that time for V1, it does pan out. But for LG, it's all it is a tick on the scoreboard against you. You still have a full buy here. So just keep trying to set this game in your tempo and see if you can just really make V1 have to respond to you.
And I like this a lot. Break the wall immediately, show that resistance. And at the same time, the V1 team, they are pushing Dish with a couple players. There's a trademark up there to alert LG to this. And the question, the thing is, though, is that LG are not committing heavy into B. So that trademark actually, it's
smoked.
Oh, they smoked it. Interesting. Okay. So they're going to use that information, and that's not information LG have.
The only thing that LG have to work off is Moose. And as if he wins this 1v1, it completely opens the sight, but didn't like the look of the gunfight, so the same Sky Smoke comes through to block off the play through ramps, or pardon me, through ropes. And Moose will actually take his energy on towards the site. First time we've seen this kind of double hit come through for LG, and it works out absolutely perfectly for him, leaving V1 with a 3v5 retake. And I don't know how you get through this. Maybe there's a world you can get a resurrection off, but with the kills coming through, it looks unlikely.
Yeah, really great timing on the mid-round rotation from Luminosity upon, calling that, really beating version 1 to the site, getting better positions. And that deep angle from Sans, or rather from Moose on Sans, was such a, that's such a great start for them. At that point, it becomes really difficult, and there's only one player on the side that's isolated. In fact, I think it was it was Dazzle. They just won that swing. But even if Dazzle doesn't get that swing and gets traded, his teammate will get the trade kill. So they're still likely winning this round. So essentially, Luminosity just, again, great call in the mid rounds, good timing found. And version 1, it just felt like we just said the last round. It feels like they're stabilizing now, and here we go.
This really is just punch for punch, hit for hit. And the thing that's really important, I think, mostly for LG is you didn't have to use anything to win that key round. You still have an orbital strike, a showstopper, and the rolling thunder. Where on the opposite side, the resurrection's still ready to go, and you're probably going to be able to get Xander and Orb somewhere here for version 1. At least you would think that'd be the play, to get him an orbital strike of their own. So you can go alt for alt here, but the fact that LG win that gun round without having to spend anything is massive for their implications to not just tie this game, but potentially retake the lead.
Yeah, we got this heavy focus once again towards A main and who's working on dish control. Oh, Rolling Thunder coming through there, looking for the push from the teammates through A main on the defense. V1 looking to get aggressive, but that rocket, that showstopper, is preventing them from really committing, and Marta's going to be forced to burn it, but that is kind of tit for tat. Rolling Thunder cancelled out by the showstopper.
Yeah, just ult for ult, but Moose once again, different point of contact. He's the first one to look into the site. This time he does it through the top side at drop, avoids the critical trademark position, and it's another first blood tallied by LG. It really is, again, version 1 trying to get aggressive, but Luminosity, with this slow-natured approach, has punished. The resurrection will allow this to stay 5v5, but LG are going to go quick to B.
Yeah, they know off that rotation, the Sage is normally around Arcade, so that gives them a sense that they have a man advantage, at least on this push, and there's a Rolling Thunder coming through, and it's going to slow things down. The orbital strike as well. Everything's getting sent into the round to prevent the site from being taken. Dazzle, with excellent shots there, takes down 2, and that is still now a time alive in this round, and another one from Dazzle. They get themselves the plan off the back of those entries.
That is unbelievable from Dazzle. He's blocked out by the incendiary, and V1 are cleaning up his teammates. He's just like itching to get into the fight, and as he does, he takes down 3. Flash comes through, double peek. Oh my goodness, Penny nearly reads it perfectly off of the flash. But it's Dazzle who will have the last word with 4 in the round. We tie it up at 10, Dan.
That's kind of unreal that he dodges the breach flash, and his spray transfer looks on point. That would have been quite upsetting, I'm sure. But yeah, this was amazing. V1 just ever so slightly a little too slow in that mad dash. But again, upon the cue of that Sage res, they knew that they would be able, if they just run all the way, that they could beat out the rotation. So very slim margins, and now V1 in a weird situation going for a tree push.
V1 do not have a lot of weapons, but Whippy, how does he keep finding value with the Marshall in full buy rounds from LG? That's at least the second headshot he's pulled. A number of other moments where he's connected for some significant health. And as Tig will start working back for another orbital strike, LG are kind of in a bad spot at the moment in this 4v5. They have no ground to work with. They do have a couple of traps to make sure there is no V1 push through from the A site. So really everything for LG is going to hinge on a full 4-man push somewhere into this B point, you figure.
Yeah, and the setup's pretty cool here from version 1 as well. They got the trademarks there in Sans as well as Dish. And they're just committing 2 to the site. They're really happy to just try to play passive here. And Whippy up high, able to get a trade there. And Marta's quite low also. They just have to delay. Rotation is coming now through mid, through spawn.
And Whippy's just waiting for someone to peek him. If he can go 1 for 1, that would be unbelievable. And no, he doesn't pull the trigger. How has he not done that? Oh, it's so unfortunate because Mata was the one low health pool member. So there was an opportunity to get this into a defensive favor as far as numbers are concerned, but now it's going to have to be Xander. He'll be actually missed by the recon, but it may not make much of a difference. Just the last two holding sheriffs as they try to come back in.
Peas and Xander. Fault line of flash coming through. Actually, no fault line, but it doesn't really matter too much. The trades are in, and that's the round won by LG. 11-10. They take the lead. And, well, it does really feel like that kill from, or the kill that should have happened from Whippy.
Agreed.
It looked like he must have been looking at the minimap there. Like, he just didn't react. So that was really bad timing, unfortunately. He was probably trying to understand where his teammates were positioned at that specific moment. It's probably what he was looking for.
Man. There was a world, though, if you find that kill, it doesn't just slow down the luminosity hit. It actually allows version 1 to get those sheriffs onto site. It's tough. Regardless, 11-10. Two are out. Early fault line for LG for the first time actually does force the barrier orb to be played again through Arcade. But for LG, this is fine. You're kind of spreading the map for one of the first attempts that we've seen them do this, where you're kind of putting pressure on multiple points at once.
Yeah, and that actually clears up a lot of space for B-Dog here to go pretty deep with the tour de force, because the attention has to be towards Arcade. They're breaking the wall as well, so B-Dog might be able to catch somebody here. This is a very dangerous position indeed for version 1 to be in.
Good smoke. That's going to allow a reposition for Xander to get not only out of tower, but it kind of allows an opportunity for the consideration for LG that, hey, version 1's defense may have actually thrown a member on towards site, so they kind of have to re-clear this all over again. Xander up top is still holding on to his left wrist, thinking about more smokes to come through. That'll block off most of this. Here comes the take. Up quickly goes Mata with the blast pack play, and it's successful for first blood.
Yeah, tentative stuff here. Spike finally looking like it's going to be planted backside.
30 seconds left.
Is that aftershock? That's actually going to delay things a little bit more. However, version 1 not able to do too much. That does actually allow them that smoke to go down, as they can get some more open angles here, as that spike is in the corner of the site. They can hold some of these lines. It's going to be a mad dash here. Oh, there's one whiff from B-Dog looking for somebody to play off of that.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness, Whippy, so slippery. And they're going to make their way in off the back of that. And Whippy is going to take down every single player. My goodness, so much damage, and Moose has nothing left in the tank. Oh, what on earth is Whippy on right now?
He's on his life, I think, is the biggest thing, because B-Dog missing the shot is everything. You saw it immediately. As soon as the shot is missed, as you called, it's not just version 1 getting onto site. B-Dog becomes a non-factor. So this initial play, as B-Dog tries to re-peek, does not get the rendezvous off in time. Whippy's trusted to make the next elimination Cubby happen, while you've got the last play out of Zelsis to help clear space with utility. That is so good. And it all comes off the fact of, think about how different it would have been if B-Dog just hit the shot. It sounds easier than it was because it's a little jump shoulder peek, but if B-Dog gets there, version 1 are much more challenged to get back onto site.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's I mean, here we go for the arcade pressure once again. That's been so typical, but at the same time, everybody's moving towards the setup here, and what a setup from V1 with the orbital strike, looking to do all the damage here early in the round. They've taken down one player. The spray, though, from Luminosity, they actually find a way to punish this aggression.
The initial slow play is absolutely flawless from version 1, but Luminosity just hold their ground. They once again deny version 1's forward play on the defense. But Whippy's heroics still come in. That allows them to maybe even consider, do they want to play for a resurrection here with that being earned? At the moment, there's no significant movement to say yes, maybe until right now. Whippy is quickly moving back to the middle of the map, looking maybe to get a fourth member into play.
Yeah, Luminosity looking really good, though, to close this one out here towards the B side. As you say, the res will be available, and it will come through. Guns can be collected, so
so good, so good.
I didn't even see that. Oh no, cancel it out. At least they forced out the orbital strike.
I think LG's fine with that, though, Dan. You get the free kill, and you know that the only defender at B's moved. Yeah, I think you take that every day of the week and twice on Sundays. Now, Moose is low, so as far as the 3v3 is concerned, there is a health advantage, but it may not make a difference.
Wow.
The showstopper's also avoided, leaving Zelsis for a 1v3.
How does he dodge that one? And they're going for the defuse here. There comes the aftershock. More delay and more delay. Penny in the open, doesn't even know which way to look. Celsius full HP, but again, no way to know where to look first, and that's a quad kill from Tig. What a round from Tig. What a round from Luminosity. They punish the aggression in A main so well.
Every time they've punished the aggression. Has there been a single defensive round for version 1 where they've taken the first engagement aggressively and held that space? Because at the moment, I can't think of any at the time being, maybe outside of a round where LG was playing with Eco. But in these full v full rounds where V1 are spending a lot to get forward, especially into A halls, they have not been able to hold that ground. So it really is a lot of credit for LG for finding a response to one of the trademarks of how V1 like to play this map.
Now we got that cam. That should go down pretty quickly here. And the wall is in this occasion placed on the stairs, the B main stairs that lead in from tree. And LG have completely cut pace.
Does Moose check this? He's got just the trap in front of him. But V1 see it, they delete it. The peak, not going to find anything. So first blood missed from really both parties, but V1 will obviously recognize that, okay, one trap means that there very well could be players lurking at the bottoms of the map, but largely we have to make sure that we're at least putting some defensive pressure on this hit coming out of drop, which is exactly what's coming forward. LG get onto the site freely.
Yeah, they have to decide to take a fight somewhere, and they're looking to take spawn, and they knew that Moose was there. Really smart there from version 1. They had to do that. Really, really smart. I can't emphasize it enough. Still though, in a 5 versus 3 after that one. Whippy punishing players again.
Who's it going to be? Someone's got to pop off here, and it's not going to happen, at least not initially. Mono's only good for 1. You like overtime, kids, because we're going V1. The first round, and you hit this absolutely beautifully. I mean, it's the fact that they move forward through A halls. There's no point of contact. You know that there's going to be an A hit. It has to come through drop, but there's really no way you fight up against that. So wait for the lurking play. Force the engagement on the isolated player. It doesn't just allow the first blood. It allows a chance to get rifles, too. It's so key for V1.
Excellent stuff. I mean, it's so... Whippy has really started to deliver here. Like, if there's an opportunity, Whippy is just so focused and just crushing it every time. So now into the overtime, I'm really curious what we're going to be witnessing here for either of these teams. I feel like Luminosity and V1 have both been playing like pretty well, respectively, with their own game plans and kind of the adaptations going back and forth. Like that round, for example, you have this really difficult decision if you're V1. You see that there's someone playing outside and that you might be caught out on your pacing, and so there's a situation where they could be lurked up dish, or there could be loads of players outside of A main. You can't just sit back on the site, because if you do that, you allow yourself to get swarmed from both angles at once. You have to pick a place to fight for, and they were convinced on spawn, and it really worked out.
Yeah, especially with limited weaponry, the last thing you want to do is just feel like you're trapped and then not be able to fight back. I mean, not only off of that, but think about how much utility LG would have had to just kind of pick apart any setups on the site itself. So key, absolutely key. But Whippy's 30 and 14, Dan. The entire time that you were talking, I was just staring at that 30. Like, for him to drop a 30 bomb on the battle sage, it's unreal. And there were questions from the analysts, was like, how is Whippy going to use this sage in the first place? Because this is a new look for version 1. And, well, I think we can all rest easy knowing that Whippy's been able to find a way to utilize it with near perfection so far.
Yeah, Whippy's been pretty amazing on that stage. I definitely agree. It's interesting to see some of these dynamics and just see how both teams like opt to play the defaults out as well.
True.
Like having Moose on the Cypher, and they also have B-Dog as well on the Chamber. And like these are two, like, having that extra kind of map control from being able to have the trips and the trademarks is definitely an edge that Luminosity has. So V1 have to be a little bit more active on the map to be able to deal with that.
Man.
And then there's so many mind games when you start destroying the trips and so on, and with the slow paces to the rounds, a lot of it comes down to the in-game leading.
Truly.
At that point.
No, I'm so glad that you went back to the mind games portion of it, because I feel like this entire series could just be summed up by it. I mean, this is as big of an upset as St. Peter's beating Kentucky yesterday. I don't know if you follow college basketball. That's a big deal, Dan. The thing is, no one was figuring that LG was going to even be competitive with version 1 going into this. But it was also just more baffling of the fact that this is the 3-map set that we got. Not seeing LG play any Ascent, not seeing V1 play any Bind, and then both teams coming in with some tight affairs on Fracture. It really goes to show that we're going to get through this playoff, and we're going to look back on day 1 and day 2 and think, a lot of woulda, coulda, shoulda moments will come through to determine the outcome of what is eventually our NA teams that get into Masters 1, because both these teams have put together a heavy display of high IQ Valorant so far. It's been really fun to watch.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning to support your point that Luminosity are ranked 13th in North America on VLR.gg at the moment, and
true.
You've got V1 ranked second. You know, V1 have been just smashing it lately. They've climbed so rapidly up to that second position. Only in front of them is Cloud9, and you know they're coming off the back of a 2-0 against Sentinels, a 2-1 against Optic, 2-1 against NRG, 2-0 against Rise, 2-0 against Knights. This is version 1, and Luminosity. They've had struggles. They've lost to XSET. They lost to Cloud9. They had a close game against 100 Thieves, close game against Evil Geniuses. They lost to the Guards. So LG, they're stepping up when it matters, and it couldn't matter any more than overtime on the third map.
This has been fun. It's just flat out. These two teams have really battled and countered each other in every moment. How about this LG first look that we're going to get with this Boombot play? It does find at least some damage countered out with a Boombot of V1 of their own. So aggression for aggression, utility for utility, and not much loss nor gain from either side off the end of it.
I'm just trying to slow things down. And again, there could be a timing here possibly, but we've got a push towards Tree as a response from Luminosity. Now V1 are a little boxed in at this point. So it's kind of hard to go across the rope at this stage. So they're going to have to re-clear Tree, and then they can decide if they want to go back to A or not. Okay, that's the problem though.
That's I mean, look what it's done. V1 say, well, can't fight that. Time to go back over towards the A site, where you again only have information that the raise is here. Here comes Dazzle off the flash, trying to be able to turn this into a double, but only collects one of two. V1, a lifeline here as they approach over towards the A zone, but Mata says not so fast. A double comes through for him, leaving Xander on his lonesome for a 1v3.
Yeah, LG have done such a great job here, and there's very little for Xander to do. He's got to collect the spike. Luminosity looking to play this disciplines, and they can allow Xander. They want him to plant. They want to know precisely where he is. It's overtime. Just give him the plant. You get the information advantage, and he has the clock against him. Xander has no choice but to go for it, but Tig's lurked out. He has lurked all the way out, and he's going to finish it off, and that's going to be Luminosity in the lead here. Just one more, and Luminosity will have defeated version 1 in a best of 3.
You can't even keep your composure saying that out loud, and I don't blame you, Dan. I mean, no one would have expected this. I mentioned earlier I didn't have Luminosity potentially 2-0ing V1 on my bingo card. I just checked it. I don't have LG beating V1 on my bingo card at all, no matter the score. And B-Dog taking the flex defensively onto the operator pays off massively in a game that has largely been dictated by offensive presence from both teams. A huge advantage for LG as we swap the sides as they go up 1, playing on their attack. The Boombot fails, by the way.
Yeah, it does. And again, look, this cut of pace, just the slow pace. It's very nerve-wracking here. Penny's got a nice off angle as they would jiggle the angle to the right of him, where Zalsis is. And then as they swing, he gets the shot, and there it is. Such a great setup. And now Zalsis comes through. Oh, man. They just got pulverized.
Boy. Zelsis has gotten himself the orb if he wants to use a showstopper to really put this round out of reach. Yep, there it is. Calls for it. Does get out, but it's Penny who actually is the one to count elimination, leaving Moose into what would have to be a 1v5. First two looking okay, but Zelsis shuts things down. You call it perfectly. Penny on the peak, just throwing the shoulder. Rendezvous out. Delayed paint shells sets up Zelsis to essentially follow up off of his own utility. We go defense for defense. Come on.
Not done just yet. And a lot of this action is happening towards this A main part of the map. And if you're just joining us, earlier in the match, version 1 especially put a lot of emphasis on dish openings in their offensive side. So might go back to that. It'd be interesting to see it. It's weird because in overtime, a lot of the conditioning, where you get to set it on your opponents round by round, it doesn't quite work the same way in overtime because you're going round for round on either half. So it's just kind of a different ball game entirely. And V1 will actually take the time out because they are trying to figure out how to make best on this opportunity of a reset as we go into the second overtime.
The other thing to kind of keep in mind about that dish play that you're talking about, think about how much V1 was doing that when they knew they had an economical advantage or when they themselves were just playing with half buys, light buys. It was a lot in the early set of the half for V1 that they were getting aggressive through dish. When we were in full versus full rounds, a lot of V1 I think could be categorized, especially defensively, on how they wanted to take A-Hall's control. So that could also lead to potential considerations for LG, as we eventually will get them back on another offense. But I think the question here for V1 is exactly what you're mentioning. Do we want to try to reestablish, if you're version 1, on some dish pressure? Because it's been a while since we've seen them put any kind of a stack, or really any utility, up through dish lately.
Oh, we haven't seen too much of the double satchel setups, and it's looking pretty good here for Luminosity. Got an arcade control working out nicely, and the pinch coming through from dish as well. Version 1, they're in a lot of trouble here. The wall comes through so they can get this plant and cut off one of the avenues, playing on top of it too. But this is a difficult, very difficult look for V1 again.
Spike planted.
Penny was looking to stop any defensive rotations through mid. He loses the battle as B-Dog's operator continues to find value in this OT. So now you just have to play off of Effie's flash. Effie's got 2 slow orbs to potentially use. Here come the numbers. And well, Whippy's done incredible stuff before. This would take the kick though if he could pull off the 1v4.
Yeah, they're going to look to challenge him through the smoke. Surely, actually, looking for Whippy. He gets a freebie, but B-Dog around the side will be able to shut that one down. And we are looking at another Luminosity match point here as we go into this last round of the second overtime on the last map of this best of 3 series. And Luminosity, they've got V1 really, it feels like, against the ropes in many senses.
Differently, at least from regulation, right? I think that's kind of the other point to throw into the mix here is at one point in time, we were saying V1 is winning the chess game going on. They are finding more value on the map, whether it be by overall utility efficiency or by just getting into positions fast. LG have put together a response to it, and it's starting to really turn the tides in a way where it almost feels like LG defensively have figured out V1. The question has been now, what can you do offensively to keep V1 guessing? Because you could argue the same thing where V1 have found good responses defensively for what LG wanted to do, including now the first instance of some defensive aggression for V1 through dish in a while.
Yeah, and V1 win that early exchange. Luminosity will take one across the rope back to the other side. So you can see Marder flying along.
So graceful.
And Tig will join him as well. So they're setting up for that B attack. And look at the rotation here for V1. Again, it's a faster rotation of Fracture, but they're actually quite far away. A couple committed towards drop and dish, and one on the A site. V1 are not playing for information right now, and that's going to bite them in the backside as LG look to assault the B site.
Especially if this is a full commitment. Yeah, the wall will break. So once again, V1 kind of have to be considerate of a multitude of ingress points here on this B attack. Tunnel play around will give an opportunity for LG to maybe even stack some aggression to take B tower. There's nobody there defensively, though. So for V1, you're kind of in a bunkered up spot, but you've got good assistance from a multitude of players that could help out from the middle of the map.
These slow orbs are actually a really big problem.
So good.
Whippy actually goes out. I can't believe him. He's crazy. And he actually picks up a kill, so he takes out the breach. Dazzle's gone. And now they're going to try to defend here on the site proper, but looks like Luminosity will get the entries. Trey's still coming through, though, and the spike is on the ground at the moment. There might be opportunity here for Celsius behind the smoke. He's going to dart out, and there's Tig around the corner, and he's going to seal the deal. Luminosity in overtime in 3 maps are going to best the second ranked team in North America. Unbelievable result.
Look, I pulled this out the other day at a different show, but I don't know if you know this, Dan. It's the time of year. It's March. And it's madness time, baby. That's all you have to know. It's March Madness across a multitude of fashions here in North America, apparently existing into North America, Valorant as well. No one predicted this, maybe outside of just people who work for LG or play on LG's team. Everyone was thinking V1 flawless through the group stage was going to have an easy turn to get to the winner's semis before they meet adversity, but Luminosity looked so darn good on all 3 maps, Dan. I don't even know where to begin. It's such a good showcase from LG.
Yeah, it's really impressive to see them really doing so much work and putting up such a fight and actually winning and showing that resilience against a team of the caliber of version 1. We know version 1 is an absolute menace. They've been proving it time and again. We talked about their results recently, but to see the fact that Luminosity is peaking into the playoffs is actually really scary, because now they're becoming an argument through the improvements that they're making for another very dominant top team. And we've got a lot of those already. It's pretty stacked at the top of North America, and we'll find out more about that as this tournament progresses. But I think that's enough from Holdy and myself for now. We're going to throw it over to the desk to break that down.
Yeah, the bag and put a meal up. Yeah, they gas me, don't need to fill up. Yeah, my Uncle Rich's Uncle Phil was. Yeah, they hate to love me, yeah, that's real love. Yeah, went to Buffalo to get my bills up. Yeah, when I'm gone, they miss me like a free throw. Yeah, I've been wildin' since Ben Wallace. Yeah, I'm hard body, man, I've been solid. Yeah, winning ship, champagne poppin'. Yeah, I manifested, I've been body. Yeah, in the center of it like Theo Riley. Yeah, Shaq Diesel ballin' been a habit.
Been body, man, I been body. 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 Been body, been body, man, I been body. Been body, man, I'm talking been. If I shoot my shot, then it's going in. Never fold, man, I never been. Been solid like O'Neal. Nail in the coffin, that's overkill. Might shoot the three, I might windmill. Might walk him down like I'm Holyfield. On a new level, let's be for real. I'm about to max out a new deal. Working my wrist like I'm Shuttlesworth. Get it and shoot it like Lou Will. Snatch your heart, I know it hurts. I got the skills to pay the bill. Coach, I just caught a body.
An incredibly hard-fought series by both teams, as you would have seen in the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. But in the end, LG pulls off a massive upset. Wow. Sideshow, the 5-0 curse is real. Version 1 looks so good in the group stage, and now they get bested by LG. Surprising.
Yeah, both of the quarterfinal matchups that looked the most one-sided end up being super close. and it's actually LG that get it over the line. And that was an 8-4 lead that version 1 had. But LG again won the pistol round. I mean, B-Dog gets a round 13 pistol ace that sets them back up to get back into the game. Then they have an amazing bonus round 2. It's just wild to think how this ended up occurring. I said it on Ascent. It looked like LG were potentially the better team there and maybe could have closed it out 2-0. Yeah. But these pistol rounds were a constant thorn in the side of version 1. LG won 5 out of 6, and Shift was talking about it the whole time.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of crazy also to think that the only thing that really kept version 1 in this map was kind of hero plays, right? I mean, Whippy was absolutely trying to drag his team across the finish line, kicking and screaming with 30 kills. He was more than doubled in the second place fragger on his team for a substantial margin into that game, and it just took hero plays as well. Like, I think Zelsus had one round where he, like, pushed Dish on defense and got, like, a big double kill just to keep his team afloat. So they were really struggling to keep pace with LG, who, like you said, looked a more impressive team. And this is awesome for LG because throughout the group stage, they had a couple of close maps against top-level teams or teams that we would kind of consider like top 5 or so. You know, with the OT against Guard on Fracture and the OT on Bind against Cloud9. But they got 2-0'd by every other, like, big-name team in the region. So to see them push this to all 3 maps and come out on top against one of the most impressive teams from the group stage and throughout the course of this year, that's a massive move from LG, and what a time to do it in playoffs.
You can see Dazzle there at the bottom of the scoreboard, honestly, but he's a player that I want to give some serious props because I think when you're looking at how the map played out as a whole, on that attack side, LG read the aggression coming out on defense. Most of the time they were able to contain it, and then they slowed the tempo down. They imposed their own game upon version 1, and once they got into position, they were finding entries. I think Dazzle had a pretty solid game in terms of his fragging, but the preparation on maps you wouldn't expect from Luminosity, and then the in-game leading on that final map was really good from him, and I think speaks to a new ceiling, perhaps, for LG that I hadn't considered for them before. I really didn't think they were even capable of an upset like this, and they've proved me completely wrong.
Well, you're singing his praises, so we might as well bring him into the show as well. So we'll say goodbye to the analyst desk for right now as we welcome Dazzle in for the Verizon post-match interview. Dude, that was a huge win. I don't think anyone had you guys picked to be the victors over V1, but I gotta ask, coming into the series, a bit of an odd map pool. You end up playing their permaban, they end up picking your permaban. How did that come to be? What was the prep like for you guys this week that ends up happening?
Well, basically with, like, our Haven, we just gotten stomped on it, like, actually demolished the last couple times we played it, so we were in our heads about it, so we decided we were going to ban it for this first match of playoffs, which we did, and we prepped our Ascent a bit. We honestly thought, once we saw the map pool, that we would win 2-0. Our Ascents felt really good in scrims, but they're incredible on it, so that was a hard match, but we were ready for them to not ban Bind too, but we were expecting it was going to be something else as well, so the map pool was a little weird for sure.
Looking at the agent pool as well as we look at some highlights from this last map, you guys had a bit of an odd swap with Moose picking Sage and Cypher on Bind and Fracture over Viper. Is this part of the meta shift that you guys decided to swap Moose to a different role, or is there something else going on in the background that you guys decided this would be a much better match against V1?
Well, Viper definitely got nerfed. I think she's still super good, but Moose is a bit more comfortable on Cypher. So I think, like, with the nerf and with how good he is on Cypher, it makes it pretty easy to switch. And as far as the Sage on Bind, it's kind of the same thing. It's a little uncomfortable for him on Viper, and he's really nice to the Sage. It still has a really good value, so it was working for us in practice, so we stuck to it.
Nice. You guys won 5 out of 6 pistols. You only let them win 1 pistol, and they force bought against one of your pistol round wins. What was going right for you in those pistol rounds that allowed you to come out on top and capitalize on their mistakes?
Honestly, pistol rounds in Valorant are pretty random, I'm not going to lie. So there's not much I can say about it. You know, it just goes one of the ways, and you can win the match without both pistols, but it's a really big buff, so we're happy we got a couple of them.
Now, you guys made it to playoffs with tight wins over EG and 100 Thieves. Do you feel like as a result you were underestimated and that potentially gave you a bit of an advantage as no one really saw you as maybe as serious a threat as you are?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no reason for the top teams to be thinking that we're going to come out and make Iceland, but we know we're capable of doing that, so we're using it to our advantage. You know, no one thinks we're going to win a series. I'm sure we probably just ruined, like, everybody's pick 'em bracket or whatever. Everyone had us going out instantly and losers, so, you know, get shit on.
All right, well, looking at your next matchup, you guys are going to be facing off against the Guard and Sentinels with limited time to prep in between this series and that. What are you guys going to do to prepare for either one of those teams, and is there a team that you would prefer to match up against?
We're definitely going to watch the match, watch their VODs, do our normal prep, but I want to play Sentinels really bad. I've never played them since I switched to Valorant. I got some friends on that roster, so that's who I'm rooting for in the next game, so we can play them tomorrow.
I look forward to you potentially having a chance to get some blood spilled on Dapper there for that second game in the semifinals. Congratulations on the big win. Definitely caught us all off guard, but super hyped for you guys. Look forward to seeing you guys play tomorrow.
For sure. Thanks, Buck.
I got to say it. I'm incredibly surprised. I got to give credit where credit is due. LG looked so good against a version 1 who came in undefeated with the highest round differential of any team coming out of the group stages. Stellar work from them, but we're going to throw things to a very quick break. When we come back, we've got a heater of a match. It's the Guard versus Sentinels to see who's going to be facing LG tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss it.
Cookies and cream. Go-to ice cream flavor is for sure cookies and cream.
I don't know. The older I get, like, it's changing like my palate. Like, I like pistachio ice cream. Like, what the?
My go-to ice cream flavor is for sure vanilla.
Probably the cookie dough. Just the original cookie dough.
My go-to ice cream flavor is, I don't eat ice cream that much, but it's got to be French vanilla.
My favorite ice cream flavor, yeah, I would say definitely like Neapolitan. You can't go wrong with.
Mint chip's pretty good. I mean, I'm a pretty simple guy. It's probably like vanilla or something, like French vanilla or vanilla. Yeah.
I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bone. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bone. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone. I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bone. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bone. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone.
Burn it up, fuck it up, get it back. I had to take it like, give me that. These niggas fishy, I'm frying that. I know you ain't real, that's a copycat. Head too big, helicap. I know why you mad, cause I'm killing it. Beat up the track is delirious. My name hold weight like a surrogate. Make it look good when I slide. Take a risk, roll a dice. Watch me take flight. If you're scared, be quiet. What you selling, I ain't buying. It ain't sweet, don't try. Gotta win, no time. That's all I know, I ain't lying. You'll be scared to jump, watch me leap though. All I know is win, that's what I live for. Everything good, but it ain't sweet, no. I turn to a savage, yeah, that's beast mode. You be scared to jump, watch me leap though. All I know is win, that's what I live for. Everything good, but it ain't sweet, no. I turn to a savage, yeah, that's beast mode.
I'm making the plays, I'm calling the huddles like quarterbacks. Championship, Kobe and Shaq, run it back. 30 for 30, I don't see me slowing up. They wanna double team because they know I'm on fire. I come in the clutch, you talk about pressure applied. Yeah, I feel the rush, you know that I'm itching to ride. I stayed in the lead, who taking the win, you know it's us. 24/7, I'm ready to slide.
You'll be scared to jump, watch me leap though. All I know is win, that's what I live for. Everything good, but it ain't sweet, no. I turn to a savage, yeah, that's beast mode. You be scared to jump, watch me leap though. All I know is win, that's what I live for. Everything good, but it ain't sweet, no. I turn to a savage, yeah, that's beast mode.
Yeah. This is what a boss do.
One series down and one more to go. Welcome back to NA VCT. It's playoff time, day 2. My name is Bach. Joining me on the desk is Dust and Sideshow. We did just watch LG make it a little bit further than we maybe anticipated. Even Dazzle said it in the post-match interview. He said, I honestly think a lot of people had us as 2-0 or 0-2, excuse me, and out. We ruined a lot of pick'ems, but now we get to see a game where picking is incredibly difficult. We were talking about it, Sideshow. We were not sure who to pick, guard or Sentinels. This is a difficult one.
I really don't know. I mean, somebody asked me earlier in the week, and I was pressed, so I said the guard, but I really don't have an answer for this match. I think it's a super even quarterfinal. I think the meta change completely mixes everything up as well. Who knows what to expect from this game? I think it's just going to be an amazing game. I think that's my bread.
Yeah. And as we
take
take
a silly prediction.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I know. I
fence.
hate being that soft, but there you go. It does hurt being on the fence this hard.
Anyway, let's take a look at the guard here. This is a team that has just taken really the region by storm very quickly, kind of piecing together the team throughout late last year and into this year. Trent being the most recent addition, and it has been just a huge pickup for them. Just come absolutely out of nowhere and been such a fantastic player, such a consistent fragger. And the guard has just been impressive, man. They had a couple of hiccups in the Nerd Street Winter Championship, but in VCT, the only team that's given them trouble is Cloud9, who's considered the best in the region. They've been able to tear through a lot of other really solid teams along the group stage, and I think that they just have this great combination, not only of talent, but their utility usage is so good, particularly how they're able to get aggressive on defense.
And that's what I want to talk about. The utility usage, the discipline difference. It all comes from a guy that you're not even seeing on the roster there. Their coach, who founded this, this team. Both apply, I think. It's MCE, the coach of the guard, who's, I mean, they've had a fantastic win rate. He's a former coach of Gen G. He's brought over a ton of CS experience, too, where he was pretty successful. Unfortunately, only managed to get up to less than 7K Twitter followers. So, you know, I'm sure he wasn't on the Sentinels' radar at all. But he's done a great job with the guard, and I think you can tell in their gameplay, too. The guard, the biggest difference, I think, that they have in this match over Sentinels is that discipline. Here's one of their site execs where you can see all of the pieces working together. They're at 40 seconds into the round, they come into the site, huge amount of coordinated utility, all scaling together, all making sure that they're covering angles for each other. This is just a pretty common example of how they do it when they're on attack. You see it on their defense as well. This is another retake scenario where they're in a 5v4 retake. That one flash, they're all in. They just have full trust in each other. instant coordination, and they're in, and it's over in a blink of an eye. This was one where Cloud9 just couldn't hold on. The only question mark for the guard in this game, in my opinion, is the individual quality and the meta changes, because this is something that really hampered them in that match against Cloud9. Here you can see Leaf taking them on. Felt like they were unaware of some of the flash setups that were coming through. There's a paranoia that catches them out. And Leaf's individual ability just kind of ran them over in that game too. And when you're going up against the individual talents of Sentinels on the new patch, those are definitely issues that could rear their head again and take down the guard.
Here's my big problem with the guard. They have been incredibly impressive, but I think people don't realize how small the sample size has been. And the one time they've played against a top 5 team in the region, they got crushed. That was by Cloud9, where they didn't even look competitive in the 2 map losses there. So that's my concern. But the good thing is for them, I guess, and the bad thing for Sentinels is this team that you're looking at here on screen is the longest standing roster in North America. Their last change was picking up 10s at the very beginning of last year. So they have a lot of reps together under their belt, but they're facing 2 major issues in my opinion. First of all, for a team that's been together for so long, their map pool is incredibly vulnerable. They're 3-5 in their last 8 games on Ascent. They've had no games on Breeze since Champions last year, and they've lost their last 5 games in a row on Split, and they haven't played any of that yet in 2022. So with that many vulnerabilities out there, you get concerned. I think the other big concern for me with Sentinels is while they look pretty good and some of their opening sequence, especially if you look at like a map like Bind or Haven, they're very good at taking a map control or taking a site. But when it comes to those tense, like mid to late round 3-on-3 post-plant-ish type scenarios, they kind of start to fall apart, which is usually more of a mistake that you see young teams having, newer squads that are coming together, not a team that's been together for as long as they have. And it really raises some red flags for me on a team that's supposed to be one of the best in the world.
And not only is this one of the most long-standing rosters, but they also have an IGL that's been at the top of the game since the very beginning. And I think this game is going to be a battle of the IGLs. I think Shaz Valen is a valid comparison to make, despite the fact they play different roles. So obviously take these stats with a grain of salt. But I've added some in towards the bottom there that are much more IGL or team-oriented, right? Win rate as IGL, obviously you have to consider that Shaz has been around for so much longer with Sentinels, played against much tougher competition, and still, they're at the same win rate over the course of their lifespan as a team together. But Valen is an up-and-coming IGL who is a similar vein to Xander. I'm not going to say that Valen is as good as Xander. I'm not going to go that far, but I think Valen's IGLing has been good. He's very supported by his coach, MCE, and he's able to frag. These are 2 of the IGLs in North America that do some of the most fragging. You can see Shaz's 1v1 clutch win rate still really high up there, despite the fact that Valen edges him out on some of the other just pure fragging metrics. But I think a lot of this is going to come down to how much impact can they have, not necessarily with their rifling, but in terms of adapting to the meta, adapting to their opponent, and setting up their teams to win. I think that's something that Shaz has been amazing at in the past, but hasn't demonstrated too much in 2022.
Yeah, there was some things going around as well on social media, potentially around the way that TenZ was playing. And Sideshow, there was a tweet in particular that you wanted to call out here for TenZ or in support of TenZ, calling out maybe one of those issues.
Yeah, I mean, TenZ, I think some of it has been a mental component too, right? We know that TenZ has the ability to be the best player in the world. We've seen it before. He was the best player in the world around Reykjavik time. I think that was really difficult to argue against. But he's talking in this tweet about how when he was playing from Los Angeles, 70 ping was making his mental go boom. That's the wording he used. And what I take away from this is not necessarily that the ping was making the difference, but that it was causing a mental block for TenZ that he'd just rather be rid of. And so Dapper was talking about it on stream recently. Dapper's actually hosting TenZ now. TenZ, after their match against version 1 for the whole of the playoffs, has moved in with Dapper and is going to be playing from Texas, where he has much lower ping. And they're going to hope that that has a bigger impact, because really TenZ should be winning this head-to-head against Sire player.
Now, as we take a look at the map picks and bans for the series, we'll see where it's going to be going. The Guard has proven to have a pretty powerful map pool, and you mentioned it, Dust. The map pool for Sentinels has not necessarily been as strong, but that's one we didn't anticipate seeing. We will finally get to see Icebox with the recent changes here, Dust.
Yeah, indeed we will. That's going to be great to see in map 2, but it's also good to see Sentinels be able to at least come out and grab a power pick coming into the series for the opening map. Their bind has been incredibly impressive for some time now. Their losses have generally been very close. They're 15-2 since he's been on the team, TenZ being that. Very strong on both sides of the map. Seem to still get a lot of value while they do struggle in certain situations. I feel like, again, they have strong openings to rounds, and Bind's going to be something that they can get some ground on, whereas I feel like of all the maps in the Guards pool, when it comes to Bind, that's been one of the more kind of shaky ones. Like they've lost to Exit a couple of times. Yeah, they did get a big win against Cloud9, but it hasn't been as fine-tuned as some of their others, in my opinion. So that could be an opportunity for Sentinels to get something going in the series early.
Well, we are going to go ahead and throw things to a break, but when we come back, we'll be jumping into map 1 of this series. The Guard and Sentinels fighting for a spot in the upper bracket semifinals against LG tomorrow. Stay tuned, and we'll return in just a bit.
I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipts.
Get it, dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break.
The discipline, he holds it down. Oh my Trent!
Map 1 just about ready to begin, and I'm told that the Agent Select is already ready as we jump into this first map. And again, it's a banger of a series. It's going to be the Guard versus Sentinels. This feels like it could have been a semi-final or potentially even an upper final here, Sideshow. But as we look at the agent pool, let's remember gray on the bottom is what they typically pick. Let's see what they lock in with the green selections. Not terribly surprised to see the Brim, but what else you got for me, Sideshow?
Well, this is looking relatively standard, apart from the fact that you've got Zoms there on the Brimstone, obviously. Zoms has been playing quite a bit of Omen recently, but that's more of a, frag and roll. I think the Guard have actually been looking pretty clean on this new composition. It was the map that they ended up winning against Cloud9. They've taken the composition from the best team on the world on Bind, which is Ascend, who play over in EMEA and won champions. So I think this first map should be pretty close, and then who knows what's going to happen on Icebox. It's kind of like a gambly feel to this series, almost in some senses similar to our other match today, where it feels like the underdog's trying to throw caution to the wind and just get something crazy happening.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, this is the newer composition, bringing in the Sage and the Sky in place of a couple other agents they normally use. Like you said, worked against Cloud9, so they're going to roll it into the Sentinels matchup. Again, what I'm going to be curious about is how does Sentinels handle Guard's aggressive defense whenever we get to the second half, because Guard is so good at just throwing daggers into your default and kind of just slowing you down. But the other big thing I want to keep an eye on for Sentinels is how do they manage the mid to late round situations? That has been where they have struggled. You know, on this map, they're usually very good at taking that initial map control, like into hookah or short A or just whatever piece of the map that they feel that they want to prioritize. But where they faltered is when it's come to those tense moments in those clutch situations. That's where they've kind of unraveled. And the Guard, as Sideshow was talking about earlier, very disciplined, very good at stacking their utility, very good at their timings on peeking together. How does Sentinels handle all of that?
Yeah, one of the things I think that's going to be really important here is focusing on how Sentinels like to play bind. One of their key themes when they're on the attack side, which you'll have to bear this in mind for the next half because they start on defense, but one of the big things that Sentinels does is that because they're running this double duelist composition, they can't default particularly well. They tend to use sick and 10s doubled up with both of their duelists to take hookah control. That's the area of the map where Jonah P is going to occasionally be walling, or Trent is sometimes going to be re-flashing into there to take control after playing B long for a while. So I think having a good understanding of what Sentinels like to do is going to be absolutely key here to the Guard dismantling them. And on top of that, it's just, does Zoms have a good game too? Because with that stim pack, the Brimstone should be such a good defensive agent, and his anchoring's always been amazing.
Well, it's about time that we jump into the series, see who's going to be taking map 1. We've got Doug and Ender on the cast. Take it away.
Thank you, Bach. Ender, banger of a match before us, and I think when we look at both of these teams, there's still a lot of questions left to be answered.
Oh yeah, we're waiting to see how far these teams can go, right? Sentinels, how high can they get after an amazing 2021? The Guard, as the new blood entering into the scene, they've got to take down some names before they can solidify their position at the top, in the top teams in NA. They had a great run to qualify. They had a great run through the group stage, but they lost to C9 last week. Now they have to face off against the likes of Sentinels, V1, Optic, all teams that represented NA on the international scene. And it starts here in round 1 versus the Sentinels. Can they take them down? It's a map and it's a game with two teams, control versus chaos, and this pistol round is going to tell us a lot.
Control versus chaos. I like the sound of that. Guard starting off on attack. They've already taken Shower's control, and they've already gotten the opening pick, Ender.
Look at those smokes. We're putting the worm down, the classic Astra smokes, and they're just pushing back sight. This is a crazy pistol, how they sort of like re-enter U-Haul. You can see the spike went all the way through U-Haul as well, and they're going to plant to default, but after doing a huge loop around on the actual A site itself.
And if Sayek player goes unchecked, it's going to cause problems. One, not able to get the second. I believe he dealt a bit of damage. But he falls, leaving the round in a 2v2. Jonah P, very weak. But the spike has been planted. You see off of that, 2 members of Guard start to play back. Have any lineups? Yeah, Net has. There it is. Thank you, observers. Some lineups. Gorgeous. How do Sentinels handle this? I don't know. That's certainly not going to help situation. Shazam and Tens both fall. The Guard win the pistol, and they start off the series strong.
That was such a sick round. I mean, just the Brimstone smokes after the initial shower attack, and then just sort of trying to leave one player playing back sight. That caused some problems there for Sentinels. I think the Guard said, forget that Sentinels bring chaos into the map. We're going to bring a little from our pistol round right off the bat. So I absolutely love to see it for them. And now I'd sort of like to talk about these compositions a little bit more, because we have seen Guard, play this comp before. A lot of the times we're going to see the Sage on attack used to, block off U-Haul with that wall. But one thing that I think is lacking in comps, especially on Bind with the nerfs to Astra and teams running Brimstone instead of her, is like the Raze nade plus the grab wall combination, especially on like the backside of B. And I think by having a Sage in your comp, having that slow orb on top of the nades too, you can have, a lot of, kills or huge damage without actually putting yourself into gunfight. So I'd love to see how they sort of use those utility combinations as we move through the rest of this map.
Well, Ender, speaking of a lack of gunfights, Guard are not going to find any on B. I mean, you take a look on the minimap. Sentinels, because they're on a pistol buy, they roll the die, they stack A, and unfortunately they guess wrong. With that, Guard are able to get on the site, get the spike down, uncontested.
Yeah, and you even have, Net making sure the flanks are going to be on watch. They don't have like a true sentry. They have a Sage, but not having that permanent information on flanks. That's something Guard are going to have to do consistently. Same thing for Sentinels when they end up going on the attacking side of their map. All the same. Poor Sentinels, just all stuck. It's like fish in a barrel, They've got nowhere to go, nothing to do.
Exactly. The slow orb and then the flash to deter even more. Imagine if your Sentinels get in there late, get in there fast, maybe do something, but yeah, there's nothing doing.
Yeah, honestly, I think a lot of the idea there is just deny ult orbs over to the guard. If you look at it, I actually think it's like a pretty fair statement to make when you're running double duelists. Like, your ults maybe a little bit less high value than guard, especially because guard were getting, you know, the kills obviously in the pistol round. Got a couple there too. With the plant too, they're gonna get extra orbs. You want to make sure that guard can't have their ults for like round 3, round 4, when you know you're obviously gonna have the full buy coming in as Sentinels. So I think that can be pretty intelligent to die to Spike on that second round, which Sentinels did end up doing. And now as we sort of examine more of the guard on attack, I think one of the things that guard showed us in their series versus C9 and when they play bind in the past is they like to do like sort of a full court press on attack, sort of play a little bit more slowly, wait for the dog from Sky or the Roomba up through Hookah before they actually commit on to a site. Although this round, it does seem like a little bit more of a commitment over towards the B site. Importantly though, Spike is down long, so they always have the option to jump in that TP if they want.
The thing is, if they go that route, you see Tens, who's holding down showers. He has an op, has no armor, but we'll keep an eye on him, as it looks like they may pull off. They have Hookah control. They have Octagon control. There are 3 members of Sentinels here, though.
Ooh, no slow orb to go there with the paint shells coming out, but look at the spam. Valen gets 2 there with the Spectre through the smoke. Huge stuff, but still hard to get onto the site.
No way. The orbital strike comes through so early. Sick. The floor's lava. Manages to avoid it. Swings out, lands the shots, gets the kill. Puts around in a 2v2.
And Tens is glass opping, right?
Yeah.
There's no rifle for him to get backside either. All the kills are on the site, so he has to find a pick. Guard don't know that he has this op though, but I don't think they're gonna swing into it. Net gets the kill, and now it's an op solo that has to walk out. There's nothing doing. Tens makes it happen though somehow, and it's a 1v1.
He tagged him on the second. Valen has nothing but a Spectre, no armor left. He's trying to go up top, get the high ground. He spots him. The Classic cleans it up. Tens gets the shot, and Sentinels get on the board. Boy, yes, that was a bonus. Guard kept that close.
Wow. Ridiculous play out of Tens right there in the 1v2. Again, up, no armor, has to push out, take that gamble, is able to get the shot. And yeah, Valen put on an absolute workshop there with the Brimstone, getting a couple of kills, accessing the ultimate there too, but just you can't trade that jet right there. And even Tens going as far as to get the spam through tube, spotting Valen out on top of the tube itself there at the end as well. Incredible play from Tens to sort of salvage that round. That was not a winning round from Sentinels at all, but in typical Sentinels fashion, you have one player pulling it all together at the end.
And that one player who pulled it off all together in the end carries the operator into this round again, this time with full armor, so he can take a little bit more. We saw the Brimmy stimmy towards Fountain previous round. This time it's going towards A. Operator's here. This is an awkward angle ender.
Oh yeah, Shoulder is peeking around the corner. He's gonna get taken down. Look at this fast flank though. Dapper and Sick on the flank.
They're gonna have to move faster. They're gonna get pinched. Zombs gives up a bit of space, but there it is, the flank that you mentioned. Net wise to it, but not able to land the shots. My goodness, Sentinels, they have him trapped. They got the spike down. They still have showers control. So there's a shot at this thing. Trent with 1. Oh, and now the smoke comes down. Trent with the flash swings out. 6 in a good spot to cause problems. Saya players left alone. Sick clean syncs up at the end. Sentinels are going to tie us up at 2 apiece. Ender, this is a good one to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to the flank, right? Who's alive at the end? Dapper and Sick working off that really fast flank. And the thing is, if Sick and Dapper were just a second slower, well, then Net is posting up on that angle. He's going to be ready for it. He's probably getting 1, maybe the both right there. And I even love Sick at the end using the verticality on the site. That's not a position you get to play a lot, just because, you know, when people could be coming from backside or heaven, there's just too many angles to look at that Sentinels are able to isolate those 2 players down towards showers. Sick is gonna pop up onto that box and make it almost impossible for Guard to retake any space. So really nicely played to get back onto the site there for Sentinels, and Guard have changed things up. I think this is actually really good from Guard, showing a bit of a different attacking style than they showed versus C9 last week, because one of my concerns for them was going to be, well, if we play this very slow attack, Sentinels with some calculated aggression or advancement on the defensive side could really try to punish them, because Guard tended on attack to play a little bit more solo, but on this thrifty buy, they're going to be grouped up in Hookah and ready to go. We'll see if they can get anything done with the util. They get a kill already.
See the flash, the slow orb, and I was wondering if they were going to use the showstopper. They do it. Both of them get traded through. A sick flies through. He gets one. Saya player trades it back. The 4v3 numbers in favor of the guard. They have a lighter buy coming into this round, but Trent has upgraded the weapon, and he's putting it to use.
That is so sick. They throw up the wall. They find where Dapper is. They get that kill now. It is Zoms and Tens on the flank again, and Zoms gets the job done.
Oh, Saya player had a chance. Tens was in hot water. Luckily, his life is saved. A 3v2 in favor of the guard. Tens is going to have to make a play happen again. He's done it once before. He's going to be on the sideline this time as Trent gets 4. A 50-round win for the guard as they take the lead.
I swear, there's something about these thrifty rounds for the guard, and Trent getting way more than he should, by all accounts. He did it versus C9 last week. He's doing it here today. I mean, look at this shot. Him and the rest of the team working together. Some of the utility combinations you saw there, too, but he's hunting down Dapper. Like, it's these types of plays where guard are able to sort of cheat some wins back, and after a disappointing round a couple of rounds ago, they're able to win that B site in a very similar situation.
And we'll see now with Sentinels on their broken buy if they can find some of the success. The guard had the last time we saw them on a pistol, it was a stack A. No one was on B. This time a different approach.
3 down long, and what we do see from the guard a lot is sort of Saya player playing sort of solo hookah, net watching that A short push. No one watching showers this time around. Tens is posted up on this angle, and that's going to be something that guard are going to be mindful of, not just with the Sheriff, but like when there's an operator in Tens' hands. But I think one thing guard do very well is they almost never end up dry peeking angles. So almost always going to be using utility. Here, though, against the Sheriff, as I say it, cursed.
Right. Why would you do that?
Falls.
Yeah. You spoke that one into existence.
You hate to see it.
I mean, surely they don't do that again. They know that a Sheriff's here. They know it's Tens who's here. You see the brim smokes come through. A side player is taken short. The wall goes up. This plant should go down. What can they find? My goodness. Sentinels. They're not finding anything here.
Yeah, hard to do much, although Sick does manage to find a head there with the Sheriff. But now reworking through U-Haul with the Sheriffs is not an easy task by any means. And those players they killed too far away to get a rifle. Side player is relatively low, but again, guard in very good positions to trade off of one another, make sure the flanks are going to be under wraps. And there you have it.
That's clean. And, you know, Ender, as we think about this series, we've already noted a thrifty round where guard was able to take that away. Those can be back-breaking rounds once all is said and done. So you keep a mental tally on who's able to get the advantage. The guard already had one. Sentinel's not able to convert on theirs.
It's looking like... Oh, for a second, I thought we were going to get back into a little bit more default territory for the guard. This is a setup, though, they do like to employ for a little bit more showers control. I think Trent on the attack is sort of the guy that leads the charge a lot of the time with the early information. They like to send a dog down here through showers and sort of work off of that. You see the dog come on through. They know there's a Sova playing over towards showers. They can quickly burst out. Again, this Gambit wall with the Viper up short does mean you can sort of cut off that U-Haul player sort of peeking you. You can use a couple of Brimstone smokes to cut off the back of sight. And with Sky Flashes out of those smokes makes it really hard to actually hold this site from on there. You can see all they want to do is get Trent up into showers and then reassess. It's going to be awkward clearing back into B because, again, there could be an op on any of these angles. That op is down long for the time being, but if Trent is able to get any value, if Dapper ends up pushing a little bit too far forward, all of a sudden, guard going to be instantly executing towards that A site.
There's a little info. And the dart being shot out, but you're right, Ender. They've cut noise. They haven't shown anything. And Sentinels right now asking to find any sort of information that they can find. See the shock darts, the smoke's coming through, and that should be the cue that the hit's coming through.
Oh no, he's stuck!
And yeah, Zoms can't find a way out. The guards start to funnel out onto the site. Dapper was able to take one with him. Shazam, back sight. Looking for room to work around the brim smokes. Sick has shown up. Tens is going to be a bit late, but he's got that up.
He does, but what angles is he going to be able to fight? Trent isn't peeking aggressively here. You can see some utility used to clear out bench. And you got to get through U-Haul with the operator. I mean, good luck, because Trent is still applying pressure from showers.
Big kill out from Trent. A second.
Man.
That guy's pretty good.
Not this time, Tens. Not this time. I love the insult to injury at the end too. I don't know if any of you watching have been up to date or following the social media accounts of these two teams, but they have put out some bangers from the guard and the Yoru clone walking into the wall, which in my head can only be Tens, and Sentinels saying the gourd are looking pretty ripe today. It has been absolutely on point, so I like the players getting involved in the action a little bit in the server as well.
The gourd is pretty good. I hate to admit it. But the gourd is pretty good.
Look, they're looking fresh today is all I'm going to say.
Stop
Okay.
it. You don't encourage
That's my one. That's my one.
Sentinels back on a pistol buy. You mentioned the dry peaks earlier. Jazam's not able to find a head in the initial peak, and now you see the Seekers coming through. They still have hookah control.
They know someone's there now.
And I wonder if they just flip the map here because you have some semblance of showers control with net. That's exactly what they do. Yeah, they're going to flip it.
I think that's our first TP out of the guard, out of anyone in this game either. Right. 8 rounds in, we're finally seeing it, but it is going to be a slow A hit. Right now, all of a sudden, the rest of Sentinels are here to try and stop this one out. The problem is there's so many smokes on site, you don't have any angles if you're Sentinels.
And there we see the Brim meta come through, right? They're able to rotate so quickly, and because of that, they can just tele back. I thought they would have done this maybe a bit sooner.
Oh,
but Net,
this is good.
If Net gets the timing right now, but they're out.
Yeah. But now they can come back to A, and look, Net's taking this huge forward position. Like, the guard's mid-rounding is absolutely sick. No one on Sentinels is going to expect this. Net just can't die here, or he gives the rifle over, and Tens, with the rifle in hand, is getting a lot of work done.
No
no,
way.
It's going to fall apart.
No way. Jonah P swings around. The wall not up in time. And now the Hunter's Fury. There's no way that Tens does this, right? There's no way Sentinels do this.
10 seconds.
10 seconds left. Side player's going to have to go massive. He's got no HP. Intense spam through the wall. A thrifty round. They get it right back.
Oh, man, you can see right there, both teams with very similar ideas, using the TPs as a bait and switch, leaving one player to lurk on forward. But Ten's got so much more value than Saya was able to get on that late flank. He was able to take down Trent at the start. That initiated the showers push, and then 2 kills through triple box. Absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. He's able to make that happen for the team, and, well, that's another bit of a Shiko there. Half buy coming through from Sentinels that they're able to win and bring some balance back here against the guard.
Keep an eye on how many more times we see that play out, right? This essential like sprint race that's happening off of the Brim utility, a much slower pace in this round.
Yeah, this is the guard default.
Ones.
So we saw Sky sort of flash down showers at the start, Viper short A, Raze outside hookah, and then Brim Sage down long. This is sort of their go-to strat, although Trent, I will say, rushed very quickly over towards B long. So the dog is going to get concussed. Sick may have to TP out here. There's so much util.
Yeah, but he's got Zoms here to help him out. He's got ice, he's got fire all over his feet.
Oh, man.
But the satchels keep him back, and the guard haven't found a way in.
And Doug, Saya player has ultimate, so you can use that coming out of hookah, or you could potentially use it to try and re-clear down long over towards Octagon. Here it comes.
Patient, though. He doesn't swing out. Now looks down. Zombs dropped. And Sick falls as well. The leader for Sentinels doesn't find any more success, as it's now a 5v2. Yeah, Saya player's pretty freaking weak. But there's no way Sentinels can do this. It looks like they're just going to keep the op into the next round.
Yeah, had to resort to this a couple of times now, and the guard are not a team that necessarily love to go hunting down for guns after they've won a round. They like to carry those over a lot of the time, so just going to post up those angles, guard it for the time being. That was frankly a pretty solid round coming through from the guard. I think the utility down B long slightly missed out on Sick for just a little bit, but if Saya player's there, maybe he can use the paint shells to force the TP. Regardless, though, as soon as that ult is coming out of hookah, like, you have to be fully prepared for it. I almost said on guard again, and I figured I need to stop working that into my sentences.
At least a little variety.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, it's like casting Sentinels, and there's Sentinels is just a class in the game too. It's a mess.
Yeah.
We need to get more creative with our team names. That's what I've decided. Like, when do you say 100 Thieves in a normal sentence? You don't.
Never.
When do you say Cloud9 in a normal sentence? It doesn't happen. When do you get kills like this through smokes after getting headshot? Not normally.
All the time.
Oh, right.
Wait, you don't?
I'm just bad, I guess.
Sentinel's back on this more of a consistent buy. Zom's the exception. He's got full armor, but a sheriff. The operator for 10s. He's found some success. The last time we saw him in this exact spot, it was a sheriff. Not able to land the shot this time. Little jump peek.
I believe Guard know they're 3A now, because the dog went down showers immediately, and I believe that saw both Viper and Sova. It's possible that Shazam was able to hide himself behind the corner, but with Jet being there too, that instantly calls over the rotation towards this B site.
And I wonder if they come back. You see the drone from Shazam just worked its way through a short.
Yeah, and Valen should have heard that drone as well. So I think that's actually going to call them back over towards this A side. It's a fake on fake on fake. Maybe they're even anticipating that after you take the first shot with that operator on A short, you actually rotate towards B just to keep things mixed up. But a good smoke. Again, this is Guard not dry peeking the angle and working up A very quickly.
He has to give up the space, right? An operator this close is so difficult to pull it off with, but I mean, if there's anyone to do it, it's going to be 10s. You see the Viper Spit and the Orbital Strike as it delays, it pushes things back, and it's just Side Player who's uptight by himself. Trent falls. The Sentinels fight to take control back. And there's 10s with the op. Rez comes through. You see a couple more smokes falling, and Ender, the spike still hasn't gotten down, and I don't know that there's going to be enough time to flip the map, but by golly, they're going to try. 15 seconds left. It's a foot race.
Sick Reddit, though. He was already rotating B.
But he only has 27 HP. My goodness, that's a massive kill. That might have done it. All right, Valen with the plant. That nade right in his lap.
No.
Can he get the plant? Yes, he does. 6 already gotten 3.
Oh,
no
Trent's
way.
just out of range.
That's all it's going to be. Jonah P's going to have to go massive, but he's got pressure all over the place. Not able to land any of the shots. Sentinels get out of that round relatively healthy.
Yeah, Sentinels will sort of fight you to the death sometimes on site. Just, I mean, walking into the Viper ult is 10s with the operator in hand. Doesn't even care. Gets that kill. All of a sudden, the site plant or the site hit is stalled out. You can't plant the spike. And I think Sick was the real hero in that round, reading that rotation back over towards B. Like, he was already on the move before the teleports came through. Him getting this kill. Now he has the showstopper if he needs to use that even. And the utility there, too, to get another kill on top of it. A gorgeous round out of the Sentinels' raise.
The guards still carry the lead, a slight one, but a lead. You've got Valen with the Orbital Strike, but it's the same default that you've mentioned for a couple of rounds here, Ender.
The big difference is where is Trent, right? Trent's the guy that mixes it up, and wow, we're going fast on a B.
6 able to satchel his way out of trouble, but they've taken Octagon control and Hookah control. The thing is, how quickly do Sentinels come over? Sick with the showstopper. No! It's extinguished. The fuse runs out. Sick falls. 5v4 in favor of the guard.
And it's a double elbow push. Jonah P gets that first kill. 3 players now stuck in CT, but great util again. Gets some burst damage down.
Way.
10s goes up high, but can't find anything.
That would have been absolute filth. Numbers still in favor of the guard. 10 still with that op. Now, the thing is, Sentinels have established some control of elbow, courtesy of Dapper. Okay. I'm sorry. So much for that. Although, Shazam can find something back. It's a 2v4. Perhaps you play for exits. You're running out of time. There's not a whole lot you can do. The operator falls clean out from the guard.
Yeah, just too many angles to clear, and you'll see what Guard did with their utility that round is they used all of it to keep those players stuck back in defender spawn, right? They have so many great tools if they want to play the post plant, play really far back, but no, they said we're going to use that utility up front, make it impossible for you to take space. That's why I had 2 players fighting really aggressively for elbow control too. That B site becomes miserable to retake if you don't have a flank and if you can't actually get out back site. So I think the Guard played that one very smart, making sure those players weren't able to get any space on site, and that sort of limited the impact you could have from the op or even peeking in general. It's just so hard. Now Sentinels with another heavy lean towards B. They did this earlier in the half too, but Guard aren't interested in B at all. They've already taken showers, they've got smokes down, and these Seekers are going to give them all the info they need.
And really, the only line of defense that they had on the side has fallen. Valen should be able to get the spike down. Thing is, Ender, last round of the half, and it's a broken buy. out for Sentinels. Yeah, Valen gets tagged on the way out, but there's nothing to really follow it up. Sentinels starting to push forward, though. Full U-Haul control in favor of the guard. And it's gone from bad to worse. 2 left on the side of Sentinels. Spike ticking down.
Last player standing.
There's just no way in. There's nothing they can do under.
Nah, it's full-on buddy system. You'll never get a 1v1 if you're Dapper. Now it's 3 buddies on top of each other. Easy round there for the guard to close things out on the half.
Easy round, easy half, as you said. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, the second half of Bind. Do not go anywhere, my friends.
Okay.
Guard looking good on Bind, at least in the first half, but as you all know, it's a tale of 2 halves, and perhaps Sentinels can find a bit more success. I'm Doug, with me is Ender, and Ender, I have to remind everyone at home that Sentinels, they're not great on first maps of the series.
No, they're perennial slow starters here in Challengers. They have yet to win a map 1. In group stage, they play 5 maps 1s, because you play 5 series, and they lost all 5 of them. And traditionally, I would say Tens was a player we looked at to have like very slow first halves. Tens has looked pretty solid so far, so that is a good sign. Him getting over to that Texan ping, maybe a good one. Everything bigger in Texas except for the ping is definitely a good look here for Sentinels to start things off. But they're going to need some rounds here as they're already doubled against the guard 8-4.
See the Trailblazer coming through from Trent down long towards Fountain to try to get some info, but then that should confirm things if you're the guard. Although they still have a lot of options under.
Ooh. Yeah, Sentinels just used a drone down B long, maybe trying to sell that there's a little bit more pressure over there, but you can see Shazam instantly running back towards A short. Dapper, the only player from Sentinels going showers, or maybe a late lurk through there, seeing if you can find a good timing onto that crossfire Garter trying to set up, but with 41 seconds left, some good util is going to cut Tens off from the rest of the team. He gets the kill, though.
Massive opener. He looks for a second. Valen keeps him back. Sentinels continue to double down. Take a look at Trent on your minimap. He's starting to rotate around, so you've got Trent on the flank. You've got, that's Net, who's controlling showers. I don't know that Sentinels are going to find any room to breathe here.
And Doug, there's only 20 seconds. Shaz gets a big kill on that backside player, but again, Trent on short has the potential to stop this plant out. He whiffs, though.
Oh, the frenzy. But perhaps the Classic can find what they need.
They can't
with
plant.
6 seconds left, there's just no time. They're not going to get onto the spike. They're not going to be able to get it down, even if they do reestablish control. There was no room for Sentinels to work.
Yeah, I mean, wow, what a chaotic round. Sentinels try to do some disturbance over towards B long. They slow down the hit with 40 seconds on the clock. That's when they go, and I think a big problem there. Dapper a little bit early on the push into showers, playing solo, gets killed. All of a sudden, that means Net has that crossfire with the flank too, coming out from the guard. Sentinels just took too long, and their entry players, their first points of contact, both the Viper and the Jet, were just too isolated from the rest of the team.
That frenzy gave me a scare for a moment there from Trent, but it all works out in the end. Speaking of Trent, starting to farm some of those ult orbs, get the Seekers online as soon as possible. Sentinels with the lean towards B. No real investment, Sheriff notwithstanding.
Yeah, one thing the Des talked about was looking for that guard aggression on defense using the Sky Flash down B long. It's a really nasty place to try and work into, and right now 3 players already set up and Hookah walled off. You can't really hit this B site without controlling Hookah. That is just not going to work out at all for Sentinels, and I think that's one of the most scary things. I think when you're playing against a comp with a Flash on bind, which not every team runs, is, you know, those peeks out aggressively, you know, whether or not it's just going to be a Sky Flash and then peeking off her own util, or a Raze satcheling on down. These are all options that the guard can throw against Sentinels to catch them off guard.
This wall becomes so much more of a problem too out from Joni P. When Sentinels only have pistols, it takes forever to get through that thing. So you either wait it out, which is exactly what Sentinels have done. You try to rip through that thing. The Flash is going to gather info. Man, the guard have them read. They know exactly where they are.
Yeah, Valen is out of smokes, though, and Zom still has his, so not easy to stall this out with utility for the guard at all.
Trent staying alive, tends his dash across, but the patience, it's so good as he flicks onto another one, cleans things up. 3, not able to get the 4th. The frenzy fails him again, but Jonah P cleans things up. The guard get to 10.
Man, that frenzy is betraying Trent, and I'm a firm believer. The frenzy absolutely shattered as a weapon. That thing gets way more kills than it should, but for some reason it's just not working out for Trent. Doesn't matter though, they had the rifles and they got that. Now Trent has the Seekers ready to go as well, and I think like one of the biggest things you can look for on round 3s, you know, when you're the team that won pistol, is like, can you get any ults online? We saw Valen get his ult online in round 3 on the first half, almost resulted in guard stealing that one away. And now those Seekers could come into play, depending on what the opening looks like for the guard. They're going to do some early hookah aggression, walling and then pushing. No one sees that coming, but Sick spots it out.
Clear out Roomba too, so they feel pressure in through sand. And Sentinels off of that kind of have to go towards A, and you've got Saya player who's playing in the smoke.
Guard are playing so far forward, both short showers and out of hookah. Sentinels are completely contained here. And Zoms get chunked out too, like they're just trapped. Now guard, fall back. This is so smart coming out from them. You don't want to overextend and give up the kills. Sentinels have to clear so many corners as they work back towards the B site, and they know there's a Raze right in front of them too.
So they have to be patient, they have to invest utility. It delays things so much. Excellent display of pressure out from the guard.
And the longer Sentinels wait, we already saw them get into time trouble. Those Seekers can come into play on the site. Hit 3 players already here. Trent is dogging down long, so they know they're going to be safe from there. If they want to, they can actually push into Octagon to sort of cut them off as these players jump out of hookah, but they get caught in a bad timing.
Do they expect Jonah P? No, they don't. Sick falls. How much more can Jonah P find? Nothing. Sentinels explode onto the site, find the openings that they're looking for. And with the gun advantage, it's enough, even though they had to deal with the kerfuffle that was the beginning of the round by the guard. It all works out in the end. Sentinels get to 5. Now we're back on equal footing.
I'm sorry, the kerfuffle?
You like that?
Yeah, is that the strat now from guard? When guard push 5 players, that's the kerfuffle.
Yeah,
on
that's
defense.
that's a scientific term.
Yeah. I don't think I would have used the word kerfuffle for a guard. I would use like, oh, strategic genius. Ah, yes, pre-planned. What? No. Just throw shit out there, see what happens. You gotta love that from time to time. And hey, it almost worked for them. I honestly think like the dog down long almost lulled them into a false sense of security. They're like, oh yeah, no one's here on B. Then 3 players jump out of hookah. You run into some trouble there, but they're gonna be able to walk that one off, and it's back to a bit of a default here for Sentinels. Net continuing that you know, play over towards showers. I think he went for the orb in a couple of these previous rounds, sort of on his own, but chunked out a little bit early on and not actually trying to play off of this Viper wall. But what this wall does do is it oftentimes can force out that Sova drone. That's one piece of scouting utility that's not going to get much info at all on the A site, just clearing out that close bench corner.
But it does get space, right? Tens is able to follow it up, take showers, and Shaz gets the ult orb to get one step closer to the Hunter's Fury. It looks like they want to go B. Wall's not there. Goes up a bit late and in a different position.
Oh yeah, this is a Grim wall. Yeah, you just play on top of it. I know other people do this besides Grim, but watching Sage players get into these nasty positions can be really frustrating. And Jonapee's playing far enough away that I don't think he can be spammed through the wall very easily. At the very least, Net finds Tens on that late lurk. I liked the idea from Sentinels, but I feel like Net has been on top of things with those late shower plays.
Watch for Sick to try to go faster. He has one satchel.
20 seconds.
Seekers come through, the nade, Sick, being patient, the wall drops, Jonapee is about to have the floor fall out from under him as the kills go up. He's looking for a second, Trent cleans things up, 10 seconds left, and Sentinels, no way in, 11 for the guard as they continue to cruise.
Sentinels keep getting themselves into time trouble here on the attacking half of Bind. That's 2-3 rounds now that have come down to the wire. And I think it goes to show like the power you can get out of a Sage pick when you're not just instantly slamming that Sage wall. I think like Jonapee being able to throw that one up so it's only falling when there's 15 seconds left on the clock. That doesn't give a lot of wiggle room or breathing room over to Sentinels. They're kind of trapped and locked into that hookah play as soon as Tens died over on the A site. They were gambling a lot on the space Tens could get. If he could get a pick, maybe they swing back over towards that A site, but it's nothing doing. And again, Sentinel's going to be hard-pressed to work their way forward on this map.
Sick on a frenzy. 1 point from the Showstopper. Intense 1 point from the Bladestorm.
How did they get that kill?
I don't know, but the aggression comes with it. Look at how far up Jonapee is, and he spotted the wall. He spotted the spike. And Net pushes up forward.
Wow.
Kerfuffle.
The kerfuffle again. It's coming back, Doug. The aggressive push from guard, but now they find themselves at a numbers disadvantage. Dapper is very low, but Shaz has the Hunter's Fury, and it's just one player on each site now for the guard. We'll see if Valen can get something done because the drone isn't going to spot him out.
Trent taking a peek into sand. It looks like that's where they're going to go. It's not just taking a peek. My goodness, he wants to go forward. Gird your loins, son. You've got everything on the other side of the wall. Dapper's so weak. One. Not able to get the second. They get the opener. And now Valen's left in a world of hurt.
Yeah, fast hit now with the stim pack to burst out onto the site. Smart to bait Dapper there, the player on virtually no HP. Now both ultimates for this post plant. Valen has to play so quick here before they can get down hookah down long.
Oh, there's no shot, man. Right? Surely not. The orbital strike, the Hunter's Fury, the smokes, the delay. There's just no way. Surely.
Right here.
You don't expect Zombs playing in that corner with the ult.
No. Yeah, exactly. You got an element of surprise. You had an excellent setup. Sentinels get to 6, and they're able to keep those two very important ults into the next round.
Oh, man. I saw Zombs open up Facebook on his iPad right there, and I'm like, there's a shot. There's a shot. You know, if Shaz falls peeking out of hookah right there, maybe Valen could do it. Doesn't work, though. I think Sentinels, after getting that initial pick, I think it was Dapper that saw Saya player back on top of truck, sort of peeking over the smoke. That's one of the things with the map changes. You can see a bit of an angle right there. He was able to get that first pick, and then even with that early aggression, Sentinels responded very well to it in the mid round. I think that's really important because the guard, I feel like they can be such a structured team at times, but when they turn on that aggression, things can get really messy really fast. Sentinels, though, were very on top of things, baiting Dapper to clear out those close angles outside hookah. That was exactly the right call from them, and they stay alive here on Bind.
Timeout coming through from the guard as they choose how to think things over. They still have a comfortable lead. Perhaps cozy isn't quite the right adjective to use here, but a lead nonetheless. They try to figure out a way to put Sentinels away. Again, I have to draw back our attention to Sentinels' less than stellar performance and record on opening maps this year. A lackluster 0-5, and it looks like unless there's some serious changes on the attacking half, we're headed towards a similar fate.
Yeah, and let's not forget that with the result of our first match today, if you lose this series, you are playing against version 1. Undefeated in groups, you're playing against version 1 in the lower bracket. You could be out in just 2 BO3s, so this is crucial to win. And getting things started off on the right foot here on Bind, equally important. The Guard don't have much to work with at all in this round, and Sentinels have 5 ults, so for them it's like, how many can you actually save here if you're able to carry them over into the next? But at the end of the day, a win is a win, so likely looking at something like 6 ultimate to burst out onto B site as the one that ends up getting slammed.
Yeah, I expected Ender off of the timeout, knowing that they have a bit of a lead and it's a lighter buy. Perhaps they try something aggressive. The Guard, at least, they've taken a slow approach to this round.
Yeah, I think honestly, like, if I'm Guard, I was probably thinking about the following round. Because look at it. Trent, Valen, and Jonah P all 1 point away from orbs, right? So, like, there's a lot of things you can do, come up with those ultimates, go through your protocols, figure out what you want to rock. Right now, it is just hold hands and hookah. It's very cute. Jonah P and Trent.
Sick.
Oh,
trying to be the third wheel. Surely you don't expect Trent. This has been a lot of damage.
And the TP as well. Neta's gonna pop that ultimate, just lock that one out. He can open the doors if he wants. That spike is isolated in hookah, and Zoms is solo. Zoms has ultimate. He could try and ult the teleporter. No, but he could try and ult teleporter if he assumes that Neta's still gonna be there. But there's no time.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Save the ult. Save the weapon. Bring that into the next round. That was, it was concerning watching it unfold because you think, hang on, how are the Guard doing this? This has been a very expensive round for Sentinels as the Guard come through with the thrifty round win to get them to map point. I didn't think it was going to happen like that, Ender. I really didn't.
No, not at all. And it's crazy because it like feels to a certain extent Sentinels are sometimes like outthinking themselves in these rounds. Like they're waiting for Guard to push into you. And yeah, it's a good read. Guard like to push sometimes on defense. If they have a light buy, sure, maybe that's coming your way. But that is the 3rd, 4th round. Sentinels have just literally run out of time and they didn't even make it to the site. They didn't even make it to hookah. They got absolutely crunched with 2 players in classics and a double teleport as well. Sentinels had no clue what was going down and they lose a thrifty round that they had 5 ultimates ready to go.
And off of that, I mean, you talk about the pendulum swing, man. From 5 ultimates and weaponry to Zom's dead, 2 pistols, and yeah, the Blade Storm.
Yeah. I mean, your Brimstone dying locks you into an A hit now. That's where all your smoke util is. So it has to be A, and it has to probably be pretty quickly. You also don't have that orbital strike, so good luck clearing out U-Haul.
Showstopper comes through, sick, trying to clear out U-Haul, and he does. The respect that Guard are showing here is just so smart, right? Like, give up the space, not a big deal. You can fight for a retake.
Wow, Jonah. Making it look too easy.
No way. Oh, the Seekers keep him back, keep him alive. As it falls to a 5v2.
Oh, no.
Hunter's Fury comes through, Dapper pushing his way in. He's the only one alive. He's got 35 armor. Surely Dapper doesn't do it like this, right? Trent on the tap. I think he spotted one more, but that's all it's going to be. The Guard continue to cause problems onto Sentinels as they struggle once again to find an Oper in a series. Guard up 13-6.
Guard on those thrifty rounds were slicing Sentinels up, and also the utility just to stall out those side hits. Like, it did feel like Sentinels needed to up the tempo, and it is Guard once again handing Sentinels a defeat on their first map of a series.
And I think this kind of brings me back to the Guard series against Cloud9. They looked so good on map 1, and then map 2 and 3 were not so great. So I think the onus is on them, right? Can you continue that momentum, especially in the face of Sentinels and how well historically they perform in the 2nd and the 3rd map? It's going to be a good one, folks.
Guess where we're headed next? We get to go see the first pro match on new Icebox. It could not be better.
It's going to be chilly. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, map 2. Don't go anywhere.
I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in.
I'm going 50 for 50. Me and the team is superb. I got it out of the dirt. I put it out of the ground. Everything on my own, Too cold to the bone, Top dog, I'm alone. Whole backtrack to the throne. Yeah, hey, look at the shine on the ring. Look at the ring, I'm a king. Look at the king in his court, it's a breaking report. I got time to make amends. Hey, time to get the win. Hey, flexing on you boys, working out again. 10 out of 10, dub yet again.
I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I'm going in. Yeah, yeah. I gotta win. Yeah, yeah. Heard you be talking a lot. I'm here, so say it again. They sound crazy. I agree with that notion. Come through like train. Look on my motion. I came from the gutter. Why you playing around? You don't know. Everybody thirsty, I know. Eating granny one around with a Draco. Haters look at me like, oh no. My teeth look like I'm a snow cone. My big truck messing up the ozone. If you ride my way, better hold on, hold on. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in. I can't be starred. You are, get out my way. I gotta win, act like I'm not. The one on the top, we been it before. You know what I did. I'm on my job, I'm doing my thing. I flex on you boys, I do it again. They said whatever, and I don't do talking. You used to score. I'm going in.
Ballin', ballin', yeah, I'm ballin', it's nothing, nothing. I do it often, I walk it like I talk it. You better guard me, I'm ballin'.
The discipline, he holds it down. Oh my Trent!
The Guard again assert their dominance here on Bind, kicking things off in their match against Sentinels with a big win in Map 1. Welcome back to NAVCT. My name is Bach. Joining me on the desk, Dust and Sideshow. Sideshow, as we look at that first map, it does kind of go the way we'd expect, that Guard wins, but maybe a little bit more lopsided in their favor than one would anticipate.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it was a bit up in the air who would end up winning this map too, because the Sentinels have looked really good here on Bind. It's been one of the maps where they've had the most success. But Guard just looks so clean on this comp. It feels like something where they've really got the grasp of how to run it. Jonah P looks really good on the Sage. I think Valen's taken to Brimstone really well. They have a bunch of set strategies. They have bonus round ideas. They have pistol round ideas. It's just all really clean from them. And I think a great way to start the series, obviously, is going to be winning on Sentinel's map pick.
Yeah, just to kind of point that out, Sentinels have an 88% win rate on this map with nearly 20 games played. So to see them get beat that badly, that might be one of their most severe losses ever on Bind, and obviously a strong attacking side from the Guard. But what I really wanted to point out here was actually something that we saw Guard do on defense, and it's something that they do oh so well, and it's how proactive they are on defense. So let's watch this. This is a thrifty round. First, say a player feints some aggression on short A. It kind of starts to push Sentinels back. And in the meantime, you'll start to see them pivot to now look to get some showers control, to get information there. So they're constantly poking and prodding the map, trying to unsettle and kill the clock from Sentinels. And it starts now with them also getting a double hookah position. So they figured out showers. They now have 2 in hookah, and they're just denying so much space. The clock is just ticking away, and they just have nothing. And again, this is why Guard is so good. They can go for crazy pushes, but they can also go for just like little forward positions like this and just do some crafty things. And so as the clock ticks and as they're waiting for the push, because they know that the Guard like to do that, finally Sentinels realize they need to start committing, but when they go for this hookah, they check it. They know that, you know, they need to at least pay mind to this, but it's a bait and switch, and the first player actually gets a kill. It's Jonah P, and then they don't even check for triggers. They able to pop off, and then boom, this kills the teleport. This is just triggering the guard to start popping off. Alt goes down, Zoms has no chance, and this is just what the guard do so well, is just create these little plays, these little aggressions that just really unsettle their opposition.
Yeah, what's so good about that too is the short control they maintain the entire time with Brim smokes, with Viper smokes, and previously they'd had Sire player hiding in one of those one-ways. So, you know, it's traps that lead into other traps that they've managed to form on this map, and it's such a crucial element to their game. 13-6 is a dominant display, and it comes with Trent popping off as well. He had a bit of a rough game against Cloud9. He had one of his worst maps, I think it was on the second map, Ascent, where he didn't really turn up too much, and it was his only map where he hadn't, like, dropped 20, essentially. 300 ACS here, 24 kills, easily out-fragging everybody on the side of Sentinels. And I don't think it was a particularly bad game from people like Tens as well, who have a microscope on them at the moment. Tens, you know, he's got that upgraded setup over with Dapper's apartment, and he actually performed pretty decently. He had some really big rounds that won certain situations for Sentinels. But the guard just look unstoppable at Bind right now, and you've got to expect this momentum to carry on into Icebox.
Slight note, too. I know it's not a statistic we typically put too much weight on, the headshot percentage being so much higher for the guard than it was for their opposition. Net had a 62% headshot percentage. That's like bonkers. I know that's kind of usually just a stat that no one really pays that much attention to, but when it's that high, it's like, okay, that's actually pretty nuts. But now we're moving to an interesting map. We're moving to Icebox. It's the first time, Sideshow, that we've actually seen this map played in NA VCT. Maybe potentially the first time we've seen it played in Tier 1 Valorant. But pretty excited because this map has obviously seen a lot of changes, and we can look at them here as we go through the fly-through.
Yeah, it's the first time it's being played in North America or EMEA. There've been sprinklings of it in like Korea and Brazil and APAC region, but depends what you define as Tier 1 Valorant, doesn't it? I mean, some people might not have North America in there, honestly, Brock. But yeah, these new Icebox changes are going to be really interesting. I even have the question of whether this is a Viper map anymore. Look at how tight these choke points are on B. I don't think you maybe need a Viper wall here anymore. It might be possible that you can use Omen smokes, or maybe even Astra if you want to get crazy, to try and take more of a control of B. How do you play the post plants on B? I really don't know. I think this is so up in the air right now, and it feels like a bit of a gamble for the guard because you have no idea what Sentinels is going to be like on this map. You don't even know what comp they're going to play. They might play Chamber with Tens playing Jet. Who knows? But it's certainly one that could lead to a 2-0.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing is that, like, some of the foundation of the map is still the same. And, you know, the guard, for one, very strong on Icebox in the past, 11-2 record coming into these changes. But I think the other thing is that MCE is a very forward-thinking coach. He's a guy that likes to dabble and try to experiment. And so what better way to do it than on a fresh facelift to this map, which kind of needed it, in my opinion. I feel like Icebox got rather stale. So to see these changes definitely spices it up a bit and certainly makes it a little bit more interesting for me as a viewer.
I do have some serious thoughts here, though, on the agent select, because if you remember, even old Icebox wasn't actually a map that we'd seen Sentinels performing on. Sentinels previously were amazing at Icebox. They had Shazam playing Jet here and opping on defense, and he was shredding. He was incredible at it. And there was a lot of conversation like, okay, well, maybe Tens should be picking up that role, and you should have Shaz playing more of the Sova stuff. We really actually haven't seen Sentinels since, I don't even know when. When was the last time that they played on Icebox? It was apparently, they played it against Optic recently, but before that, September. G2 was their last team that they played. So we really don't know what this is going to look like for them.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what the HSX is going to be. Again, Viper has always been the mainstay, but I think you brought some really good points where I think the door is open for maybe another controller to come in. And there it is, 2 Omens, but it's double controller coming out. Something that you saw occasionally on Icebox, but not very often. And also Chamber has made his appearance as well.
Yeah, but this is different, right? Because last time they played, they had Dapper playing the Chamber, so now it's actually Shaz. That makes more sense to me, I think, because you've got Shaz being able to pick up that operator, and you keep Tens rifling more often. I think this thematically makes a lot of sense. It also indicates that the meta is heading in a double controller situation when it comes to Icebox, just in North America as a whole.
Yeah, I think the one thing I'm going to be curious about, though, from this agent select is going to be Sick playing the Sova. because he has only played that a grand total of 18 times compared to the vast amount of times that he's been playing Sage, Duelist, Sky, so on and so forth. He does not really have the repetitions on this agent. In fact, the last time he played Sova was back in May of 2021, man. So that's a long time ago. Yeah, it's a long time ago.
And Sage is so good. I mean, I think it's his best agent. So maybe without Sage being a must pick on this map, it's a little bit of a nerf to Sentinels. But I'm just excited to see Tens and Shaz. I think they could theoretically set up some double op setups on defense here that would be nasty. If you look at over the other side, though, Jonah P on Omen. I mean, he's played a lot of agents in his time, but
yes.
How are teams going to be able to play around this? I haven't seen double controller on this map since watching Old 100 Thieves, when it was like, what was that? Was that Nitro and Ethan used to pick that up? So very interesting.
Yeah, it's actually funny that you're saying like Jonah Peace plays a lot of H's, but Omen was really never one of them. Like he's played a lot of like Sova, Sky, and Breach in his past. He even had a brief period where he played a lot of like Viper and Sentinels. Had a period on Immortals where he actually played a little bit at Jet. But yeah, Omen hasn't been one of those agents, but it's a playmaking controller, and Jonah P is that flex like secondary duelist in nature kind of mindset guy. So actually it makes a little bit of sense to me. Maybe he can pop off with it.
Well, the map might be a little bit chilly, but the series is certainly heating up as we get to see Icebox for the very first time here in NAVCT. Doug, Ender, what do you got?
Fuck, I want to give you a hard time for doing that, what you just did, but then I remembered that I did it right before the break. So.
Shame on both of you.
Who am I to talk? Yeah, I'm disappointed in both of us. Ender, first look at Icebox on a professional match. What are you expecting?
Oh, honestly, I think the thing that is most interesting is the B-site changes. A-site saw a little bit of change over towards pipes, made it a little bit easier to play, and no more of that pixel angle on attack, but this B-site has opened you up for so much, either playing and pushing deeper onto site, potentially even pushing Snowman with the change to the hut back behind fence. Like, you have a lot more variety that you can get in these site hits, and I think with both teams opting into double controllers as well, like, now you have the ability to cut off a lot of lines of sight on both sides. I think I'm expecting to see these Vipers throw down the standard B wall you're seeing out of the attacking side virtually every single round because, you know, having that as your default is just going to be stronger, and then Omen can sort of take care of your A smokes if the A hit is where you want to go. You can see Ten's already playing up on pipes.
Yeah, it goes back to double controller conversation that Dust and Sideshow were having on the desk. The guard on attack, working their way into A, and they've taken some space. They haven't. Okay, that's certainly going to help things. Side player, he's tagged up, he's beaten, he's battered, he's bruised, but he finds the opening that he's looking for as the guard managed to march through the defenses of Sentinels and establish control of A.
Round just kind of exploded right there. Sentinels sort of caught a little bit off guard. Utility not quite connecting there on the default spot, and Dapper just jumps down on his own. Saya player gets another kill. I think he was trying to swing at the same time Shaz was coming around over by screens, but guard made quick work of that even after the initial pick went over to Tens.
It's a great start for the guard, and honestly, there wasn't a whole lot, right? Like Saya found the openings, you see the paranoia, and Net takes space off of that onto Tens. It wasn't anything flashy. My goodness, it worked.
Yeah. I think honestly, as we continue to explore this map, we're going to learn a lot, because I'm not sure if double controller is going to be something that every team wants to run. I think one of the big things you're going to be losing in these comps is what's I gonna say? Is that Sage? That's the one.
Oh, sure.
6 Sage, anyone Sage, really using that wall to stifle post plant utility is something that could be lacking now. So playing post plants from very far away, learning your Viper lineups can maybe be a little bit more powerful. We'll see now guard working over towards B, trying to play those longer lines of sight. A quick kill out of Saya player who went for the Vandal. Now on top. Ooh. I love that. He can see right over the Viper wall wherever he wants off of yellow now.
Yeah, I was curious to see what this first hit would look like on this site, and Saya player, he's just making it all his own. Tens has to dash back. Saya player's still in a really good spot. Yeah, that's the thing I was about to say. The spike still hasn't gone down.
Take your time.
Like they're waiting for the wall to go back up, as it does, and now they can push forward. The paranoia comes out, tags 2, but Saya player, of course, just hits them all through the walls, through the smoke. Zoms falls eventually as the guard gets it 2.
Net get the Vandal. Or the Spectre that was on the ground too. Okay. They're only going to take, they only bought four guns, but only carry 3 of them over into the next round. That's all right. Guard can take some off of that one. It's interesting because guard, this is something, it's not like an icebox specific thing for them not to immediately slam a plant on the site. It's something that I've noticed them do against teams that like to fight you a little bit more aggressively on the site. So sometimes they'll just pump the plant, fake it, and then fight you, knowing that people are going to try and throw themselves through the Viper wall and take those fights without playing in that stuck position. But now they do have a couple of rifles here, as Net also decided to upgrade, and you can see with the early TPs if there are any early openings, Guard could find themselves in a very winning round.
Two players from Sentinels, backed by Yellow. The new revamped look.
Oh, they don't expect Dapper there.
No, absolutely not.
Oh no. They've pushed all the way up and still haven't cleared back Yellow. Look at this.
That's problematic. That's clean. Man, a Prime Gaming Flawless comes through. It doesn't get any easier than that. It was just enough of a bait, right? Okay, great. We pushed Shaz off that corner, but as you were saying, they weren't expecting anyone else.
And I, for one, am excited to see Shaz back in a position to op, right? Like, this guy played Jet on a lot of maps for Sentinels back in the day. Then he made the transition to go fully over into, like, that Sova or Initiator role. You know, sometimes playing a Sky or a Breach, something like this. Now he's switched up with Sick. Sick is on the Sova. Shaz is on that Chamber, so it's not going to be long before he puts the op back in his hands and can get back into that op comfort zone.
Bladestorm out from side player at the beginning of the round. A heavy stack towards A. You see the smokes coming through. 10's perched up. You should get a decent spot depending on what shoulder is thrown first. The drone should keep the position away. Yeah, and that pushes 10's off.
Right now, Guard have chamber trips just to guard the flank. All 5 players still working up over towards A, but 10's is trying to take some space back. Playing very close here. He can't even teleport out very easily. As I say, that Net goes ahead and TP's out, but there's 4 players already here from Sentinels to try and stall out this side hit.
And that's twice this round that we've seen 10's try to take an aggressive angle and get pushed off. Mind you, he almost got away with a kill on the Net there. But Sentinels seeming to double down. They want to go A.
Yeah, Jonah P just smoked mid, and that sort of called a little bit of a rotation out. You can see 2 players left the site, and Side player's already here with an early kill.
Bladestorm coming through and paying off in dividends. How much more can they find? Net should be able to get the spike down. You've got Dapper, who's going to be on the slow flank, and he should be spotted through all of the utility that he's going to have to deal with. Net's still alive. Side player, yeah, he's just waiting for the flank to come through, and it's all on to Dapper here in this 1v3. Now, Side player and Trent are both weak, so there's a chance at this thing, and that's a big box to check. Not only does he get the kill, but he does so without taking any damage. But he's running out of time, Ender. He's going to have to go fast.
And there's 2 shock darts for Trent, right? So Dapper has the potential to put down a Molly and sort of delay, but he's going to have to push for the kills, and yeah, he's out of time. He's just going to look for that and gets a kill. Can't find Trent, though. And that's going to be Guard taking their 3rd round. And it felt like in that one, too, Sentinels kind of worked their way out of that round. They had 4 players over towards A. They had the read right. Dapper was pushed up B main pretty aggressively, so Guard were pretty well contained. Mid was slightly open for Sentinels, and it really was just 1 smoke on that mid cross from Jonah P. And all of a sudden, Shaz and Sick both leave A site, going back over towards Boiler, towards Kitchen, expecting maybe a late round rotation. And that just meant that site was completely open, and Saya player was able to get that entry, and the dominoes fell over pretty shortly after that.
I want to follow that shock dart to see. That's the 2nd time Trent drops an early shock dart at the beginning of the round from spawn. The first one was directed towards B, and that one towards middle, and you can see off of that they want to explore this area of the map. Saya player, the tip of the spear. And the drone's not going to clear it. Yeah, it went down low. Only thing, if they hear it,
wow,
they'll have a beat on what's going on. Look at how far off Sick is playing, though. It's like he's expecting there could be pressure this way.
Oh, Sick falls off the angle at almost the perfect timing. Now, if he goes for the repeak, he's going to be walking into it himself.
Smoke, the spam. Sick, dropping a little bit of his own. My goodness, the Guard looks so good right now.
B main fight is still underway though. And Sick playing underneath bridge, but Valen gets it. And look how patient Trent is, waiting for the blind before swinging out. It doesn't even hit, but you can see the coordination of the guard. The B site changes opened you up to play more, you know, of these split B hits through mid, through kitchen, as well as B main. And right there, the patience using the Omen smoke, something that you wouldn't have previously in a composition on this map to even help them flush Sick out of that kitchen position. It's just gorgeous stuff coming through from the guard, and they were able to play contact for so long that Sentinels didn't even know it was a B hit until it was far too late.
Yeah, there's really nothing that he can do here. So Dapper's going to wait out the rest of the round, hide out in his Viper's pit, and keep the rifle going into the next round. That should get the guard up to 4. A comfortable lead to kick off the second map.
Especially with already taken map number 1. It looked convincing back on Bind, and you do not want to have to face off against V1 in the lower bracket. Let me tell you that right now. You want to avoid that at all costs, and that's what's awaiting them in a couple of days here. If you lose this series, Sentinel's going to have to battle back here. Not going to be easy on a scuffed bye, but I think for Sentinels, their A-site hits have sort of fallen apart just like straight-up gunplay. You know, Sentinels haven't been able to fall back into, you know, using utility to stall at the plant. A lot of, you know, top teams on Icebox won't even necessarily fight you super aggressively on A all the time. A lot of the times they'll fall back, use Sovi util, Viper util to stall out the plant and bring some more players back to fire back against you. And that B pressure, that mid hold is something they're going to have to be very, very mindful of, because you are very much incentivized to play through mid now. With the structural changes, you know, pushing under tube got much easier now that players on site can't hold that angle as aggressively.
Once again, going to explore what B site has to offer. No one playing back yellow this time, no sneakiness. Dapper a bit more aggressive, but he's finding the same results. He's already gotten 2 massive kills onto the guard, but Net crept his way right through. Gives back a bit of his own.
And I don't know what Sick was looking at right there. It looked like they were trying to hold underneath tube or something, but didn't have the first angle to even hold that one. Hens does find Dapper's rifle.
There's no armor. He's got to be perfect. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good for a second there. Dapper saved the one rifle over, had the Phantom, got a couple of kills, but then Net just sort of pushed unabashed. All the way past yellow, took that fight. And take a 5th round now for guard. Saya player has an op. It looks like Tens is going to be opping as well. Oh, it's going to be a double op setup, actually, for Sentinels. That is interesting. Shaz, of course, has the ultimate ready to go. And he could play B main a little bit more aggressively. You can see he's setting up a TP back over towards orange. That might put I think he put that TP to try and get him on top of one of those boxes right there to play an angle where he can see over the Viper wall and fight Saya player if Saya jumps up towards yellow. But I like the Cypher set, or the chamber setup rather, for now. Unfortunately, Dapper is pushing forward and just falls, so now it is just the chamber here, and his first contact is going to be critical if Sentinels want to win this round.
The tour de force you mentioned at the beginning of the round. Not able to find an opener. He has to give some of the space back.
He has to fall.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't even have that position, that off angle on the TP. He's just going to peek out here aggressively, tastes the risk, almost gets a second one, but the site does belong to guard.
Viper's pit through. There's Jonah P looking at him, man, going in hot. And surely, I don't know, the Tense is expecting this, right?
Oh, Sick is! Oh my god!
Unbelievable. They're going to yank this thing right back. I don't know how else to get through this. Net's playing backside. That's a great opener to kick things off. Still 3v2 in favor of Sentinel. Spike ticking away. You've got Zoms who's pushing in. On top of that, there's just so much Viper utility you have to get through. Maybe that buys enough time. Maybe that's just enough to get it back.
Wow.
Valen and Net. 2 massive kills. Shazam's going to have to go even bigger. The 1v1, the tap, the decay, the headhunter. Valen just on the outside of it. He's not giving him anything. Now he's pushing his way forward. Valen lands the shots. IGL versus IGL, and the young buck makes it out for the guard.
Man, Valen playing on site with that slightly boosted position, so looking down through the Viper's pit, you see the gun of the barrel of the enemy first, gets that first kill. Guard showing up so big there when it looked like Shaz had done enough to hold on, right? Even the TP into heaven, Sick was able to get a shock dart that found the kill. but it was Valen and Net, I believe, inside the pit, getting those kills. Valen with the timing, working through the pit there on the 1v1 versus Shaz too was so big, because Shaz had the right read for so much of that, but it took a little bit too long. Started not to trust himself, and that's exactly when Valen popped out of the smoke and was able to get that kill.
Ten's looking to get a little spicy with it with the Blade Storm. Testing the Waters tube. And the telly out. He's not going to give him a ton to look at. The rest of guard already heavy towards B. You have some defenses here from Sentinels, but you don't have much as far as guns.
It's going to be hard. The way guard have been playing it, though, it hasn't really been to push too deep onto site, even just smoking off top heaven here, blinding out to try and get that plant down as well, but they're not committing that plant like they did earlier. They just get the shot from Saya, and now it's 5v4.
Dude, Saya continues to run rampant all over Sentinels here. And he's still alive in the round. There's still an opportunity for him to get some more. He got tagged up a bit, 14 HP. That's all he's got. But that seems to be just enough for Saya player. Sentinels now starting to consider how they reapproach taking the control of this site. Net's playing back, cleans things up. Sick with a nice one to trade back, but that's all it's going to be. Zombs with a stinger, no less. With way too much before him. The guard gets to 7.
I've got to hand it to guard. I love the way they're playing this B site, using both the Omen smoke to block off heaven, the Viper wall to cut off any sort of angles from site itself or Snowman. They keep jumping up on yellow with Saya player too, just trying to find those picks. Even when it hasn't worked for them, there's been pressure. There's been the constant idea from guard, and even fake planting, not initially planting, just to take those gunfights, because you've seen a couple times on both A and B Sentinels throwing themselves into the line of fire. That round obviously taking a bit of a risk with a lower buy.
Right.
But Sentinels have been trying to run out and take some fights or stop the plant, and guard have been ready for them nearly every single time.
Now, Ender, I get to ask you the difficult question that I'm glad nobody's asking me, because I don't know how I'd answer it. What do Sentinels do here? How do they get back in this thing? This has been a slaughter.
Yeah, no, it's not been good, right? I think B side has looked pretty rough for Sentinels, and you have to remember, like, they've been pushing B main pretty aggressively. I don't know if I like the B main push. I think leaving, an Opper to control from top yellow. I like Shazaz's chamber setup. He hasn't gotten to really activate it just yet, but get an Op back in Shaz's hands and see if he can hold B. I think maybe if they can try and get Tens playing a little bit more aggressively through A, they could even have Tens and Shaz play together with their dash and TP ready to go, because it seems like when Sentinels are waiting back on site, they're being stuck in 1v1 positions or 1vx positions, not really able to play off of each other super well, and that's put them in a lot of difficulties. And I think that maybe if they can bring those fights on their own terms a little bit more, like you can see with Tens pushing up towards pipes themselves. And yeah, I love the observers. They heard you a few rounds ago.
They did. You guys are the best. Thank you. And it's important not just to see what it is he's trying to do, but that there was adaptation from Sentinels. They've moved that utility so that it doesn't get cleared out at the beginning of the round.
Good play from them, and Dapper taking that forward peek. He's gone forward before and got upped in the face. Now all of a sudden, Doms just barely jukes the last shot of the Hunter's Fury, and Tens is going to swing around the corner. He's so stuck.
Yeah, there was really no way out. Sick, though. Finding some openings, and Zoms still back sight. Dodged the first Hunter's Fury. Lived long enough to get a kill. Net with the tour de force. Oh, what is he going to look? There are two right there.
He knows this.
He's like, no! Zoms! His flank was left uncovered. Oh, the second shot comes out from Net. 11 HP. Saya player with the Blade Storm. Dapper's left alone in this 1v2. He's now shown up into the side, and it may be a bit too late. The thing is, the spike still hasn't been planted, and it does not matter as the guard get to 8.
Net and Saya had 2 ops on attack in a 2v4, and they just kept pushing forward, getting kills. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I think they had a rifle in the hand or the knives on Saya, but look at this. Tagged by a drone, still going forward. That's the power of a jet, of a chamber, working off your dash and your TP to take those forward angles. And Saya and Net, oh my god, absolutely slicing Sentinels apart.
And the timing on that was nuts because Shazam was up in heaven, right? He just found enough of an opening to sneak in and get the pick on to Zoms. Hear the ult coming through early on.
How many times are you gonna push B main though?
Jonah P stuck it. Look at that. He's behind enemy lines. It's just pistols on the side of
Wow.
Sentinels. But the pressure that they're applying is nuts.
And look, because of the change to hut, Jonah P can just play back here. He has no worries about, you know, getting spammed through that hut. No, it's a full-on block. And it's him isolating the fight.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
no.
ain't good. That ain't good.
No, it's not. 2 pistols left for Sentinels. Make that one. It's tens against the world with the Sheriff. And it's kept back. A Prime Gaming Flawless comes through for the guard. We keep waiting to see when Sentinels are going to show signs of life, when they're going to punch back in this thing. And or at least in the first half, the window of opportunity seems to be closing.
Yeah, it is not looking good here. We're 4 rounds away from Sentinels being pushed into the lower bracket in their first series.
In a bad way, too, man. Like, it's not like a 13-11, 13-11. This has been a dominant performance out of the guard.
And I feel like their B-hold has been, like, fairly, like, the same thing, repeating it over and over. Now Dapper has ult. It's going to be a 410 or a Pipes ult, right? Like, that's what he does on the Viper. It's fairly readable if you are the guard. The guard last time didn't decide to fight into it. This time, maybe they do.
Ender Trent shot out.
Oh, they fight over it! What is that?
Trent shot out an early shock dart again towards mid. Didn't clear any of the utility. And I wonder if they go back towards mid, they may have a bit more to deal with than they would like. You mentioned the Viper Spit at the beginning. The guard, they feel things out, right? Like, they poke, they prod a little bit. But it does look like they might want to go mid here.
Yep. 6 got the drone from Pallet. He's able to hold the cross under tube as well, though now he's given up his position. Guard are going to expect him to be playing around mid. And there's still this op in Shaz's hand. He's the guy that has to stop the push. But it all falls apart when you lose mid. You're opping back yellow. Yeah, you have a TP, but you can't TP safely. You're just stuck back here, and you're blind.
All of the options for Sentinels just continue to get taken away. As the guard have seemed to have had their number. Zoms once again swings out, not able to find any success.
All right, Doug.
To back Prime Gaming Flawlesses.
Insane. Look, the guard banned this map versus C9 last week, and maybe it's because the map had just came out. Maybe it's because they were trying to hold some of the strats they were making. Either way, their mid-rounding on this map has been excellent. Their mid-splits, they've only done it a couple of times, but it's been absolutely deadly. The Omen blinds, huge value, net, hiding out, waiting in kitchen, exactly what you want to see, and even working on top of tube there too. It has been beautiful stuff from guard. And one thing that has existed on both of these maps, Sentinels have not gotten value out of their op play. And it's not because Sentinels, you know, Tens or Shaz are playing poorly. No, it is because guard don't let you op. They scout out, they don't walk into the op, and when they do not walk into the op, they're using utility to clear you off the angles. Tens didn't really get to have fun in the ops, shutting down the attacks on defense, on bind, and now Shaz has not been able to find that high value other, and it's because of the way guard are so disciplined with their peaks, almost never dry peeking.
Trent spotting Zoms, and he's got to get out quick. A shock dart in his lap. Narrow sidestep as you see the paranoia coming through. Guards starting to push their way forward. There's a whole lot here, man. It's good on Tens to get one. 4 falling in the Viper's pit comes through. Full control of A.
Spike planted.
No saves here. Last round of the half. We got to do something. It is not going to be easy. Saya players guarding the flank. Knocks that one down. And Sentinels are going to go into the second half in a miserable position. Just about to fall into the lower bracket.
Shaz with the tour de force, not understanding that there's literally everyone just on the other side. Shazam falls, sick. Does as well. I don't know that anyone expected an 11-1 first half on Icebox. We're going to throw it to a break. When we return, the culmination of Icebox. Stay tuned. Ender questions shrouded the Guard leading up until this series. Yeah, they're good, but how good are they? And now, looking at the scoreline on the series, now on the map, we have to ask ourselves, have they arrived? Are they the real deal?
Oh, we know Guard are the real deal. Now it's about, can they make it to the international stage? And there's some names that represented NA last year that they have to go through. They fell to C9 last week. They took a map. It was close. Then it got out of hand. Now today, they are crushing Sentinels. The other names that wait them, V1, Optic, LG potentially now, and of course, Cloud9. Already, things are off to a fantastic start, as Sentinels are the first name they're putting on the list, and Trent takes down Shaz as well.
And Ender, I cannot possibly stress the importance of this pistol round enough. My goodness, it's already a 5v3. The Guard are going to be on 12. Sentinels have no choice but to force. And
they're getting
destroyed just like that?
And this is not Guard playing the map geniusly. This is Guard fragging Sentinels. 1v1s aplenty, and Guard have gotten all of theirs. And add another one to the tally.
Is this how it happens? Just like that. A Prime Gaming flawless to open the half to get the Guard to map point, to series point. Sentinels have seen lost the entire map. I mean, really, for a large part of the series, I'd go so far as to say, and you almost wonder if that's a wrap.
Sentinels scraped by, I felt like, through the group stage. A lot of their early matches, 2-1 versus NRG, versus Knights, versus Rise, teams you would put them above. And then they lost to Optic. They got 2-0'd by version 1. Sentinels were on top of NA last year. And now, I don't think you can say the same. New teams have arrived to replace them, and the Guard are certainly doing it here on Icebox.
Not done quite yet, but they can taste it. Victory just on the other side. And there are only 3 players, make that 2, standing between the Guard and a 13-1 win on Icebox and a 2-0 sweep of Sentinels in the opening round of this playoff tournament. And as quickly as it started, it ended. I want to say in the last 4 or 5 rounds of the series, Ender, there were Prime Gaming, but there were flawless rounds, right? It was that bad, right? Let's take a look at it one more time, because that was over very quickly.
Look, all I'm saying, Amazon getting their money's worth here. Guard putting on a clinic here for the flawlesses. Absolutely insane stuff from them. And I think, like, the fashion in which the Guard won, absolute domination. Our first professional match, I believe, worldwide, that we've seen with the new Icebox changes. The analyst has talked about MCE sort of trailblazing from the coach position, Guard innovating as well, and they came in with a plan on Icebox, even with a mirror comp against Sentinels. They played it better in every aspect.
Oh, and the thing is, the lead that they had in the first half was so much that you really didn't get to see what Sentinels had cooked up, right? There could have been something really compelling there, but the hole that they dug themselves was so deep that it was going to take all sorts of heroics to get out of it, and the time just ran out.
Yeah, and at the same time, you even look back to Bind, where Sentinels clearly had a much better performance. The Guard were not falling back into their habits that they showed against C9. Like, I did a lot of prep looking at the Guard and was like, okay, early aggression can beat them, but they mixed so many things up. Sentinels could not come in with a cohesive game plan to knock them down there either. The Guard are a serious contender. We've known this, and now we know it even more here in the knockout stage.
The madness of March continues. We're going to throw it over to the Prime Gaming post-match highlights so you all can relive the slaughter that just took place. Enjoy.
too hot. Fly stain on my block. Rolling that green, don't stop. When you're rolling in green, they flop. Look at my ride, too clean. Interior crispy cream. Roll around with the team. Better get with the regime. I don't do no pretending. Take you to new dimensions. Shawty all in my mentions. Shawty won't give me inches. With a bossy baby, I'll get you frosty, baby. Don't care what it costs me, baby. I'm feeling flossy lately. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce. I got that trip. Can't f with no op. Drinking my cup. Pour some rock. Stay getting lit. Yeah, till I drop. 4 a.m. and I can't feel my face, yeah. Pour me up some more, I'll bubble, yeah. Nothing new to me, so if you trust me, I can make you love me. Baby, do you love me? Do you love me? You with me, know you on the right track. Drop a couple bands and get it right back. I'm just dripping black diamonds and Louis. These niggas like ooey. I'm so bad and bougie, it's a movie, yeah. Count my wins so I don't take a loss. Baby, can you handle me like Kyrie with the cross? I don't like no boy and you know I cut you off. Katie with the block, too shady with the ops. I got the rock, I got the rock, I got the sauce. I got that drip, can't f with no op. Drinking my cup, pour some rock. Stay getting lit, yeah, till I drop. Oh na na na, 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 oh na na na.
An absolute bloodbath. That was brutal as Sentinels fall to the guard 2-0, and it wasn't exactly close. The guard looked so incredibly strong in this 2-0 over Sentinels. Dust. I don't really feel like we have a whole lot we can point to when it talk about successes here for Sentinels, because it does feel like they just got bodied by a way more prepared team than they were.
Yeah, they got absolutely bodied. Let me hit you with a couple of crazy ones here. All right, ready for this? The total number of kills that Sentinels had in that map, 24. Say a player had 21 by himself. Okay, then you want to wind back. Sentinels has been around as an organization in Valorant since, what, mid-2020, let's say. I'm talking pre-10s, going all the way back. This team has played 309 maps of Valorant as an organization, with the core 4 being intact through all of that. This is tied for the biggest loss they have ever received on a map. They got a 13-1 loss to Cloud9 once in May of last year in VCT on Split, but this 13-1 ties that up as their worst loss ever. Wow.
Absolutely brutal. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Bok, I was hoping that the first Icebox pick on patch 4.04 for North America would be some kind of back-and-forth tactical masterpiece where we really get to see the map and how it's changed and the different strategies. And, oh, it's cool. They're running double control. I mean, Sentinels just got stomped. They just actually got stomped. This team, they went 4-4 across Masters Berlin and Champions, right? They went even. They went 3-3 in 2022. These are their stats coming into this match. Like, before you even touch this decimation by the guard, they were last in pistol round win rate for our playoff teams. They were last in attack side win rate for our playoff teams. They were last in our first kill rate for playoff teams. And then they have average, you know, like converting the round when they get the first pick, and their cast is all right, but nothing to write home about. So this writing really felt like it was on the wall for a while, but the same thing that we've been talking about since the beginning of 2022 now just feels utterly unavoidable. I feel like we've been talking about this for a while, but people have been blowing it off. You know, Sentinels fans are like, no, the analyst desk invented a narrative. Sentinels are just going to bounce back. It's the same as it was last year, but it is happening before our eyes. It is emphatically the end for Sentinels' dominance in North America. It is emphatically the end. They're just struggling right now. They're in a serious rut, and it feels like a change is necessary. Otherwise, even a change would be too little too late now for them to be able to get to Reykjavik, it feels. We've seen them go on some miracle lower bracket runs before, but this time it really does feel different. The crop of North American talent has just outpaced them right now.
If you couldn't tell, that was me being a Sentinels fan and just constant...
There's not enough copium on the planet at this point, man.
Copium shortage, unfortunately. We do have an interview standing by. It's going to be with MCE, the coach of the Guard, the brain, the mastermind behind the team and their success. We'll say goodbye to the analyst desk for now. Matt, I have had the pleasure of interviewing you at various points throughout your career, getting an interview with you right before your team qualified for ESL Pro League, going back to your Counter-Strike days, and now here after beating the Kings of North America, at least looking back to last year. I mean, that was a pretty ridiculous victory, the way that you guys just slapped around Sentinels. It gets kind of this imagery of like the killer whales tossing seals around. It looked kind of like that, like you were just playing with them to a certain degree. How prepared were you specifically for Sentinels and Icebox?
Not at all. I think it showed that, obviously we've been practicing a little bit. Showing up for practice is a big part of being successful, and luckily my guys can do that. So we were pretty prepared coming into this. We put a lot of time into a lot of different things and situations that happen, and luckily it showed up. The guys showed up fantastically today, and that's what we're capable of, and even more than that. So these guys are phenomenal, and it is really nice that the work you put in finally starts to pay out, and we're continuing to do well.
You've been a coach at various points throughout your career. Do you feel like this is potentially the best team you've coached across either of the games you've been involved with?
Oh, man. I think the top two teams have to be, obviously, Chaos and this team. There is nothing in my career that I have experienced that is equal to this team. Just the island of misfit toys, basically, that is this team. Nobody, had picked us to do anything. We were struggling early, and so we made, player changes. We had trouble getting people in tryouts because they didn't think our team was going to be any good. So to come back off of that and, put in the hard work and the support we have from the org and everyone to be able to show up for them and to continue to play well, this is a very, very special team.
What is the dynamic like with this team between the coach and the IGL when it comes to match preparation? How involved are you? Because I know how you typically like to get into the weeds.
I think Valid and I do a really good job of, evening each other out, kind of. Where Valen is definitely more, Valorant experience, where a lot of mine comes in is the thought process of rounds, or like breaking down how rounds go bad, or how we can manipulate rotates, and teaching Valen that side of it. So our dynamic is really good. Valen puts in a ton of work by himself, and he hasn't got sick of me yet, even though I do go at him from time to time, even in the warm-up scrim today. We were going through stuff, and I got upset at Valen. I was like, hey, we need to do this, you need to be better at this, this, and this. And I think them being able to handle that and, understand that when I'm saying things like that, I want the best for them and for us, is super important. And, I couldn't ask for that much better of a, group of people to work with, all the way up to management of the org.
I think basically what you're saying is always take it seriously. It doesn't matter if it's a scrim or if it's a match. Ultimately, there's always room for improvement. So don't waste your time, and don't waste your opponent's time either. Coming into the group stages, your team came in with a lot of mystery. No one really knew what to expect from the Guard, and then you just beat again the NA Kings from last year. Do you feel like you've done enough to now draw the attention of international teams as you get prepared potentially for a trip to Iceland?
1BO3 doesn't mean that much, honestly, in a playoffs. This is a really big win for us, and this is a very important win. But in the grand scheme of things, we just beat one of NA's teams. We still have to beat 2 more to even qualify for an international team to even care. I think there might be international teams that are watching some of the stuff we do because they're like, oh, why are they, good on this map or this map or this map? And, they potentially know us from that. But I don't think we're on people's radar yet. In NA, I definitely think we are. But internationally, I don't think people are, ready or paying attention to us. But if we can end up qualifying for Iceland, they will definitely take notice and be ready.
Before I let you go, I want to show you something. This was a graphic we flew before the game started that we used in the Analyst Desk segment. It was just a kind of a breakdown of what you've been able to accomplish, both as a coach for the Guard, but there's one stat line that I need to point out. The Twitter followers at the bottom. I have to say, Twitch chat, it is a tragedy that this man has only 6,670 Twitter followers, and I will consider it a failure of NA Valorant if we cannot get him to 10K by the time this stream fires up tomorrow. So that is your challenge. Yep. You can see his Twitter at the bottom. Go find Mr. Matthew C. Elmore, MCE. Congratulations on the win. I'm really happy for you. You guys look absolutely fantastic. You have all throughout NA VCT thus far, and I'm really excited to see what you guys are going to do as this bracket progresses.
Me too. Also, I just have one last thing to say, and that's stand Gord.
Stand Gord. I love it. And the deadpan response, too. Always a fun interview with MCE. That was a good one. That was a good one. Stand Gord.
Looking real right. Looking real right.
Yeah, looking real right. I mean, they definitely looked ripe, and their opposition looked a little bit rotten, if we're being honest. That was definitely a one-sided, lopsided affair as the Guard just beat down Sentinels. Honestly, if I'm LG and I just watched that game, Dust, I'm a little bit scared because not only did we already lose to this team during the group stages, but now I'm seeing them get even better. That's a little scary.
Yeah, I think the big thing about the Guard is that they have been doing so many impressive things, but their sample size is just much smaller than most of the other teams that are kind of in that top 5 region, just because they've been together for a lot longer, so they've had more opportunities. Whereas the Guard, up until now, the biggest person that they went up against was Cloud9. They kind of got battered. I mean, they won a map in this series. The other two, they got absolutely shut down. Yeah, they've had a couple of wins against XSET. That's a solid team. Those are some solid wins, but we hadn't really seen them take down one of the big name squads that have been around Valorant for a long time. But this win, and in the fashion in which they did it, it just continues to show that, yeah, this is a team you have to keep an eye on. This isn't just some flash in the pan. This is a team that definitely is growing and building themselves up to be a real staying power in the region.
Well, we've seen a lot of incredible plays throughout the day, but only one can shine through as the AIM Lab Flick of the Day. Sideshow, as we get ready to fire up the AIM Lab Flick of the Day, what do you got as the play for us here?
This is a ridiculous 2v4 that happened on the most one-sided map that we've seen all day long for your AIM Lab Flick of the Day. This was a 2v4 where they're both using operators. I suppose one of them's a tour de force, so it's a little bit more powerful. But look at this! Whoa! He just destroys Shaz as he tries to set it back on the angle, and then they finish out this round. It's just the kind of thing that the Guard have been pulling out right now. It's not all discipline. It's not all strategy. Their players are cracked as well, and they're hitting so many great shots. That is such a fast flick to destroy Shaz as he comes around this angle. He misses the first headshot, and that's it. He's just dead.
He had ample opportunity to find the kill there, too, and if he does, all of a sudden it swings the way the round ends up going, but that was just how things kind of broke down there in that second map in this best of 3, as the Guard had it dialed in even when they didn't. Even when the chips were stacked against them and Sentinels had the advantage, Dust, the Guard still came out on top.
Yeah, again, the Guard is just definitely one of those teams that just seems so well-rounded in all aspects of the game. I mean, Net's not even one of the players that you typically start picking out when you first start addressing the Guard. You think about, Trent coming out of nowhere and being a crazy star player. Talk about the revitalization of Seiya player and what he's been able to accomplish on this team and so on and so forth. But Net kind of quietly just does his job, but can have big little pop-off moments like you saw there on the Flick of the Day, serves that Sentinel role in the team well. And, yeah, it's just, I mean, man for man, this is one of the more stacked lineups as far as talent goes in North America right now.
I mean, completely. Trent is number 2 right now in terms of ADR. He's putting out the second most damage out of anybody in the tournament. He's number 4 for ACS because he's number 4 for kills per round as well. So this guy is just dominating. The talent that they've managed to find on this roster, it's frankly incredible that MCE calls them the ragtag group of, what was it, Broken Toys or Misfits or something?
Misfit Toys, yeah.
Yeah, Misfit Toys. Because they weren't really getting trials for other teams, but the talent is there. And he identified it, picked it up, and molded it into a functioning team. It's nuts, the Guard story in 2022.
As we take a look at the bracket, we'll see how things are shaping up thus far throughout the NAVCT playoffs. Obviously, we've seen our quarterfinal matches, so we know how things are going to be moving for that upper bracket, and we can see the lower bracket as well. Right off the bat, Cloud9 did have a difficult 2-1 win over Pittsburgh Knights. It actually looked like it could potentially go the way of the Knights for a brief bit. Optic also going all 3 maps against XSET, so that will be our semifinal matchup, Cloud9 versus Optic. That should be an incredible game. V1 and LG also go the distance, but in our first case of an upset, LG beats V1, surprisingly so. The curse of being undefeated in the group stage sends V1 down to the lower bracket, and they are now facing off against the Guard, who just put the squeeze on Sentinels 2-0. So your lower bracket matches, Pittsburgh Knights versus XSET, and then V1 versus Sentinels. Kind of crazy to think about that either Sentinels or version 1 is getting sent home. One, it's Sentinels, so obviously there's the level of pedigree behind that name, but version 1, a team that went undefeated in the groups, sideshow, that's kind of crazy.
It is. So, Sentinels v version 1, Sunday, March 20th. Last time it happened, it was a 2-0 in favor of version 1. You could be seeing Sentinels, by far and away the best team of 2021 in North America, getting sent home first round in the playoffs for Reykjavik. That's nuts.
Yeah, I can't believe that's a storyline that we're actually having on air after all of the things they did last year, Dust.
No, I agree, and I think it's just a sign of the times, right? Where you're starting to see people start mastering the elements of this game, the utility usage, the, comboing of abilities, and just, people figuring out what compositions work best, and just, it's just the level of the game is growing as far as the strategy goes, and it just feels like Sentinels has fallen behind, whereas we've seen teams like the Guard seemingly come out of nowhere and really just work hard and get themselves up to the top. So it's just fun to watch because I feel like we have a lot of strong teams building in this region right now.
Yeah, it's 2 of the teams actually that have been building from the end of last year. The teams that had good runs at LCQ and Berlin. Cloud9, Optic. What a game that's going to be as well. Both of those teams are having success right now. The peaks have been insane from both of them. And yeah, we've seen some wonky stuff recently, especially a bit of worry in that Cloud9 win over Knights. But all of these games have been unpredictable. So I think that's what you should expect moving throughout the rest of the playoffs.
2 teams got one step closer to Iceland as they moved on into the upper bracket semifinals. They'll be playing again tomorrow to move into that upper bracket final. The winner of that upper bracket final qualifies for Iceland. So we've got 4 teams currently fighting for that position, the easier path, not wanting to go through that lower bracket gauntlet. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a close. We hope you'll join us tomorrow at the same time, same place for more NA VCT. Thanks for watching.